1. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary? Afterwards, when the whole horror of it had been laid out, and their innocence, or rather, the degree to which they should feel guilty, had been debated by people who knew them, and many more who didn't, it was the small, uneasy details that lingered in the mind. What went missing with her, and what did not? What happened during the holiday, a month earlier? The argument, 2 days before? The car with a broken number plate, and how many times it was seen near the house? The tiny, bare bedroom, with blood on the floor? The visitors to the house that week? The letters before? The phone call after? The open door? The river? The bruises and scrapes? The way her brothers reacted, or did not? The things they said, or did not? The way her father cried. Her mother. Her mother. Her mother. But most of all, how long it was before anyone realized she was gone. 2. For some time now, Helena Marshall had been waking up every morning in a panic. It was instant. A punch of fear that struck before she was even aware that the day had begun. Today was no different. She peeled off her eye mask and blinked at the ceiling, at the light shade that probably needed dusting, and a smudge that had once been a mosquito in the corner, and the crack that wandered across the plaster, and a cobweb. The house was full of spiders because August was when they started preparing for cold weather. And it was an old house, with sash windows that were loose in their frames, and gaps in the floorboards and fireplaces in bedrooms, and the chimneys needed sweeping, now that she came to think about it. But the sweep had been so rude the last time he came. There was a notebook by her bed, with a pen, and she could start a list of jobs to do. Dust shade, remove cobweb, find new sweep. But it was so boring. And no one else noticed these things, or did anything about them. It was always her job to sort out the house. And the children, and remember to buy school shoes. School shoes! That needed to go on the list that she wasn't making. And actually, she had better ways to spend her time. Work that needed to be done. Beside her, her husband gave a long, quavering snore. If she was a man, no one would expect her to bother about the chimneys being swept and the gutters cleared, which they would need to be. There were thriving miniature rainforests in 3 or 4 places, and August had been so wet, and the brickwork would take any excuse to soak up damp, and present it to her in bouquets of dull grey blooms on the wallpaper. It was, she checked, peering in the half-light, 10 minutes past 6. The sun had risen, in theory, but it was a dull day, and the forecast was for rain again, and that didn't help her mood. Her age, Dr. Fuller said. Her age seemed to be the answer to every question she asked the doctor these days. The aches in her joints, the skittish unreliability of her memory, the way her skin looked in the morning, and the evening, and after a glass of wine. The sense of impending doom. There was no other reason for it. Her life was busy and fulfilling. She didn't like seeing the changes that time was making to her famously lovely face, but that was what happened. Count your blessings. Lying there, Helena tried. She was getting things done when it came to her work, and that was good, even if it meant unpleasantness from ignorant people. Her husband was rich, reasonably nice, supportive of her, and present, unlike several of her friends' husbands who had slid away to new lives where they could pretend to be young again. Bruce was 13 years older than her, which made him 59. And she would have to plan a party for his 60th. That was another job that would take up time she didn't have. They had met later than their contemporaries, married within 6 months. And he had already been fading into comfortable middle age. She had been a minor star, famous enough to have her picture in the paper, often, coming out of nightclubs or at the races. A sort of celebrity, on the guest list for parties and launches, even if no one quite knew why. She had thought he was wonderful, and he had thought she was beautiful, and that had seemed like enough. Then marriage, and motherhood, which was another life. Helena was not the sort of person to run away from things, but she sometimes dreamed of packing a bag and going away for a week or a month, meeting a stranger, having a wild affair, and only coming back to the cobwebs and the drafts and the homework and muddy sports kit and maddening questions when she was good and ready. And that was why she hadn't overreacted on holidays. That was why Bruce still snored beside her. Helena wriggled her shoulder blades flat against the mattress to try to relieve the ache at the base of her neck. The boys should have come first on her list of blessings, probably. Ivo was 14, and overnight had gone from sweet-natured compliance to frowning silence. He only seemed happy when he was playing some sort of sport, which, at least, he was good at. Magnus was 12, and, a squirm of genuine anxiety at this, insufficiently focused on his schoolwork. He was lazy and not bright enough to get away with it. His school report had made it impossible to ignore the issue, along with the phone call from his head teacher, suggesting that if things didn't improve, he might be happier at a different school. So they were paying, at vast expense, for a tutor to come all summer. And Rosalie, of course. They had Rosalie, who was 9. Rosalie's room was the smallest, and it needed a new carpet, thanks to her experiments with making perfume out of pilfered cosmetics and household cleaning products. Helena had been thin-lipped about it, and Bruce had laughed. Rosalie was a willful child, demanding in a way that the boys had never been. Girls were different, she'd been warned. Helena kept her preferences strictly to herself, but if she had to choose, in a fire, say, she would rescue her boys first, and, of them, Magnus had her heart, but that was something she thought no one else knew. Ivo was a good boy, but Magnus had charm. And then she would go back for Rosalie, assuming she hadn't started the fire in the first place. What Helena often asked herself was whether Rosalie was disturbed, or just too bright for her own good. She was intelligent, interested in everything, a sponge for facts, prone to awkward questions and doggedly focused about them. She had never been playful. Helena had thought it would come in time, and had been wrong. She took several deep, slow breaths, focusing on the positives. They were as happy as most people could expect to be. Enough wallowing. She levered herself out of bed, braved the bathroom, chilly, and the bathroom mirror, unflattering, and pulled on a dressing gown. Now that she was upright, her anxiety had translated itself into energy. It was Friday, but they were at the tail end of the summer holidays. It would be hours before anyone else woke. On a whim, Helena went upstairs instead of down. The ceilings were lower up here, But there were 2 large bedrooms and a bathroom that made their Bulgarian cleaning lady shake her head. The important thing was that the boys occasionally showered in it. She missed the soapy clean smell that they'd had throughout their childhoods. Now a waft of sweat and muskiness and socks greeted her when she opened Ivo's door, like the men's locker room in a gym. He was face down, his head turned to one side, his arms and legs trailing off the bed. A spasm of tenderness made Helena tweak the duvet into place to cover his enormous, calloused feet so he didn't get cold. His room was neat. Ivo was an organised child, and always had been. Magnus's room next. It was wildly untidy. No chance of reaching the bed here, Helena registered, eyeing the floor. It was covered in clothes and miscellaneous crap that she wasn't allowed to throw out. Her favourite child was rolled up in the duvet like a sleeping gerbil. A tuft of his silky fair hair was just visible. Was he breathing? Could he have died in the night? Was that the reason for the feeling of doom that had been shadowing her since she woke up? Helena stared at the ball of duvet, which didn't move. She was a new mother again, terrified of cot death. Surely it should rise and fall. Surely... Magnus shifted, and a low fart vibrated through the mattress. The porcelain delicate newborn was long gone. She retreated, closing his door. It was a long time since she had checked on the boys while they slept, and she wondered if it would ever happen again, which was depressing. What was it they said? Long days, short years. She shivered as she hobbled down the stairs, trying to be quiet, thinking about the opinion piece she was writing for the Telegraph, and whether it was too angry and might put people off. Tone was so important. Not for a moment did she hesitate on the first floor. Not for a second did she consider going to check on Rosalie. Afterwards, she would struggle to explain that, but the last thing Helena wanted was company while she was writing, and specifically Rosalie, who would want to know what she was doing and why. No matter what Helena said, she would linger in the room like a black-eyed ghost. Helena wandered into her study and turned her computer on, shuffling through her notes, already half absorbed. Back out of the study, into the sitting room, her nose wrinkling at the mess of squashed cushions on the sofa, and a stale smell. She tidied the room briskly, shuffling papers, plumping cushions, mouthing good lines to herself as she went. The supreme act of love, as a mother, is to give up a child to someone who can offer them more. Love isn't about blood, but care, kindness, and guidance. Too early for post, which was something of a relief, given the sort of messages she'd been getting since the last time she was on Woman's Hour. But she couldn't allow herself to be intimidated into silence. She went down the steps to the kitchen at the back of the house and filled the kettle. All of this mattered. That was the problem. Life and death, literally. Wishing things were different wouldn't help, and in the meantime, children were suffering. The best place for a child to be, Helena thought, was with a loving family. Producing a child didn't make you a mother, and a thin line of pale light ran down the edge of the back door. It wasn't properly closed. Helena had gone to bed before the boys and her husband. So one of them must have left it open, she thought, and strode across the kitchen her slippers scuffing the floor in a way that would have the forensics officers shaking their heads a few hours later. The handle felt sticky as she shut the door. She sighed and went to the sink for bleach cleaner and a cloth. There was dirt on the paintwork, something dark, so she wiped it vigorously until it was spotless. The key wasn't in the lock, or hanging on the hook where it lived, and Helena sighed again and went to make her tea. And she never, for 1 minute, thought that there was anything to worry about, because she had been in practically every room of the house, and nothing was missing. 3. The Toyota Land Cruiser bumped up the track, the four-wheel drive barely coping with the heavy, rutted mud and large stones on the only access road to Windholt House. Heavy gates topped with barbed wire blocked the track every mile or so, with signs warning that this was private property. The fields on either side of the road were muddy and straggled with unkempt grass, since the sheep no longer cropped it. Their absence had left the land without a purpose, without life. The rain had been constant for days. The third gate sat in a giant puddle that made the driver swear as he splashed through it, dragged the gate open, drove through, stopped, got out again, and swung the gate closed. Easier with a passenger, he thought, and winced at that thought too. This wasn't a journey he made often. Today was different. Today was an emergency. Tearing anxiety tightened his hands on the wheel and turned his stomach into a sea of acid. The letter was where he had flung it on the passenger seat. It had been waiting in the P.O. box he visited once a week, an innocent-looking white envelope with his name in familiar handwriting. I don't know when you will read this, but you will be too late. He stopped at the last gate. The rain seemed to gather force as he got out of the car, drumming on his head and shoulders. Now that he was nearly at the house, he was afraid of what he would find, and more afraid of what he might not find. At first glance, everything at the house looked as it should. The Land Rover was parked near the front door. A light in the hall made the windows glow softly. He hurried around the side of the house, the wind catching the breath from his body as he faced into it. In the yard, the kennel was empty, but that meant nothing. The dog, a sheepdog, had died before Christmas. He hurried forward, stepping on something that gave under his foot with unpleasant softness. It was saturated with mud, but he held it up and shook it out. A jumper, hand-knitted, the colour impossible to guess, pearl-pink buttons at the neck. He gave a low moan and looked ahead to the back door. It was standing open. He hurried through to the hall, leaving a trail of prints from his boots, careless now as he flung open doors. Empty rooms. He ran up the stairs, praying under his breath. How could he have left her here? How could he have done anything else? The brass doorknob chilled his palm as he turned it, and he swung the door open on a nightmare. 4. Are you sure you don't mind? Ivo Marshall's voice was barely audible. The other man had to strain to hear him over the sound of the television from the room next to them. Racing commentary echoed through the flat, rapid and toneless. Of course I don't. It's not a burden for me to spend time with them. Not after so long. I'd have thought it would be worse, seeing them like this. Time takes its toll on us all. He held up his stick. I'm not what I was either. Ivo smiled. You haven't changed, Mr. Hood. Dennis, please. And I've slowed down a lot since Lydia died. He reached out and patted the younger man's sleeve. Take a weekend off, Ivo. Spend some time with your wife. I can help out with your parents, if that frighteningly effective young woman needs any assistance. Sabiha. Ivo looked around as if the carer was going to materialize behind him, even though she wasn't due to arrive for an hour. She's brilliant, isn't she? I'm tempted to steal her when I go. It can't be long now until I need someone to look after me. Please, don't lure her to Bristol. We couldn't manage without her. Hood blinked. I was only joking, Ivo. I can see it's been difficult. Your mother... It must be a shock for you to see her how she is now. Helena was so beautiful, you know. So vibrant. I remember, Ivo said flatly. But she hasn't been like that for a long time. No, of course not. Hood tried to smile. My poor Lydia would be so sad to see her like this. Was it a stroke? Is there any hope of improvement? She has permanent brain damage because she tried to kill herself, and that didn't work out. So, no. There's no chance of her getting any better. A hint of impatience had crept into Ivo's voice, and he regretted it instantly as the older man drew back, alarmed. But she doesn't seem to be unhappy, exactly. It's worse for Dad. At least they're still together. In sickness and in health. Dad meant it. I was the same with Lydia. I'd have done anything for her. But I had no idea about your mother. Hood folded his hands on the top of his stick, a slight tremor running through him. We left Richmond before all of this happened. I remember. You were our favourite neighbours. Ivo's eyes were unfocused for a second. I remember waving goodbye when you drove off. All 5 of us together, before Rosalie disappeared. Awful. Hood said it with true sympathy. Unimaginable. None of us could have known. No, of course not. And Lydia and I didn't realise, you know. We thought... well, with hindsight, we should have kept in touch. He rallied. But I promise you, it's a pleasure to me to see your parents and to give you a bit of a break. I need it. Ivo ran a hand over his head and blinked, looking exhausted. I'll be away for the night on Saturday, but I won't be far from London if you need me. Magnus doesn't help out? Hood asked the question diffidently, almost as if he feared the question was in bad taste. No. A quick, tight smile from Ivo. This isn't Magnus's kind of thing. And you don't find it too much of a burden? It's not as if I have a choice. Oh. Hood moved back, alarmed by the look on Ivo's face. It was a stupid thing to say. No. Sorry, I shouldn't have snapped. Dennis? The television had gone silent, without either of them noticing. Bruce Marshall's voice was still strong. Are you there? Yes, I'm just coming. Ivo winced. Are you sure, Dennis? I can come back tomorrow. I'm used to it. Don't be silly. Hood moved to the door of the flat sitting room, deft in spite of his limp. You go and relax. Don't worry about anything. I'll do whatever needs to be done. You can count on me. Ivo followed him into the sitting room, where his parents sat in armchairs on either side of a fireplace that didn't work, staring at a big, old-fashioned television. Horses galloped towards the camera in a foreshortened blur. The colour contrast was turned up, so the grass of the racecourse was luminous green. Dad, I'm going now. Dennis is going to be here over the weekend, so if you need anything, he can sort it out for you. You aren't coming? Ivo stopped, caught Dennis Hood's eye, and said, more firmly than usual, No, not unless you need me. Bruce laced his hands over his stomach, staring unhappily across at the slumped figure of his wife. Her eyes were vacant, and her mouth hung open. Grey hair straggled over her shoulders. Dennis Hood looked away from her, uncomfortable. Ivo bent and kissed his father's cheek. But if you do need me, I'll be here, I promise. Let him go, Bruce. Dennis sat down in the chair beside his friend and patted his arm. We have plenty of catching up to do. Sabiha will make dinner and put Mum to bed, Ivo reminded his father, pulling his jacket on. And Dennis said he'd be back tomorrow. All day, Hood confirmed. And Sunday. There's golf to watch. Ah, good. Bruce nodded and raised a hand in blessing. You go, Ivo. I'll see you in a couple of days. It will be nice to catch up with Dennis. Ivo bent over his mother, dropping a kiss near her forehead, without actually making contact with her skin. As he left the room, Dennis Hood leaned over conspiratorially. Do you remember Sammy Moguel? Bruce clapped his hands and crowed. Do I? How could I forget her? Neither of them heard the front door close, and if Helena was aware of it, she made no sign. 5. I knew exactly where I was going as soon as I heard the address. A flat in a mansion block in Battersea, overlooking the park. I took down the details automatically, scrawling them in my notebook, distracted. I'd lived in Battersea once, and I'd been happy. In ordinary circumstances, I would have been focused on the case, not where it was. Today's job seemed straightforward, though. Tragic, but not complicated. As I drove, I found myself on familiar streets, passing places I hadn't been for a long time. And I thought about the past, instead of what was coming my way. The address was on Prince of Wales Drive. I found a space and got out of the car, but instead of heading straight for the scene, I stood still. The air was clear and earthy, and in the distance, waterfowl honked in a minor key. Bare branches stretched over the railings, reaching towards the road, and the red brick mansion blocks that ran down the other side, symmetrical and magnificent, layered with white painted brickwork, so they looked like elaborate cakes. They hummed of privilege and wealth, and the finest Victorian building. And they would probably last twice as long again as the glass and metal high-rise flats that were springing up around the sturdy white chimneys of the old power station. I had parked near one of the park gates. On a whim, I slipped through it and fell back through time. Nothing had changed. There was the lake, where ducks were squabbling over food thrown by two earnest small children in hand-knitted jumpers, their mother bending over them. And there was a dog walker, managing a brace of mismatched hounds. And there, as ever, pairs of earnest ladies of a certain age, deep in conversation. I kept up a brisk pace, and it was barely a detour, but I was lost in my memories for a self-indulgent minute or two. Until one of the less happy memories from that time resurfaced. A man who had watched me when I was in that very park, with every intention of causing me harm. A prickle of unease made me stop to scan the path behind me. I saw nothing except trees, a few joggers, and a couple walking hand in hand. The sense of danger lingered, though, and I was happy to leave at the next gate, focusing my attention on the job instead of myself. I had run laps of this park hundreds of times, and I had read the papers on lazy winter afternoons in nearby pubs, and I had kissed my boyfriend by the river, and I had wondered about the people who lived in the mansion blocks. Now it was time to think about how they died. I walked through the gate, and a hand closed around my elbow. Christ! I yanked myself free before I thought about it, and my free-floating anxiety found a focus in the man who was smirking at me. No, only me. Panic receded, replaced by irritation, but also wariness. D.I. Josh Derwent had a trouble-making glint in his eye. What are you doing? Were you watching me? I was waiting for you to finish your nature walk and get on with some work, if it's not too much trouble. All I did was walk through the park instead of outside it, I began, hearing the note of apology in my voice and hating it. It was always the same, me on the defensive, Derwent self-assured and assertive. I know. Derwent tilted his head to consider me, and I took the opportunity to look at him too. Something about him was different, but I couldn't pin it down. As usual, his suit was immaculate, his hair neat, his expression coolly amused by some joke he wasn't sharing. He looked thinner, and I wondered if he was training for a marathon, or if there was some other reason for it. What he made of me, I couldn't guess. You didn't look as if you were enjoying yourself, he said at last. I felt as if someone was staring at me, so that ruined it, I said accusingly. Like before. His thoughts had been running along the same lines as mine then. I didn't think you'd remember that. It was a long time ago. I remember. You know, given that you have so much experience of being in danger, you could do with looking around you occasionally, paying attention to that little voice in your head. I looked back. I know. I folded my arms. Well, maybe if you hadn't been lurking here, I wouldn't have felt as if I was under surveillance. Most people would just say hello. I'm not most people. He leaned closer, his voice low. You know what I am. The words spun through my mind. Friend, landlord, colleague, bad boy, worst nightmare, almost lover. And stopped on the right one. My boss. Exactly, he grinned. So, do you want to visit the scene or just skip it and go for a stroll? If anyone's holding things up, it's you. I slid past him. Let's go. He was smiling to himself as we walked towards Leinster Mansions. It was halfway along the road, a fine 6-story edifice, with a gathering of police vehicles and uniformed officers and forensic service vans in front of it. Outside the police tape stood a small cluster of gawkers, who seemed typical of the local community. genteel elderly people with small dogs, ultra-fit runners, and a couple of men who might possibly have been drug dealers and would definitely have known where to score if you needed to. I ducked under the tape, showed my credentials to the officer who was on scene guard, and ran up the stairs to the second floor, aware of Derwent on my heels. The front door to the flat was open, revealing a narrow, dark hallway with a wheelchair folded against one wall. I stuck my head in and looked to the left, where there was the promise of daylight. A couple of paper-suited soccos were deep in conversation halfway along the hall. I recognised Kev Cox immediately. He was a bald, middle-aged man, good-natured and hard-working, a brilliant crime scene manager. "Can we come in?" Kev looked around and beamed. "Maeve, I heard you were on your way. Just watch where you step. We're waiting for Dr. Early." "What's the story?" Derwent asked from over my shoulder. "The main area of interest is at the end, in the master bedroom," Kev said. "Working back from there, off this hallway, you have another bedroom, then a bathroom, then the kitchen, and last but not least, the living room. It's quite a big place." "Swanky location." He pulled a face. "A bit stuffy for me. We've already been told off for making too much noise on the balcony outside the living room." "What were you doing?" I asked. "Don't cry for me, Argentina." He was one of the only people I'd ever met whose eyes actually twinkled when he laughed. "You know I'm famous for my Evita impression." "And you look so like her," Derwent said. "Hilarious." Kev nodded towards the living room. "Your colleague is in there." I walked on the footplates that were laid down like stepping stones and made it to the first open door, where, with a flash of pleasure, I found Detective Constable Liv Bowen. She had been back from maternity leave for 3 months, and every day I thanked my stars that she'd returned. She was standing by a large window that overlooked the park, her attention focused on her phone. I took a moment to consider the old-fashioned decor, the walls peach and the carpet dark green, the furniture overstuffed and the curtains fussy. A narrow balcony ran along outside the windows. I was really looking for clues to the character of the people who lived there, but found very little. No books, a large and dated television, a couple of bland paintings on the walls. Through an archway, there was a formal dining room, with a long mahogany table that was polished but empty and slightly too big for the space it occupied. A painting leaned against the wall, face in. A medicine container marked with days of the week lay on the table, and a stick hung on the back of one chair. There was a single framed photograph on a low table, a family picture from a holiday somewhere hot. They were sitting around a table under a tree, caught in a sun-dappled moment. 2 boys, one hunched and awkward, one sprawling in teenage lankiness. A little girl with dark hair who was staring at the camera, wide-eyed. The father with his mouth open as if he was talking, and the mother turning her head to one side, inscrutable behind huge dark glasses, her hair sleek and fair. "What have we got?" Derwent asked. "Oh, sorry." Liv shoved her phone in her pocket. "Is everything okay?" I moved towards her, concerned. "Sonny's childminder thinks he might be coming down with something because he didn't eat much breakfast. I can't bear it if he gets sick again, Maeve. He's been snotty ever since he started going to her." "That's normal, isn't it? Being around other kids, sharing germs, it's good for him." "It's not good for me. I need sleep." She had shadows under her eyes. "That's the first thing to go when he's sick, and I'm always the one who gets up to deal with him. Joanne seems to be able to sleep through anything. Annoying, I said sympathetically, while wondering how soon I could ask her about the case without being uncaring. Joanne says I'm trying to do too much. Does she? And what exactly was Joanne doing, if Liv was running herself ragged with childcare and work? Derwent cleared his throat. This is fascinating, but what I wanted was to hear about the murder, if at all possible. 2 bodies, a husband and wife. He killed her and then himself, Liv said. Their carer found them this morning in their bedroom. I shivered. I hate these cases. So bleak. There's always a sad story behind it. And not really a crime. Liv amended her statement before Derwent could jump on it. Nothing to investigate, I mean. You seem very confident that you know what happened. Derwent folded his arms. Have you even seen the bodies? It looks very straightforward, honestly. A faint flush of colour warmed Liv's cheeks. Kev said there were 2 bedrooms. Did they live on their own? I asked quickly. They had a carer who came every morning and evening to cook and clean. She helped them get up and go to bed, but otherwise it was just the 2 of them. The 2nd bedroom isn't really usable as a bedroom. Why not? It's full of archive boxes, piled up to the ceiling practically. The only space left is for a desk. They'll be worth a look, Derwent said. That's the sort of thing you can do, Liv. She looked startled. There's hundreds of them, though. Then you'd better get on with it, as soon as Kev gives you permission. Why? I asked. What makes you think it's important? I don't know if it'll give us a reason for why they died, but at the very least it should be interesting. Derwent looked past me to Liv. Didn't anything else occur to either of you about them? What about their names? I flipped my notebook open and read them again. Bruce and Helena Marshall. As I said it, the name sounded familiar. Not the couple whose daughter disappeared 20 years ago. The very same, Derwent said, with some satisfaction. The name rang a bell, and I recognised the family in the photograph over there. It was actually 16 years ago this summer. I'm betting the boxes in the spare room are to do with the investigation. It's coming back to me. Liv clicked her fingers. People thought they did something to her. And Helena was the one they blamed, but I don't recall why, I said slowly. Worth finding out, wouldn't you say? Derwent was at his silkiest. In case someone decided blaming them wasn't enough. 6. What are we waiting for? We had been in the flat for 10 minutes at the most, but Derwent was pacing up and down like a caged wolf, snapping with impatience. Delays brought out the worst in him, and his best wasn't all that great. Dr. Early, I said, as Kev told you. Doctor, sorry I'm late. He turned to Liv. If the bedroom is out of bounds, why are we okay to stay in here and touch things? The bedroom is the only place that wasn't forensically compromised. I was the first one here after the response officers, so I saw it before Kev got here. And you're allowed in here because he cleared this room already. Liv looked around. There wasn't much to check, he said, thanks to the carer. Sabiha Qureshi. She was in here first thing. Where is she? Can we talk to her? She had to go to her next clients. The agency couldn't provide cover for her. But we can talk to her later, Liv said quickly, as Derwent's face darkened. And I did run through the timeline with her. So, what time did Sabiha leave last night? I asked. 7. She came back at 7:45 this morning and let herself in, which was normal. She had a key. She was a bit surprised Bruce wasn't up already. He was usually having his breakfast when she got in. She just assumed he was resting and left them to sleep for a few minutes while she did some household jobs. Including cleaning. It smells of furniture polish in here. Yep. Liv pulled a face. I've never seen Kev so upset. Sabiha cleaned the kitchen and bathroom, as well as in here. For God's sake, Derwent said. Why couldn't she have been lazy? No fingerprints, no DNA. Same as when the daughter disappeared, if I remember correctly. I had been taking notes. Did Sabiha usually put them to bed by 7? That seems early. How old were they? Bruce was 75 and Helena was 62, but she was the one who needed support. The carer put her to bed every evening, and last night was no exception. Bruce didn't always go to bed at the same time as Helena, but he didn't like watching television in here without her. He would go into the second bedroom and do some reading or writing if he didn't want to go to bed. He always got up by himself, quite early. Helena stayed in bed until Sabiha came in the mornings. What did she say about today? The short version? The flat was tidy, but she gave it a once-over before knocking on the bedroom door. She didn't know anything was wrong until she went in. No sign of a break-in. Derwent checked. And Liv shook her head. Was there a note? I asked. No. You'd think Bruce would have left something on the door. Derwent was looking thoughtful. Dear Sabiha, don't come in. Call the police. Love, Bruce. It would have taken him 10 seconds. Maybe he didn't think of it because he was distracted by planning to kill his wife, I suggested, and got a glare for my trouble. Sabiha knocked on the bedroom door at 8:05. The door was closed, but not locked. She opened it and found the curtains were closed and one of the bedside lights was on. They were both in bed and both very dead. Liv closed her notebook, and that was all she had to say. She called a family friend because he'd been there over the weekend instead of the usual son. She wasn't sure it was the right thing to do, but the son was away apparently, so she followed his instructions and called the friend. Don't they have 2 sons? I looked over at the holiday photo, checking. I did ask. The second one has more or less no contact with the family, apparently. The friend is Dennis Hood. He came round, had a quick look to make sure she wasn't mistaken, although I don't know how you could be wrong about something like that, and he called us straight away. And where is he now? Derwent demanded. The flat next door. He's waiting to be interviewed. He was in a bit of a state, so the neighbours took him in. Poor man. It's not what you expect on a Monday morning. I don't really want to talk to him until we've seen the bodies. Derwent checked his watch and sighed. What about the sons? Have we tracked them down? Not yet. Why not? Derwent asked the question with deadly politeness, but Liv knew him well enough to quail. I was here, waiting for you. They need to be informed, don't you think? As the next of kin? I'll get on it straight away. Liv hurried out of the room, her face red, and I shook my head. Not necessary, and not kind. She needs to raise her game. He was standing with his back to me, looking out over the park. Concentrate on the job, not her kid. She's doing her best. No, she's not. He glanced at me. If she's working with you, she needs to be alert. I don't want any harm to come to you while she's on the phone to her childminder. I can look after myself. A genuine smile narrowed his eyes. It's sweet that you believe that. But someone usually has to keep you out of trouble. Oh, is that what you've been doing? I don't feel you've done a very good job. Imagine how much worse it could have been without me. Or better, I said. It might have been better. Maeve. A note of reproach this time. I abandoned the teasing and wandered around the living room and dining room, taking a closer look at the few personal effects I'd noticed. Everything reinforced my first impression that this wasn't much of a home. I picked up the painting that had been leaning against the dining room wall and straightened to discover that Derwent was inches away from me. What have you got there? I held it out so we could look at it together. You might know. Was that their house? Looks like it. The house was in Richmond, wasn't it? By the river. The river was at the end of their garden. I remember that much. The painting was amateurish, the grain of the canvas visible through the thin layer of paint, but it was still recognisably a Georgian house with a fanlight and dormer windows at the attic level. Trees crowded around it, and a wide lawn filled the foreground. I tilted the frame, trying to read the artist's signature, but it was a squiggle. One of the theories was that the girl drowned. They never found a body. You know bodies don't always come to the surface. It's possible she did. Lots of things were possible. It was one of those cases. Many theories and not enough facts. Kidnapping, accident, murder, or your best guess. But the girl never came to light again, dead or alive. Derwent brooded on it. I knew the first SIO. I should let him know about the parents, as a courtesy. I think it's strange that it all died down so quickly, I said. We're both struggling to remember the details. You'd think the media would have covered the case over and over again, given that she was a pretty little girl from a wealthy family. But the story just faded out of the spotlight. The mother was famous, wasn't she? A media type. They look after their own. I had a vague memory of a blonde with self-consciously tasteful clothes and a heavy hand with eyeliner. She had been famous for being famous before she turned into some sort of campaigner. I'm not sure she was a media type, but she was good at generating outrage, from what I remember. Derwent was standing behind me, so close that I could feel the warmth of his body against mine in the slightly chilly dining room. The flat's heating was switched off to preserve the crime scene in the best possible condition, and I had been regretting the lack of my big coat. He had been keeping his distance lately, literally and emotionally, and I had wondered if I'd done something wrong. There was every chance it was nothing to do with me. A late devotion to professionalism, perhaps. Or maybe it was the best way to deal with the attraction that had been smouldering between us since the previous summer. The attraction that I was never, ever going to admit again, let alone act upon. And since Derwent was fully committed to his girlfriend, her son, and the suburbs, I didn't need to worry about it. But I still longed to lean back against him. Just for a moment. 16 years ago, he said. Do you think it prompted whatever happened here? Grief can be difficult like that. It hides for years, and then it overwhelms you. He was all business, not lover-like. I gave myself a mental shake. Do you know what else can be difficult to live with? Guilt. About the daughter. I'm just saying, there were rumours about what happened. Both of the parents were arrested at different times, weren't they? The investigating team had a good look at them anyway. Maybe some new information came to light. Another reason to talk to my mate. Find out what the team really thought about the little girl. Sorry to interrupt. Kev leaned in through the open door. Dr. Early has arrived at last. 7. For someone so robust, Derwent had his squeamish side. He hustled me down the hall to the bedroom where the marshals lay dead. Let's get in and out before the doc does her stuff with the thermometer. I didn't argue. It wasn't my favourite part either. Kev was standing by the door. Gloves. Stay on the footplates. Try not to move around too much or touch anything. Seriously? Derwent raised his eyebrows. Still? He grimaced. You never know, do you? You only need one bad day in court to play it safe forever. I stepped carefully into the room to find the doctor, thin and eager, surveying the bodies. She looked up. Sorry I'm late. Behind me, Derwent turned a chuckle into a cough. Have you seen them already? I shook my head, and she gestured to the bodies. Have a look. Kev had lit the scene in merciless detail, with bright white halogen lights on stands. They bleached out the warmer glow from the bedside lamp on Bruce Marshall's side of the bed. A cordless telephone sat on the table too, along with a couple of books. On Helena's side of the bed, there was nothing but a full water glass, a paper napkin covering it. The room was tidy. Nothing seemed out of place on the chest of drawers that faced the bed. Brushes, a mirror, a man's watch. Cream carpet, cream walls, curtains striped in blue and green, the same old-fashioned style as the rest of the flat. It made me feel suffocated. The curtains stirred gently, moving in a draught. I drew the nearest curtain back with a gloved hand. The sash was raised a couple of inches, but there were stops on either side, so the window couldn't be opened any further. I rattled it to check it was secure, confirming that no one had come in or gone out that way. And then I focused on the double outrage at the centre of the scene. Helena Marshall was lying on her back, her face slack and hollow in the way of the dead. I remembered her as a tall, glamorous woman, but the figure in the bed was frail. Her eyebrows and eyelashes were sparse, and her hair spread out across the pillow in lank strands. Her mouth gaped open, a dark void. I shone my torch over her face, feeling that I was intruding. Her skin was waxy yellow, flecked with red petechiae. There was a pillow lying crumpled against her side of the bed, as if someone had let it fall there. Presumably that's what killed her, Derwent said into the silence, and I winced, as if we might disturb them by speaking too loudly. It's been photographed, Kev said. I'll be bagging it. I'd expect to find saliva on it if it was used to smother her, Dr. Early said, and Kev nodded. Worth checking for trace fibres too. No blood? I asked. Not that I can see at present. Kev, cagey as ever. Then she probably died before that happened. That was lying in the bed beside her, and all up the wall behind the headboard, and sprayed across the lampshade and the phone. Red, predominantly. The top of Bruce Marshall's head was a soft mass of blood and brain and pulverized bone, and his face was horribly distorted from the explosive force that had blown his skull apart. I didn't know he'd shot himself. Liv left that detail out. Derwent was grim. He made his way around to Bruce's side of the bed for a closer look at the weapon. A Webley. We don't see that very often. Usually a shotgun for a gun suicide. They're easier to come by. Do you think that was an old weapon? Well, I don't think he went to Tottenham and borrowed it from his man Dem. Derwent was crouching by the bed, peering at it. I bet you £1,000 that was a service revolver. Could have been his dad's from the Second World War. It hasn't been cleaned in donkey's years. He should have handed it in when they had the amnesty after Dunblane. There must be thousands of firearms that were stuck in the back of a drawer decades ago, or in an attic, and no one even remembers they're there. This could have been one of them. But he had ammunition for it. Derwent shrugged. Why would he dispose of the ammunition if he'd forgotten to get rid of the gun? Have you seen enough? Dr. Early asked. He nodded and stood up, but he was still looking at the two bodies as he moved towards the door, and he was frowning. I felt like frowning myself. Kev, were the bed covers like this when you arrived? I asked. Haven't touched them. I stood for a moment longer, taking it in. Even though I would be able to look at videos of the scene and crime scene photographs, nothing was as good as being able to stand in the room with the bodies. This was the last place Helena and Bruce Marshall had breathed. This was where their souls had departed. An act of love, some might think. Or a final revenge. Or something else entirely. I caught up with Derwent in the second bedroom. He was looming over Liv. How's it going? I looked from him to her, noting the suspicious sheen in her eyes. Is everything okay? I've made a start on the boxes. Her voice wavered, and she cleared her throat. Reams of files about the daughter's disappearance. Interviews, maps, photographs. Police files? No, they hired private investigators. They must have spent a fortune. I recognised a couple of the names as retired cops, though. That doesn't mean they did a good job, Derwent said. No, but it tells you the Marshalls sought out professionals to be involved in the investigation. They really wanted to find out what happened to her. I wonder if any of the private detectives worked on the original case, I said. Maybe the Marshalls wanted people who had nothing to do with the investigation because they weren't happy that the police focused on them. It must have been frustrating when the Marshalls knew they didn't do it, Liv said. They were the most likely suspects, Derwent said, statistically. Yes, statistically. I caught a raised eyebrow from him and doubled down. There are exceptions to the statistics. We've caught a few of them ourselves. There are also good reasons for looking at close family when someone dies. Statistically, women are most likely to be killed by their partners. And here we are, another dead woman beside her loving husband. Yes, but... I trailed off. Was I ready to start sharing half-formed theories with Derwent? But what? His eyes narrowed with suspicion. What did you say to Kev when you were leaving the bedroom? I asked him if the covers had been moved since the bodies were discovered. The bedclothes looked fine to me. Nothing much was out of place, apart from the pillow. Well, that's what I was wondering about. He considered it, frowning in concentration. I knew that he wouldn't ask me what I thought, that he preferred to work it out by himself. Wasn't there anything that bothered you about the scene? He hesitated. Then, I didn't want there to be anything wrong with it, if I'm honest. I wanted this to be straightforward. But there was one thing. I don't know. He stopped as a voice in the hallway made us turn. The doctor on our way out, calling goodbyes. Dr. Early? I hurried to the door. Could you come in here? She came, but she was checking her watch at the same time. I've got to go. I'm late. I'm sure you want to know time of death, but it would only be a guess at this stage. No, I wanted to check something else before the bodies are moved. What was Helena Marshall's cause of death? Probably suffocation with something soft, such as a pillow. She has bruising to her upper lip and nose that's consistent with the application of considerable pressure. I suspect her nose was fractured. I'll know more when I've excised the damaged tissue and examined it under a microscope. She pulled on her coat, preparing to leave. I should be able to fit in the PMs this afternoon. I tried not to think about the doctor removing chunks of the dead woman's face. Dr. Early's assistants were magicians when it came to making bodies look presentable, so their loved ones could recognize them afterwards. But I would know the truth. I noticed she was flat on her back, with her arms by her sides, and the bedclothes weren't rumpled. Is it possible that she cooperated with being suffocated? It's more likely she was unaware of what was happening. She frowned. You'd have thought it's involuntary, the kicking, and the arms coming up when someone is deprived of oxygen. It's a reflex. She couldn't have remained still by force of will. But if she was already unconscious? If she was deeply unconscious, her movements might have been slighter. Or he straightened the bedclothes before he killed himself, Derwent said. Left everything neat and tidy. Yes, but there's a problem with that, isn't there? You noticed the position of the bodies too. He folded his arms, mulish. I don't know what you mean. Liar, I said, without heat, and saw a gleam of amusement in his eyes. Want to act it out? No. That's a good idea, actually. Dr. Early's scientific mind was always delighted by experiments. Liv shrugged at me, unable to intervene. Come on. Derwent led us into the living room, taking off his jacket and rolling up his sleeves. More floor space in here. He lay down and patted the carpet beside him. You be Helena, Maeve. I'll be Bruce. No point in arguing. I sat on the floor and shuffled into position before lying back, my shoulder lined up with his. Closer, Dr. Early said, helpfully. The bed was narrow. We edged towards one another until our arms were pressed together. Helena had her hands by her sides, Liv pointed out. My knuckles brushed against Derwent's thigh as I moved into the right position, and I cringed, rigid with embarrassment. Why had I started this? The bedclothes weren't tucked in, Dr. Early said, so if she'd tried to fight him off, they would have slid down. Let's assume Bruce was her murderer. Derwent turned his head and stared into my eyes. I'm in bed beside you, and I decide the time is right to kill you. He sat up and twisted around, reaching across me. I press my pillow over your face. No, he'd need more force than that, Dr. Early demonstrated. 2 hands, pushing straight down. It's harder than you'd think to suffocate someone. People assume it's a gentle death, but a few years ago at a music festival, some Dutch scientists got a random selection of people of different ages and sizes to smother a dummy to see what the natural methodology is, where they put their hands and weight, and how long they can sustain a lethal amount of pressure. It takes some doing. Big, strong men are better at it than small, frail women, and a lot depends on the angle of attack. I'll take your word for it. Derwent frowned. Bruce wasn't a robust man, was he? I think he'd have had to get out of bed, come round to Helena's side, and smother her while standing over her, I said. Or he did it before he got into bed. That, or he would have had to straddle her. He could have held her arms down with his knees. Go on. Dr. Early was intent on the experiment. My eyes went to Liv. She was chewing her bottom lip, half amused, half wary. Beside me, Derwent shifted his weight onto his left hand and knee and eased his right thigh across my hips. His right hand came down beside my ear, and he paused for a moment, his arms braced, his body over mine. I tried to breathe normally and failed. Then, kneeling astride me, but as if I wasn't even there, he straightened up to address Dr. Early. I'm not going to put my weight on her arms. No, it would bruise. I'll take a close look at Helena's elbows at the PM. But even if I didn't, he brought his knees in tight against me, so my arms were trapped. He leaned forward again, his hands flat on the carpet on either side of my head. He was watching me intently. I hoped I looked unmoved, but he grinned down at me, not fooled for a second. I'm holding the covers down too, you realise. And in this position, I can exert maximum force. Neat and effective. It wouldn't have taken long. Dr. Early took a picture on her phone, looking at me in surprise when I protested. Just for my records. Okay. Of course, the doctor hadn't taken a picture of us in that position for fun. I regrouped. But whatever approach he took, he would have had to move from his side of the bed. And even if he was holding her arms down, her legs would have been free to move as she died. He might have remade the bed afterwards, straightened things up, adjusted the covers so they were pulled up to mid-chest for both of them, and then... what? Got the gun out, Derwent said, levering himself off me and returning to his original position. Loaded the gun, possibly. He could have stashed it in his bedside table, ready to use. He turned away from me, reached towards an imaginary table, and loaded an imaginary gun, lay back, and mimed pointing the gun into his mouth. He shoots himself in the head, blood everywhere. The recoil could have made his hand fall back on his chest, Dr. Early said. Yes, but look at how we're positioned, I said. I'm dead, so I'm not moving. He's been busy sorting out the bed and getting ready to blow the top of his head off. Where does Bruce end up? Derwent looked down at his shoulder, which was in front of mine. Yeah, that's not how it was. His left arm was under hers. So, he was the one who died first. Liv frowned. But the blood covered both of them. She had flecks of it all over her face. If he died first, the blood on her face should have been smeared by the pillow pressing down on it. His blood should have been all over the pillow too. And obviously, he couldn't kill her if he was dead. I didn't want to say it. I think they might both have been unconscious when they died, unable to fight back. It was staged, Derwent said softly. And I nodded. Not a murder-suicide after all. Just a straightforward double murder. 8. The stairwell was quiet, and I paused to notice the silence. The flats were solidly built, and the soundproofing seemed excellent, which was good for the residents but bad for us. So far, no one seemed to have heard anything. Derwent swung out of the flat behind me as if someone was chasing him. Where are you going? To see Dennis Hood. He's been waiting for ages next door. On your own? Yeah, I think I can manage it by myself. He looked surprised, and for an unguarded moment, hurt. Then the mask snapped back into place. Maybe you can, and maybe you can't. Let's not assume anything. I made a small, helpless gesture. All right, come with me if you like. He stopped. I haven't been working with you for a while, and I enjoy it. So I thought I'd come along. Straightforward honesty from Derwent. It was more unsettling to me than any sarcasm or insinuation. I wondered if it was a trick or if he really meant it. And it was only when Dennis Hood was sitting in front of us, blank-eyed with shock, that I stopped thinking about it and came back to full attention. We had all refused the offer of tea, and the marshal's neighbour had retired, hurt, to her kitchen. I can't drink any more of it. Hood looked down at his hands, which were shaking. She's given me cup after cup of it. People don't know what to do or say in these situations. Tea is a way of providing comfort, I said. I just don't like it much. He was a slim man with cropped silver hair and a beard, and I wondered if the shock had aged him, or if he was always so frail. He looked lost in the large velvet-covered armchair. First of all, I'm so sorry. Were you friends with the Marshalls? For a long time. Decades. With Bruce, really. We're the same age. He gave a dry little laugh. We were. I should be used to this by now. Friends die off in handfuls when you reach this stage in life. So, you were close? At one time. But I hadn't seen them in years. I had moved away, you see, with my wife, before Rosalie disappeared. When I lived near them, I was friends with Bruce, and I saw him regularly. But sometimes we would go a few months without seeing each other. We always picked up where we left off. I thought that nothing would change after we moved. Then Rosalie disappeared, and they were never the same again. I tried to keep in touch, but it was difficult. It can be very hard to move on from something like that, especially with the uncertainty. I sometimes think it's easier to know the truth, even if it's bad news. Mr. Hood looked at me approvingly. You're a nice woman. It's just that I've seen a lot of sadness. I could feel Derwent studying the side of my face, and I flipped the page of my notebook. Where do you live now, Mr. Hood? I have a house in Bristol. Not as grand as the one in Richmond when I lived near Bruce and Helena. But I'm on my own now. He sighed. They had a wonderful life with the family. Just the kind of thing you might dream of. Then Rosalie... He broke off, shook his head. We were all devastated, of course. The investigation took up so much of their time and energy from that point on. I did try to be supportive. That can be difficult, Derwent said quietly. Well, Helena made it difficult. He ran a hand down his thigh, suddenly awkward. I'm speaking frankly. Please do. She was the kind of person who took offense easily. She would wait for someone to say the wrong thing and then attack. I suspected it was her way of relieving her pent-up feelings of grief and guilt, because she was bad at admitting that she had any emotions at all. But it was rather like juggling live grenades. It wasn't a case of whether there would be an explosion, but when. So you lost touch? I couldn't be around them. It was too painful. He sighed. I feared that something like this would happen. They became completely dependent on one another in a very unhealthy way. They shut everyone else out. I didn't even know that they'd left the house in Richmond until the other day. Why did they leave the house? A combination of things, from what Bruce said. Money, for one. It was a beautiful house, but always in need of some kind of repair. I remember Helena complaining that everything leaked. And then it was big for the two of them on their own once the boys left. What about their health? How would you say they were? I was shocked when I saw Bruce. He'd lost a lot of weight. He used to be fitter than me. Mind you, I'm on a stick too. He managed a weak smile. I've had a new knee and a new hip, and I think I was better off with the old ones. What about Helena? I asked. Do you know what was wrong with her? She took an overdose a while after Rosalie, you know. She was never the same. She barely spoke when I was with them over the weekend. I think Bruce was glad to have some company. I can imagine. He hesitated. I wondered if Bruce was developing dementia. He was very vague at times. He seemed to lose the thread of what he was saying. And once or twice he spoke to me about things I hadn't said, like that I was going to Egypt. I told him he had me confused with someone else, and he became quite distressed. If you're talking to the boys, you might ask them if they had noticed any cognitive decline. Their GP would know, presumably, Derwent said. They never saw the same one twice, according to Bruce. It's not like the old days, where you knew your doctor and your doctor knew you. And moving wouldn't have helped, obviously. They hadn't had time to get to know people, neighbours and so forth. Not like it was in Richmond with Dr. Fuller. His face softened at the memory, his eyes wet. Why did you come to see them now, after so long, Mr. Hood? I asked. I'd put it off and put it off. There was always some excuse for me to avoid coming to London. And then I thought I wasn't getting any younger, and neither were my friends, and I should make the effort to travel while I could. The letter I sent them bounced back, but I got hold of Ivo. Tell me about yesterday. I was with them all day, from about 11 until 6. Their carer was there when I left. Bruce was fairly cheerful, if anything. I was planning to call in this morning to say goodbye, and he said he'd see me then. Mr. Hood shook his head. Hard to imagine he was already planning to do what he did. When the carer called me, I was floored. Absolutely floored. Why did she call you? I asked. I'd left Bruce my number in the kitchen in case he ran into any difficulties. Their son, Ivo, usually comes to the rescue, but Ivo had asked for the weekend off, and I was glad to be able to help. I wasn't thinking of anything like this, obviously. He raised a hand to his forehead, his fingers trembling. For this to happen when Ivo was away. But perhaps that was why Bruce decided to do it now. The carer rang me. I got dressed and went to the flat, which was 5 minutes from my hotel. I had a quick look at the situation, called the police and removed myself so I wasn't in the way. I didn't want to stay. He blinked, his eyes watering. Bruce was a good friend. To lose him like that, and to see what he'd done to Helena, it was upsetting. He must have thought it was the best way out. I leaned back, my elbow brushing against Derwent's arm. Both of us jumped. I recovered to say, would it surprise you to hear that we're treating it as a double murder, rather than a murder-suicide? What? Really? He looked stunned. Someone killed them? Heavens. They're poor boys. Who could possibly? But then, I was so upset to think of Bruce being in such terrible distress when I hadn't noticed. He was talking to himself more than to us. I mean, yes. Murder. My God. That changes everything. 9. Dennis Hood was right. A double murder did change everything. An hour after Derwent had called our boss, Detective Superintendent Una Burt, there were 8 of us standing in the faded, chintzy living room. Dr. Early said it might take a while to get the lab results back so we can see if they were drugged, I explained. Why would you need to drug them? Pete Belcott looked around at our blank faces. They wouldn't have been difficult to overpower. "Shut up, Pete," Derwent said. "Just stop talking." Pete blinked, wounded. He was stocky, with heavily greased hair, and I had hated working with him since day one. Time and proximity had only made me sure I was right to dislike him. "I was only saying." "We heard what you were saying." If it was someone who knew them well, like a family member, they might have wanted to avoid a confrontation, I said. Or maybe the killer didn't want to leave anything to chance. Una frowned. "Is it possible Mr. Marshall gave his wife an overdose and then killed himself? I don't want to commit major resources here unnecessarily." "There's the position of the bodies too," I said quickly, as Derwent's expression darkened. He didn't like being questioned, and particularly not by Una. "The bodies could have been moved by whoever discovered them. This carer. And who else? Their friend?" "I spoke to the carer," Liv said, "and she was adamant that neither of them had touched the bodies, except that Dennis Hood checked for a pulse in Helena's neck. He didn't bother with Bruce. Given that half his head was missing." "Yes, thank you, Josh. Have we spoken to Mr. Hood yet?" "Just now," I said. "I sent him back to his hotel." "Are you suggesting that we got this wrong, boss?" Derwent asked. "Hoping. The last thing I need is another complex investigation." "So what's the plan?" Her mouth thinned. He was passing it back to her to make the final decision on what we did, as was right and proper, given that she was his boss. But we all knew there was really no choice about it. "Treat it as a double homicide for now. Do you think the family background is significant?" "The missing daughter? It's worth assuming there's a connection. Most families never experience one major crime, let alone two." "Little Rosalie Marshall," Una said, almost to herself. "I don't remember that case," Georgia said, and Vidya shook her head too. "It dropped out of the headlines quickly," Derwent explained. "The family didn't seek out publicity." "That's unusual, isn't it?" Colin blinked behind his heavy glasses. He was the sort of man who always looked as if his anorak was close at hand, even if he wasn't actually wearing it. Today, he was wearing it. "The family's usually desperate for publicity." "The Marshalls got the wrong sort of publicity," Una Burt said. "The report started out sympathetic, and then the tone changed. There were circumstances that made the investigation focus on the parents, rather than widening the net. You can understand why they shunned the limelight after that." "I'd like to find out what the investigating team made of them," Derwent said. "I was planning to get in touch with the SIO." "Yes, good, do that." She looked at me expectantly. "I'm going to speak to the carer again." "Who let her leave?" "Sorry." Liv's face was flaming. "Liv didn't know there was any reason to keep her here," I said, defensive. "But you did, Maeve." Una Burt was always one to put the boot in where she could. I knew the remark was intended to make Liv feel she'd fucked up. "People depend on her. I'm not sure I'd have insisted." Burt registered the dissent with a twitch of one eyebrow and moved on. "Colin, can you review whatever security there was here? CCTV, obviously. I noticed a couple of cameras in the hall downstairs." "I've already been making a list." "Of course you have." Her face softened. Una Burt lived for efficiency, and people who kept their emotions neatly under wraps at work. And Colin was ideal in both respects. "We need to speak to all the neighbours. Vidya and Georgia, start on the top floor and work down. Pete, you start on the ground floor. You can meet in the middle." Pete would do far less than the two women and complain about it much more. "Oh, you can go with them, Liv," Una said casually. Along with his many undesirable attributes, Pete regularly questioned Liv about her partner Joanne, and what they might do with one another, so I knew she liked to avoid him. She looked down at the floor and blinked furiously. I turned to Bert, ready to argue the point, but Derwent got there first. If Pete isn't capable of routine inquiries on his own at this point in his career, he's in the wrong job. Hey, Pete said in protest. Derwent ignored him. Liv can keep working through the spare bedroom. There's stacks of information, literally. He threw Liv his car keys. It's too much for you to take in one journey, so let's share it out between vehicles. Start with the first stack next to the door. It probably has the most recent material in it. I'll take that lot back to the Nick. She nodded, and I felt a glow of gratitude to Derwent for finding her a way out. I kept my face absolutely impassive, however. Una didn't like being bested, and she didn't like people taking Derwent's side over hers, and she didn't like me all that much. Recently she had received her longed-for promotion and permanent control of our team, so she was 2 full ranks above Derwent, and therefore entitled to demand respect. The trouble was that Derwent didn't do respect. Moreover, rank had no influence on his opinion of people, which was one reason why he was still an inspector. The miracle was that he'd ever managed to get promoted in the first place. With seniority came wisdom about which battles were worth fighting, and Una wisely decided this wasn't one of them. Right, good. Is everyone happy? Who's speaking to the family? Georgia asked. It's just the 2 sons. Response officers are informing them, Derwent said. You didn't think it was important to get their reaction? I would have wanted to go myself instead of handing the job off to uniforms. Una Bert's neck was blotched with pink, a sure sign that she'd lost her temper. I don't actually think it'll make the difference between a conviction and them going free if I'm not standing right in front of them when they hear the news. And the officers have body-worn cameras. We'll have a record of how they react if they don't know already. Then that's all right. Exactly what I thought. He held her gaze for a moment longer, then looked away. There was no warmth between the superintendent and her inspector. Right, everyone. Get going. Josh, you'd better show me the bedroom. With very bad grace, Derwent set off and she followed, taking 2 strides to every one of his, bobbing along on stumpy legs, without grace in her movements or her manner. And yet, there was a part of me that respected her for her confidence. I wished I knew how she did it. The room emptied after Bert left, Georgia and Vidya with their heads together, Pete yawning as he went. Colin had slipped away first, on the hunt for his CCTV. Liv sat down in the chair on one side of the fireplace and buried her face in her hands. Are you all right? Sort of. Not really. I sat in the chair opposite her. What's up? Was it what Bert said to you? A bit. Liv ran her fingers under her eyes, smearing the tears away. She wasn't wrong. I didn't do a very good job when I got here. I missed loads of stuff, but I'm so tired, and I've got a headache. I have painkillers. I took some, an hour ago. She sniffed. I'm falling apart, Maeve. You're not. You're just exhausted. It's hard, coming back to work. I thought I'd be happy. 2 more tears streaked down her cheeks. I was so glad to be back. Was Josh giving you a hard time about it too? No, not at all. I thought he made you cry earlier, after we viewed the bodies. He was being nice. She rubbed at her cheeks. He told me to make Joanna do her share and blame him if she complains. He said I was important to the team. Relief made me smile. It'll get easier. I still don't think you did anything wrong. I lowered my voice even more. If I didn't know better, I'd think Una has it in for you. She wanted me to leave the team, so you're probably right. Because you can't work and be a mother? I had one eye on the doorway, in case Bert appeared unexpectedly. Apparently. Liv shrugged. That's the choice she made, I suppose. But I can tell you she disapproves like hell of mine. We all make choices. There's no such thing as the perfect life. Everyone has to sacrifice something, somewhere along the way. I sat back, shifting my weight in the chair. Thanks, Maeve. You know, I was thinking... She broke off. Are you even listening to me? I was pulling on a glove, preparing to delve down the side of the armchair between the cushion and the frame. I think I heard something. It rustled when I moved. Hang on. It was a piece of paper, lined, torn roughly from a notepad. On it, someone had scrawled a few words in pencil. BDK? ? How? ? Check dates. The last line was underlined twice, so hard that the pencil had dug through the paper. What's that? It was down the side of the chair. A note. Is it important? Liv was too good a police officer not to be interested instantly. Do you think it was hidden deliberately? I'd say it was pushed down so no one could see it. I snapped a picture of it with my phone. The writing looked urgent, as if it had been scribbled under great pressure. Liv came over to look at it as I went hunting for an evidence bag. Does it mean anything to you? I slipped it into the bag. No, not yet. But I'll work it out. 10. Is that all? Derwent tilted the scrap of paper inside the evidence bag, as if it might reveal some hidden message. I just thought it might be relevant. It's not exactly going to secure a conviction. He handed it back to me, and I pressed my lips together to stop myself from arguing with him. I have to go. I'm meeting the carer. I was glad to escape the flat, which was beginning to look like it was in the middle of a thorough burglary. Every drawer hung open, every cupboard door was ajar, and every surface was piled high with things that we had ferreted out to inspect. I'll come too. He hustled me towards the door, murmuring, If we stay, she'll find something shitty for me to do. She was Una Burt, who had spent a lot of time making it very clear that she wasn't going to interfere with how Derwent ran the investigation, and then proceeded to do exactly that. Superintendent Burt to you, I said, once we were out of range. She's not exactly wearing the promotion lightly. You are being careful with her, aren't you? He looked at me for a second with that unnerving focus. She can't get rid of me. I get results, and that makes her look good. She doesn't have to like me to know she needs me. Maybe, but play it safe. Worried about me? Frequently. He stretched, effortlessly arrogant. You'd miss me if I was gone. Is that a statement or a question? A statement. But I want to hear you say it. Well, you can want. I'm not here to pander to your ego. That got a genuine grin from him, and he fell into step beside me easily as we walked down the road. The weak spring sunshine made the bare trees in the park gleam. Where are we meeting Sabiha? She has another client on Prince of Wales Drive. She should be free in a few minutes. I said I'd drive her to the next one so she can spare us 15 minutes. The poor woman doesn't seem to have much time to herself. All her clients are within walking distance of here, but only just, and she's on the move constantly. Crappy job, Derwent said. A necessary one. Well, obviously. They're like us. They clean up people's shit and don't get thanked for it. I think our pay and conditions are better. Only just, probably. Derwent checked his watch. Do we have time to get coffee before we interview her? No. And why are we interviewing her anyway? I'm starting to think you're checking up on me again. I thought I'd proved myself today. Hood wasn't what I'd call a difficult interview. He relented. You got him to trust you. You made him like you. Classic Maeve. So, shadowing me when I interview Sabiha isn't because you think I'll do a bad job? He looked surprised. No, of course not. I was only teasing when I said that about Hood. Then, why? What do you mean? Tread carefully, I thought. It's just that over the last couple of months, if anything, I'd have said you were avoiding me. As you said, we haven't worked together much. That's ridiculous. He seemed relaxed to the point of torpor. It was only the tightness around his eyes that was a giveaway. Is it? I've barely seen you since Christmas. You've been working with Vijay a lot. Jealous, are we? Certainly not. I noticed it, that's all. And so did Georgia, who feels left out. Vijay's got the potential to be a decent copper, unlike Georgia. A sidelong glance. She appreciates my expertise. I'm sure she does, but so do I. You've left me to work with Liv. Liv needs a sympathetic colleague while she settles back into the job. Yes? And Chris Pettifer needs what exactly? We don't have time to make a list of everything Chris needs. Well, he doesn't need me, I said. And as for Liv, she would be furious if she knew you were encouraging me to hold her hand. The best way to get her confidence back is to let her face the difficult situations head on, instead of protecting her from them. It's not that I don't want to help her, but she's got to feel she can cope on her own. That's not always easy, Maeve. He said it gently, but there was something in his tone that brought me up short. There was more going on here than I could understand. If I wanted him to be honest with me, I needed to risk being honest with him. Look, I know I sound whiny. It's just that I miss you when we aren't working together. His mouth tensed, but he said nothing. And I think you miss me too, which is why you're acting like my shadow now that we have the excuse to be together. I stood still, and he carried on for a couple of paces. Then slowly, reluctantly, came back to face me. But I don't understand why we need an excuse, Josh. It was after last summer. Last summer, I repeated, when we were undercover. We had been posing as a couple to catch a killer. You know what happened? Nothing. I said it quickly, and he raised his eyebrows. Not quite accurate, is it? I knew that I was blushing. Nothing that need trouble anyone. It troubled Melissa. Oh. But that's not new, is it? She's always been protective of you. Melissa had transformed Derwent into a family man, instead of the restless womanizer he had been when I first knew him. I assumed it had taken constant vigilance, at least in the early days of their relationship. Delicately pretty and gentle, she had been sweet to me, but with a touch of reserve that I recognized as a warning. Back off, he's mine. And until recently, I hadn't minded. Derwent gave me a rueful grin, knowing exactly what I meant. This was different, I suppose. The amount of time we spent together, and the circumstances, and how I was when I came back. I knew how he had been, unhappy and unable to hide it. What happened? Did she make you promise not to work with me? She tried. I said no. I told her she couldn't control my job and how I do it. I let her call the shots in almost every other aspect of my life. I decide how often I see Luke, and I decide what happens at work. And other than that, she's in charge. Luke was Derwent's son, a self-possessed 20-something who was the result of a teenage one-night stand. Melissa had not been pleased when he resurfaced, threatened by the new relationship Derwent was forming with him, which was ridiculous, I had wanted to tell her. Derwent had been devoted to her since he met her and her son Thomas. He had committed himself to making them happy, whatever sacrifices that required him to make. She needed to learn to trust him, whatever she felt about me. I didn't care if she didn't like me much. It was nothing to do with me, but something Derwent had said stuck like a burr. If you're the one who decides what happens at work, it was your choice not to work with me. No. He looked around, then took a step closer, lowering his voice even though no one was near enough to hear us. Melissa got in touch with Una. She convinced her that you and I were on the verge of having an affair, if not actually over the side yet. She wanted you to be kicked off the team. I went hot and cold. She couldn't have. She did, and she didn't hold back. His face was grim. I had known Melissa was possessive of him, but not the extent of it. That was the difference I'd noticed in his face earlier. Tension, skillfully hidden. Una decided I shouldn't work with you unless there was no alternative. God, I'd sacrificed enough of my dignity to wring that concession out of her. The only thing that swung it in the end was that she knows you well enough to be sure you wouldn't have done anything with me yet, and you never would. Una told Melissa that she would keep an eye on me. On us. And you know what she's like. A steamroller in drip-dry non-iron polyester, I murmured. I was still thinking about what he had just said. You never would. He hadn't left a pause for me to comment either way, probably deliberately. It was what I thought myself, so why did I jib at hearing him say it? And you didn't tell me any of this because I didn't want you to know. It was bad enough letting Una into my private life. I have to give her credit. She hasn't held it against me. She's not that kind of person. She plays fair, but she expects the same in return. Exactly, and that's what I've been doing. I've worked with everyone but you. I thought it was something I'd done. No, definitely not. He made a move as if he was going to touch my arm, but seemed to change his mind. I'll still see you in the office, and on cases like this. Una's kicking herself, by the way, because if she'd realised the investigation into the Marshals was likely to be complicated, she'd have made someone else the SIO. But I'm hanging on to it. And to you. I told her it would be more awkward to take you off the case than to let it run. I promised I'd be on my best behaviour. God, that must have been hard. I expected him to make a joke in response, but there was a shiver of hurt in Derwent's voice when he replied. You have no idea. I would think about what he had said later, I decided. I checked my watch. We'd better get going. Sabiha will be waiting. 11. Sabiha was a tiny, sweet-faced woman in her 20s who wore a beige veil over her hair. She had suggested meeting at her client's home, but when I phoned her to tell her we had arrived at Cornwall Mansions, she asked me to wait outside. She emerged from the building a few minutes later, out of breath. Her eyes were red. I'm sorry. I thought we could meet inside, but my client wasn't happy. She squeezed her hands together, agonized. I think she was worried the neighbours would assume she was the one who was in trouble with the police. And now I'm wondering if she has something to hide. I smiled to show that I was joking. Please don't worry, Miss Qureshi. Sabiha, please. Is there a cafe anywhere near your next client where we could go? She shook her head. But we can talk here, on the street. The wind had picked up, and there was a keen edge to it. You're shivering, Derwent observed. So let's not do that. We'll sit in the car if you don't mind. Oh, thank you. She blinked up at him, doubtfully, as if she wasn't used to being on the receiving end of much thoughtfulness. I'm not cold, really, but I can't stop shaking. That's shock. I unlocked the car and held open the door so she could climb into the back seat. Have you had anything to eat? I didn't feel like it. I had a glass of water. Leave it with me. Casually, Derwent leaned on the door with his full weight, so it slid out of my hand and closed on her with a soft thunk. He muttered, I'll get her something while you talk. She looks scared of her own shadow. I would guess most things scare her after what she saw this morning. It wasn't pretty. Bruce, in particular, was going to recur in my nightmares, and I'd seen plenty of violent deaths in my time. I'll try to be quick. I watched him lope across the road and disappear into the park. A tall and broad-shouldered figure, with enough natural authority to make the traffic stop for him with an imperious raised hand, on a mission to make an insignificant young woman feel slightly better on the worst day of her life. Then I gave myself a mental shake, looped around the car, and got into the back seat beside Sabiha. It might be easier to talk if I sit beside you. Is that all right? She nodded, biting her lip. I'm just asking you questions because you're a witness to what took place in the Marshal's home, not because you're in trouble. I'm sorry to make you talk about all of this again. It must have been a difficult morning. A difficult day. She raised a hand to her head, her fingers trembling. Nothing has gone right for me. I can't seem to think properly. I'm sure it was traumatic to find them like that. It's not the first time that I've tried to wake a client and discovered they had passed. Some of our clients are very old and very sick. I have seen them die, even, but never from any violence before this. And the blood, the way he looked. Her eyes filled with tears again. He was always so kind, so pleasant, not like some of the clients. That he would do that to Mrs. Marshall, and then himself, it's hard to believe. She leaned back against the seat and closed her eyes for a moment, looking exhausted. When did you start working for the Marshalls? About 5 months ago. They liked to have the same person as much as possible, so they didn't have to explain every time what they wanted their carer to do. And it was good for me to have regular clients in the same area. The managers never schedule enough time for us to travel from one person to the next one, and if you are delayed by something, someone takes a little longer to eat a meal or to get ready for bed, the next client is upset. So you learn you need clients that live in a small area. And it was 7 days a week? Twice a day, but only every other weekend. What were your duties? Mainly cleaning and housekeeping, but also to help Mrs. Marshall dress and undress and wash. Was she very unwell? She never spoke. A word here or there. She couldn't move very much, or hold small items or cutlery. She couldn't manage for herself. Mr. Marshall spoke for her if I asked her a question. She ate because he told her to. He was in charge. He was keeping her alive. Sabiha smiled, remembering. He said one day she would bloom again. And would she have recovered? It was permanent, her condition. Her brain was affected when she took an overdose. She had almost died. Ivo said. She said his name with a slightly different emphasis, lingering over the two syllables with tenderness that aroused my interest. What about Bruce? He was older than her. He needed a stick. He went for a walk every day in the park, though. What about his mind? Was he forgetful? Her brow furrowed. He was very careful not to forget things. He wrote everything down. Where? In a notebook. He kept it in his pocket. What did it look like? Small, red, lined paper, a wire holding it together. I took a moment to translate that. Spiral-bound. She traced circles in the air with her finger. Like this, down the side? Not expensive, just easy to carry around, I think. We hadn't found anything like that in the flat, as far as I knew. I took out my phone and opened the picture of the note I'd discovered down the side of the chair, zooming in so only a few letters were visible. Does this look like Mr. Marshall's writing? And does it look as if the paper came from the notebook? Yes, his writing. It could be the same paper, but I can't be sure. I put my phone away. Now, I want you to think about this morning. Try to remember what it was like when you went into the flat first. Did you notice anything different? Anything unusual? No, nothing. That's why I cleaned the other rooms. The trembling was back, I noted. The police who came were angry that I'd done it, but I would never have touched anything if I'd known. Her small hands were clenched into fists in her lap. There was a note in the kitchen with Mr. Hood's phone number. Ivo always came at weekends. I was glad he had a weekend off. And then, when I found them, I couldn't think. I just remembered that I was supposed to call Mr. Hood, and I did. And he came. I was sitting on the kitchen floor when he arrived, and I don't remember how I got there. I know what that's like, I said, with sympathy. How did Mr. Hood get in? There's a key safe beside the door. He had the code. I looked up to see Derwent coming back to the car. He got into the front seat and handed a cardboard cup to Sabiha and another to me. She had tea, mine was coffee, and I felt myself reviving as I sipped it. Careful, it's hot, Derwent warned. Sabiha was gulping her tea down. It's sweet. I put 2 sugars in. You need it when you've had a shock. He passed a paper bag back to her. That's just a pastry, but it should make you feel better. I waited until she had finished it before I asked my next question, aware that I was pushing into difficult territory. What about in the Marshall's bedroom? Did you notice anything unusual or out of place, aside from the Marshalls themselves? I didn't really see the bodies. I was trying not to look at them. I opened the door, and it smelt wrong, and it was too quiet, so I knew something bad had happened. And the light by the bed was on, which wasn't usual, so I looked for a moment, and then I looked away. What else? Try to remember the rest of the room. There was a pillow on the floor next to Mrs. Marshall's side of the bed. She dropped her chin to her chest. You'll be angry. We're never angry when someone tells us the truth. Derwent sounded as if he was more or less incapable of losing his temper, as unflappable as an air traffic controller. I picked up the pillow, only for a second. Then I realized I shouldn't touch anything, and I put it down again. How did you hold it? I asked. By one corner? That shouldn't be a problem. I was thinking of what Dr. Early had said about the force needed to smother someone. Sabiha could hardly have obliterated any traces of the killer by holding onto it in one place. We'll need a sample of your DNA so we can be sure to eliminate you from our inquiries. But we would have wanted that anyway. Oh, thank goodness. Tears welled up over her lower lashes. I was so scared. All day. I've cried so much my head has been aching. I don't know why I did it. You said it was unusual for the lamp to be switched on in the morning. Was there anything else that was unusual? Was it normal for them to sleep with the windows open in their bedroom? No, unless it was very warm, and even then they preferred to keep them shut because Helena didn't like any noise from outside. Were they open? I didn't see that. The curtains were closed. A tiny gasp. Did someone break in? There were locks on the windows, so you couldn't climb in or out. That's what I thought. While I made a note about the windows, Derwent asked, Did they have many visitors? No, very few. Only their son. Maybe old friends like Mr. Hood, but not often. Did anyone else come to see them recently? She shook her head. Was Bruce worried about anything? He was always worried about his wife. Nothing else. Is there anything you want to tell us before we let you go? Derwent said at last. Anything strange that happened lately? She frowned. There was a man who tried to talk to me 2 weeks ago outside the building. He seemed to know I was working for the marshals. He asked me about them. By name? What did he want to know? If they lived there, and which flat they lived in. I ran inside and shut the building door so he couldn't follow. Then Mr. Marshall called Ivo, and he came, and when I left, there was no sign of the man. Could you describe him? Maybe 40? Thin. He kept saying he was sorry to ask, sorry to bother me, sorry if I was upset, sorry to be a nuisance. He seemed shy, not angry. He seemed worried. He said he needed to find them. And would you recognize them if you saw them again? I think so, she said. I might. I left Derwent to go back to the crime scene, while I drove Sabiha to her next client, and I chatted to her about where she lived and how long she had been in London and what she wanted to do with her life. But all the time, I was thinking about the apologetic stranger who had wanted to know where he could find the marshals. He didn't sound like the typical murderer, if such a thing existed. But then, this wasn't a typical murder. 12. I came back to the crime scene after dropping Sabiha off and made it as far as the door of the building where Una Burt was lying in wait. Maeve, can you follow up with the sons? No one from the team has seen them in person yet, and I'm not happy about it. Absolutely. I hesitated, finding it hard to look her in the eye, given what I knew about her opinion of me. Has Josh okayed it, or? Her face was stony. He's gone back to the office with some of the files from the flat. Right, of course. I took the son's details from her and went back to the car. I rang Ivo's number first and confirmed his address. Clapham, a 10-minute drive from the flat in Battersea, and that he would be there all afternoon. He sounded calm and controlled, not at all like someone recently and violently orphaned, and I felt a prickle of curiosity. I rang Magnus's number and listened to his voicemail greeting, which was brief, left an equally short message with my number, and made tracks for Clapham. At first glance, Ivo Marshall's home was a grand red brick Victorian villa with a huge stained glass door, and I braced myself for ostentatious wealth. When he opened the door, I realised the house had been divided into 2 properties, and he had the lower one. In contrast to the Victorian exterior, the flat looked modern, with pearl grey carpet, pale walls and discreet recessed lighting all the way down the hall. Ivo Marshall himself was tall and well-built, with light brown hair. He had a square jaw and a straight nose. Deeply conventional good looks that could be more or less attractive depending on the personality that went with them. Sergeant Kerrigan, thank you for coming. You must be so busy. It's very good of you to take the time. Instant warmth, instantly likeable. I felt myself relaxing. Whatever our conversation involved, Ivo was the kind of person who would strive to make it easy for both of us, and I didn't encounter them too often in murder investigations. I could see why Sabiha might have had a crush on him. I'm sorry we couldn't get to see you earlier. I noticed he was barefoot and slid off my shoes. Oh, you don't mind? The carpet is new. We haven't accepted it will ever look dirty. He led the way down to the back of the flat. I caught glimpses of a sitting room with red-painted bookshelves, a study with yellow walls, and a pair of bedrooms, one in tones of pale green, one pale blue. At the back of the hall, a short flight of stairs went down to the basement, which contained an enormous and very modern kitchen, where none of the appliances were visible, and everything was either black wood or gleaming brass. A mid-century dining table stood in front of a vast abstract oil painting, and a low, fleecy sofa that looked like a cloud faced the television. Somehow they had contrived to make the space light and airy, despite being below street level, facing steps that rose to the lawn. It was like walking into a cover shoot for House and Garden. This is fantastic. Did you do it yourselves? Yes, just finished it a couple of months ago. This flat was a wreck before, and the basement didn't exist. My wife is an architect. She designed the whole thing and project managed it. It's a way of showing clients what she can do. And you get to live in it. I didn't try to hide my envy. But I also got to live through 2 years of building work. Ivo's excellent manners extended to offering me a cup of tea or glass of water, or a drink of any kind, all of which I declined, despite being curious about where the fridge might be hiding in the inscrutable kitchen. I realised he was using politeness as a delaying tactic, warding off the moment when he would have to talk about his parents. I just have a few questions, Mr. Marshall. Where would you prefer to sit? Oh, yes, sorry. He chose a chair that was clearly a Danish design classic, leaving the sofa to me. I perched on the edge, trying to maintain my dignity instead of sinking into it. What do you know about what happened? The police, your colleagues, told me they were found dead this morning by their carer. He shrugged, uneasy. I understood there were suspicious circumstances, given that both of them were dead at the same time. They said there was a murder investigation, but they couldn't tell me anything more. Or wouldn't, I suppose. Do you know how your parents died? No, they didn't say. He had folded his arms tightly, so he was hugging himself. They said that the bodies had been identified already. We'll be able to confirm it with DNA, but Sabiha was able to identify them, and Mr. Hood confirmed it. Hood? He was there, was he? Sabiha called him. Ivo nodded and smiled, although a muscle spasm in his cheek ruined the effect. The one weekend I have off in years, and this happens. Do you think it's significant that you weren't in charge this weekend? You mean, do I think Dad took the opportunity to kill my mother? I'm assuming that's what happened. The muscle spasm was worse now. There were aspects of the crime scene that made us question whether that was what happened. He frowned. She couldn't have done anything to him, if that's what you're thinking. She was almost completely helpless. If he was pretending that he didn't know how they had died, I couldn't spot it. I gather her poor health wasn't a recent development. No, she'd been in that state for years. So you can't possibly suspect her, can you? I left that one unanswered. At the moment, we're keeping an open mind about what happened. But it's suspicious. No doubt about that, I'm afraid. They both died violently. Violently? It looks as if your mother was suffocated and your father was shot. Shot? Ivo's voice cracked. Did he have a gun? A shotgun? He used to go shooting with friends, but I don't remember him having a gun. No, a handgun. What? A pistol? No, they're illegal, aren't they? Was your father the sort of person who would have obeyed the law and handed in a gun, even if it had some sentimental significance? It's an old gun, then? It's possible he decided to hold on to it, I suppose. He was a private sort of person. I'd never have gone through his belongings without his permission. He paused, gathering his thoughts. He was shot. Where? In their bedroom. He was in bed. I meant... He raised a hand and gestured at his body. It was a headshot. Pure shock in his face. Poor Sabiha, walking in on that. I'm glad Hood was around to help her. He's a capable sort of person. The Hoods were good friends, but they hadn't been in touch with my parents for a long time. So long that he wrote to the old house to try to find them. How long is it since your parents moved into the flat? Must be 3 years. I blinked. I assumed it was more recent. They didn't seem to have moved much in. They didn't have much left. They sold the Richmond house and most of the contents, but they'd borrowed so much against it that they only had a small amount to live on. It must have been possible to find somewhere cheaper to buy. They didn't buy it. The flat is a loan from a friend of my mother's. It belonged to her godmother, and she didn't need it when she inherited it. My parents paid rent, but it was a really tiny amount. Where did their money go? I think there was less of it than they pretended even when things were going well. But they spent a fortune on medical bills and other expenses in the last few years. Because of your mother? Not just that. He swallowed, looking down. My sister disappeared. Rosalie. Oh, of course you know. I know what happened, but I don't know the details, I said, and he sighed. There isn't much to tell you. She disappeared from our house one night 16 years ago, and no one ever saw her again. No one knows where she went or what happened to her. She was only 9, and it broke my mother's heart. I understand Helena took an overdose. A little while later, yeah. She lived, but only just. She was brain damaged. She wound up in hospital for months and months. Ivo shook his head, as if he was trying to get rid of the memory of that time. Just disappeared. Like Rosalie. And even though Mum came back, she wasn't the same. We lost both of them. She needed help with basic tasks, is that right? She couldn't do anything, and she never got better. Ivo ran a hand over his face, wincing. We got angry with her, my brother and I. We were used to her sorting our lives out. We didn't like her being ill. Suddenly, she needed looking after, and no one had any time for us. Anger is completely understandable. You were kids too. Teenagers. At least I was. Magnus was 12. I was 14. She'd always been a bit of a tiger mother. I was relieved when she backed off after Rosalie disappeared. Then that was another thing to feel guilty about. I felt deeply sorry for him. Did you ever talk to anyone about it? A professional? He grinned suddenly. It's a pretty dark scenario to have to explain to a counsellor. They're used to bad divorces and absent fathers, not catatonic mothers and a family mystery with no solution. We had a couple of family sessions when Mum was in the rehab place trying to learn how to speak again, and it was too traumatic for Dad. He gave us a list of people we could talk to, people he could trust not to sell a story about us. Other than that, we didn't speak to anyone about Rosalie. The whole thing was hushed up. Most people want media interest when a family member disappears. Not us. Dad spent a fortune on PR advice and legal fees, so journalists would be too scared to write about us in case they got sued for defamation. He wanted me and Magnus to have our privacy growing up. He shook his head. The only thing media coverage ever got them was trouble. Mum had been a bit of a star before Rosalie disappeared. She wrote articles and gave speeches, and she was on Thought for the Day, or Woman's Hour, or some other radio show every couple of weeks. She loved being controversial. She was the sort of woman everyone loves to hate. And of course, the circumstances made it even more ironic. What circumstances? I think Mum always wanted to be famous. She came up with the idea of campaigning for adoption instead of letting children go into care or leaving them in dangerous situations with their own parents. She wanted the process made quicker and safer for the kids, with the added advantage that nice middle-class parents like her could get their hands on babies rather than traumatized and difficult older children. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. She made common ground with the pro-life brigade, even though that wasn't her main interest. But they were pushing adoption as an alternative to abortion. That annoyed a lot of people. Which meant they were pleased because she hadn't managed to keep her own daughter safe. That seems harsh. It was. But she'd been pretty unbearable, I think. And Rosalie was the poster child for her scheme. So, Rosalie... He was nodding. Rosalie was adopted. 13. Nothing like a bit of tragic irony to get the media interested. It explains why they were publicity shy, I said. My phone was propped on one of the boxes in the second bedroom of the Battersea flat, while I tried to organise the reams of paper that remained after Liv and Derwent had taken a carload apiece. I was on my own, so I'd taken the risk of putting Derwent on speakerphone. You can imagine, after the second or third think piece about it, they started to feel attacked. That, and the fact that they were suspects. Adopting a kid is difficult. Maybe they struggled with her. Ivo said he thought the reality of having Rosalie was a shock to his mother. She sold an idealised vision of herself as a parent through her media work, but it was hard, at times, from what he remembered. You think they were responsible for her disappearance? I don't know enough about it. I levered the lid off a box and sighed at the sight of a stack of newspaper clippings. They used a cutting service. That costs a fair bit. Medical bills, lawyers, a PR company, private detectives. I'm beginning to see why they had no money left. I had already explained to Derwent how they had come to live in the flat. Or they were being blackmailed. I paused. Is that just a guess? Wild speculation. That's pretty much all we have at the moment. Have you found anything interesting in the boxes you took away? As if I'm going to bother reading any of it, Derwent said cheerfully. I have you for that. And Liv, if she has time. I'll try to get her to do some more interesting tasks, so she gets the love back for the job and feels appreciated. I don't want to tie her up with boring old background reading. I'll leave that for you. Oh, thanks very much. You don't want anyone to think I'm playing favourites, Maeve, do you? Derwent's voice was soft, too sweet to be sincere. I rolled my eyes as I lifted another box off the pile in front of me. You wouldn't. What did Ivo say about his parents' marriage? Before Rosalie disappeared, they were a pretty impressive partnership. He made the money and facilitated her work, and she kept the house running smoothly. They had nannies, but at the time Rosalie disappeared, there was just a tutor for his brother, part-time, and various other members of staff who came and went. A cleaner, a gardener. The brothers helped with Rosalie if Helena wasn't available. Did they mind having to look after their little sister? Ivo said not. He seems like the type who just does what needs to be done and doesn't complain. After Helena's overdose, Bruce gave up work to look after her. It was a total change of lifestyle, but Bruce was devoted to her. Ivo thought the way he behaved towards Helena was him taking his vows seriously, in sickness and in health. Or Bruce felt guilty about murdering Rosalie, which was the reason Helena OD'd, and he wanted to stop Helena from telling anyone what he'd done, so he made her totally dependent on him. I stopped leafing through a file for a second. That's dark, even for you. But a possibility, nevertheless. Well, Ivo didn't think of it. He made sure he was available to help whenever they needed it. That must have been a huge commitment. Yes, but he didn't seem to question that either. I think the family was in a state of crisis from the moment that Rosalie disappeared. They were fighting fires all the time. They didn't have time or space for introspection. What about this man who accosted Sabiha 2 weeks ago? Did Ivo tell you anything about him? Yes and no. He didn't get to talk to him. The guy ran away as soon as he caught sight of Ivo. He disappeared through the park. Ivo couldn't give me a proper description of him either. It was drizzling by the time he arrived, and the man had his hood up. But here's an interesting thing that I don't think Ivo clocked. He definitely recognised Ivo, because he took to his heels. Ivo could have been anyone walking down the street, but our mystery man knew exactly who he was and didn't want to hang around to chat. That fits with him asking Sabiha about the Marshalls by name. Maybe he wanted to talk to the parents, but he didn't fancy an argument with their grown-up son. If he recognised Ivo, presumably Ivo would have recognised him. Very possibly. And he didn't want to be recognised. I also thought that. Because he was up to no good. I think we can assume that was the case. So, we need to find this man. Any ideas? Not so far. He yawned. I'm trying to get hold of my mate who investigated Rosalie's disappearance. What about Magnus? I've left him some voicemails, but he hasn't replied. I never listened to your voicemails either. Did Ivo tell you anything useful about him? Magnus didn't help with the parents at all. He seemed to be no contact with the whole family. Ivo said Magnus went his own way. What does that mean? I think we'll have to ask Magnus that. Ask Magnus what? I almost dislocated something as I whipped around to face the man who was standing in the doorway. He was in his 20s and fair, with the kind of thin skin that flushed easily. He looked enough like his brother that it didn't take much guesswork to identify him. But unlike his brother, he gave every impression of someone who didn't mind being rude at all. "How did you get in here?" "Maeve, what's going on?" Derwent sounded sharp and much too loud. I picked up my phone without taking my eyes off the younger Marshal's son. "It's fine. I'll talk to you later." I thumbed the phone off without waiting for a reply, which I knew would earn me an earful of abuse at some point in the future, but I wanted to stop Magnus from heading for the door. "Magnus? I'm Sergeant Maeve Kerrigan. I've been leaving you messages all day." "Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't really listen to the messages, to be honest with you, once I got the gist. I thought I should come and see for myself what was going on." "And the scene guard let you in?" "He was talking to the neighbours." Magnus tossed his hair off his forehead, with a jerk of his head that was pure arrogance. I didn't wait for him to notice me. "Well, you're here now. You might as well talk to me here as anywhere else." "Talk to you? About what?" Your murdered parents?" I settled for a polite smile. "If you'd like to go into the sitting room, we can talk more easily in there." "Where's that?" He was looking around vaguely, as if he'd never seen the room or its contents before. "Is this your first time here? I thought your parents had been living at this address for 3 years." He shrugged, his eyes as blank as a mannequin's. "I never visited them, to be honest with you. I knew they'd moved out of the family home because Ivo emailed me on my work address to see if I wanted anything from it as a souvenir." "And did you?" "Mate, I didn't even reply." "I'm not your mate." I moved towards the door. "The sitting room is on your right, past the kitchen." "The kitchen," he repeated. "Any chance of a cup of tea? I'm parched." "Sorry," I said, not managing to sound sincere, "but I won't keep you for too long." He prowled around the sitting room, peering out of the windows at the shadowy trees. Nice place. I couldn't tell if he was being sarcastic or not. "Why did you avoid seeing your parents?" "Not just my parents. The whole family. I wanted a break from them. They were, what's the buzzword that therapists use? Toxic." "In what way?" He was crouching, turning the picture frame around to inspect the painting I'd found that morning. Jesus, look at that. I haven't seen this in years. I wonder why they kept it and nothing else. "Who painted it?" "My nanny, believe it or not." He glanced at me with a wry expression that made me like him a fraction more. "Sadie, her name was. Like the song." "You mean the Beatles song?" "Sexy Sadie?" I raised my eyebrows. "And was she?" He pretended to be horrified. "I was a child. She was just the face I looked for in the crowd when I came out of school. But I remember my mother saying it was appropriate." I was forming dark suspicions about why Sadie might have left. "It's a pretty picture." He gave a bark of laughter. "It's shit, beautiful." "You can call me Sergeant Kerrigan," I said, unmoved. I had worked with Derwent for too long to be flustered by someone calling me beautiful. Maybe they were sentimentally attached to the picture. Dad? Sentimentality is not his thing. Or it wasn't, I should say. Mum wouldn't have cared. He looked around, wrinkling his nose. There were decent paintings they might have kept. They had a Duncan Grant that was all right, and a very underwhelming Augustus John, but it would have been worth a bit. You sound as if you know your art. I studied it. Now I work for an auction house. That must be interesting. Getting your hands on amazing paintings and treasures. He laughed. It's not Sotheby's. It's a small specialist outfit. You won't have heard of it. Rafe and Gunter. He was right. I hadn't heard of it. Ivo said your parents ran out of money. Presumably the paintings were sold. Not in the open market, I'd have known. But a discreet private sale, sure. As long as the dealer is respectable and the sale is recorded, it doesn't have to be turned into a song and dance. Why did you say your family was toxic? He sat down and slung one leg across the other. Back to that, are we? Well, it wasn't the ideal situation. Mum was a zombie. Dad was a benign dictator. Ivo was his loyal servant. Rosalie was the ghost that everyone pretended to ignore. I realized there was nothing in it for me. I just wanted to live my own life, make my own mistakes. What about Ivo? He still wanted Dad's approval. Magnus snorted. The best way to get it was to walk away. Dad respected that. He didn't respect Ivo or his wife Lisa. She's another doormat. She didn't mind Ivo being so attentive to them? He shrugged. She never said it to me. But she doesn't like me. And you don't like her. I don't think about her enough to have an opinion. When you heard that your parents were dead, what did you think? That he'd killed her and then himself. Was I wrong? I think you were. Not an accident. He read the answer in my face. Then, someone did this to them. That's how it looks. How did they die? They suffocated your mother and shot your father while they were in bed. He got to his feet, his shock propulsive and unfeigned. Shot him? Where's the bedroom? You can't go in there. It's sealed in case there needs to be further forensic work. Anyway, it's not very pleasant. Did he own a handgun? Did he, bollocks? Magnus sneered. And then, as something occurred to him, his face dropped. At least, I don't know. An old Webley? Yes. Then, yes. I saw it once. It was in a box on top of a glass-fronted bookcase in Dad's study, and I thought it was a Christmas present. I climbed up and knocked the box down, which cracked the glass in the bookcase. No way to hide it. You must have been in trouble. I got the spanking of my life. I must have been 10, 11, something like that. Was there ammunition with it? He closed his eyes, frowning. Yes. I remember having to hunt around on the carpet for the bullets. I think there were 6 or 7. Where did he get it? He didn't tell me. It could have belonged to his father, though, I suppose. And who else would have known he had a gun? No idea. Didn't Ivo come across it when he was helping them to move in here? He said not. Frank incredulity on Magnus's face. And you believed him? He seemed to be telling the truth. I was aware that I sounded uncertain. Well, that's Ivo's trick. People take him at face value and assume he's a good guy. Magnus shook his head slowly. But I'd have thought someone like you would know better. 14. Unhelpful to the last, Magnus declined the opportunity to help me carry some boxes of papers out to the car. He did confirm, with a quick look around the flat, that most of the furniture hadn't been in his family home. This stuff is grim. They had better taste than that. So everything was sold? I suppose so. Dad would have minded that a lot. I doubt Mum would have noticed or cared. But before she became ill, she was proud of the house. Did you know they had run out of money? They couldn't hide it. Dad gave up work to look after Mum, and they spent a fortune on doctors and the like. No holidays, no new cars, no presents at Christmas. Their standard of living plummeted. Was that why you decided there was no point in staying in touch with them? It was a rude question, but I was under no illusion that Magnus and I were ever going to be friends. No, it wasn't. I never wanted a penny from them, and I wouldn't have taken it if they'd offered it. He picked up his coat. I left the family because it was broken, and it was breaking me. They were selfish people, and they got worse once they had an excuse to look for sympathy. Ivo seems to have felt some obligation to let them use him, but I didn't. They were adults and they made their own choices. They didn't choose to lose Rosalie. He looked at me for a moment, his eyes cold. Didn't they? Do you think they were involved? I don't know. I've never known. He pulled the coat on. And now, I suppose I'll never find out. The flat seemed to vibrate with his anger and distress long after he'd gone. He was an awkward and unhappy young man, I thought. And I could understand it if he truly suspected his parents had been involved in the disappearance of his little sister. I didn't quite believe Magnus when he said Ivo was a fraud, but I didn't dismiss it either. I'd met Ivo for an hour, less, in the aftermath of his parents' death, so I wasn't sure I'd seen him as he really was. Magnus, for all his younger brother truculence, had grown up with him. And I was used to people lying to me. Maybe Ivo's wide-eyed cooperation wasn't everything it had seemed to be. I stacked boxes in the hall, checking the contents so I had some idea of what I was taking back to the office. A whole archive of obsession. I'd calculated I could take 7 boxes in my car, but that meant 7 trips down the stairs and along the street to where I was parked. There weren't any spaces closer to the flat. I did 3 trips before I needed a break, not so much because I was tired, but because the special constable on scene guard duty annoyed me. He was young, soft and red-faced, and seemed to feel he was entitled to comment on what I was doing every time I passed him. Got your hands full there, love. Put your back into it. Get it done in no time. What you need to do is put one under each arm. Half as many trips. You know, you could help, I snapped in the end. I've got a job to do here. Is that the job you were doing when you let the victim's son walk into the crime scene unannounced? I don't know what you're talking about. You were chatting to the neighbours. He looked wounded. I was reassuring them that they were safe. You don't know that they're safe. And I wasn't safe since you weren't doing the very basic job of watching who was entering the premises. It could have been anyone who walked past you. It could have been the killer. Magnus had caught me unawares and I didn't like it. Sorry. He swallowed, his eyes wide. I thought he was about 22, and now he was terrified. I went back into the flat for a glass of water and some much-needed time out. On the 4th trip, the special constable was silent as I stalked past him. It was a shame that I'd broken him, because although I didn't know it, I was about to need him. As I levered the main door open and stepped out into the night, I saw a man leaning into a car down the street, then straightening up to examine something he had retrieved from it. I took a moment to realise it was my car he had been searching, which meant that he had broken into it. My initial reaction was outrage. My second was interest. It wasn't my car, after all, but a job car, and he was peering at a file he had liberated from one of the boxes. He hadn't noticed me yet, and I took the opportunity to note every detail of his appearance. He had fine dark hair that was sparse on top and straggled over his collar, a weak jaw, thin limbs and sloping shoulders. Inoffensive was the word that occurred to me first, along with the suspicion that it was an image he cultivated. I guessed he was a journalist, getting a different angle on the double murder story that would merit a couple of paragraphs in the newspapers the following day. Una Burt believed in press releases that were low on detail and big on jargon, so even the most gothic crimes sounded tedious. If he'd worked out who the Marshalls were, and their connection with Rosalie, this guy had already done better than most of his colleagues. Finding the family files on Rosalie's disappearance would be a major scoop. I put down the box I was holding and ducked back into the building, calling up the stairs to the constable. In as few words as possible, I explained to him about the man outside and that I needed him to secure the building at the front door. But I thought I was supposed to guard this crime scene. That's what you told me to do. And now I'm telling you to take charge of the building's security. What about you? Why can't you do it? Panic edged his words. I'm going to tackle the man who broke into my car. But he could be armed. If you're worried, call for backup, I hissed, thoroughly irritated. But I've dealt with worse. What if he's there as a distraction, and someone's real intention is to gain access to the crime scene while we're both engaged with him? This possibility had obviously not occurred to him. He goggled at me, silent. So, would you mind coming down to the hall and keeping an eye on the box of papers and the building and on me? I'm not sure. He was fingering his radio nervously. I am. Get down here and do your job. My tone made him move at last. I slipped out of the front door of the building and across the road, thanks to a helpful gap in the traffic. I walked briskly along the park railings, apparently lost in thought, actually focused on the man who was rifling through the car as if he was a terrier hunting for rats. At the next lull in the traffic, I crossed back and came up behind the man. Excuse me, sir. What are you doing? He gave a start, and everything he was holding cascaded to the ground. Files, a torch, a metal rod, and a screwdriver. The screwdriver rolled towards me, and I kicked it deftly under the car. Hey, that's mine. Is it? Is that the tool you used to break into my car? Are you admitting it's yours? No, He fumbled his phone out of his pocket and keyed in the code to unlock it at the second attempt, his hands shaking. Are you planning to record this conversation? I am, yes. He had managed to open the camera and had switched it to record video, but he was struggling with the record button. Not working? That's a shame. Let me see. I picked it out of his hand and dropped it, sending it after the screwdriver with a swift sideways shove. That's mine too. My personal property. You can't do that. It was an accident, I said, my eyes wide with innocence. I'll get it back for you before we go to the Nick. You mean you're going to arrest me? You broke into my car. I didn't. It was open. It certainly was not. I wobbled the window of the passenger door. And this wasn't loose when I left it. And you just admitted the tool I found was yours. Where did you learn to break into cars? Reddit, the man said sulkily. And I was just doing research. Are you a journalist? In a way. I'm working on a podcast. Oh, I eyed him. About the Marshalls, by any chance? How did you know? You tracked them down. You approached their carer a couple of weeks ago. His jaw sagged. How did you know that? Intuition. I relented. And you fitted the description she gave me. What's your name? Tor Grant. His voice acquired a new resonance and confidence, as if I should be impressed. I remained underwhelmed. And you make podcasts? Yes. Well, this one. This is my first. It's going to make my reputation. People love this kind of unsolved mystery. He looked back over his shoulder at the building behind us. And now this has happened. I mean, what an opener. Bang. Bang, I repeated. Bang. Straight into the story. So he hadn't been making a reference to Bruce Marshall's death. Or he had, and he was covering up with his Twit of the Year routine. The thing is, podcasts about missing kids are 10 a penny. That's what a producer told me. You need something extra, they all said. Some hook. I thought this case had it all, but everyone said it wasn't enough. Some of them said it was too long ago, and some of them said it was too recent. But now, this is current. It's exciting. It opens the whole story up. And they can't sue you for defamation now? No, well, exactly. That occurred to me. They haven't even been dead for 24 hours. I couldn't keep the revulsion out of my voice. Oh, and I should wait, is that it? How long is respectful? A day? 2? A week? How did you even know about it? I was doing some recording. Children playing in the playground, birds singing, that kind of thing. Colour for the podcast. I saw the police cordon. And when you heard the Marshalls were dead, you decided you needed to kick your investigation up a notch. Other podcasters will be all over this. People with funding and sponsorship and big organisations behind them. Well, you're not going to get anything done tonight. I hooked my cuffs out of my jacket and snapped one on his right wrist without any warning. I'm arresting you. No! He flailed so I couldn't get hold of his left hand. You can't do this! Stop fighting me! I dodged to avoid getting an accidental elbow in the face. He wasn't athletic or coordinated, but he was lanky, and I couldn't pin him down easily if he was determined to be uncooperative. I'm not letting go. He threw his head back and yelled, Help! Police brutality! Help! There were areas of London where that would have drawn a crowd, all with phones out to record video that would travel the globe faster than a lie. In Battersea, on Prince of Wales Drive, the windows remained genteelly shut. I wrestled with him for a bit longer, increasingly irritated. I managed to get hold of his left arm, but I'd lost my grip on the hand I had already cuffed, and he was waving it around, turning the cuffs with their solid central bar into a decent weapon. Stop it, you little fucker, I hissed. Peripherally aware of a car screeching to a halt in the middle of the road, hazards on, blue lights flashing. The backup summoned by the constable, I assumed, right up until I recognised the figure coming around the car with a face like thunder. Without any preliminaries or noticeable effort, Derwent cuffed Tor Grant on the side of the head, spun him around, slammed him against the car hard enough to knock the breath out of his body, and hauled his wrists together so he could put the handcuffs on properly. While Grant was protesting about that, Derwent twisted to check on me. Are you okay? I could have got the handcuffs on him myself, I said, furious. His eyes narrowed. Not how it looked to me. I'm bleeding, Grant said faintly. Good, Derwent said, and manhandled him to his car, where he formally arrested the podcaster. I waited until he had gone through the caution and slammed the door on Grant. I am a police officer. I have plenty of experience of arresting people, and I didn't need your help. Derwent leaned against the car ignoring the knocking and muffled shouting that was coming from the back seat. Yes, yes, and no. You didn't have a hope. Well, we'll never know. He jerked a thumb at the back seat of his car. Is this the person who interrupted you when you were talking to me? That was Magnus, the second son. I got rid of him. This is Tor Grant, the man who approached Sabiha. He says he's making a podcast about the marshals. I was arresting him because he broke into my car. His phone is under my car, along with a bit of kit he used to get the door open. Derwent went over and dropped to the ground. He reached under the car to retrieve them, sliding them over to me before he stood up, dusting his hands off. Stick him on for assault, as well as breaking into the car. It should only take you a couple of hours to process him. Then the paperwork. You'll be finished by midnight, probably. But I was moving the files, I protested. You're not going anywhere in that car. It needs to be recovered and repaired, so you might as well deal with this twat. Call a van to take the pair of you to the nearest nick, and I'll take the boxes back myself. No, wait. Got somewhere better to be? His tone was irritating enough to bring me out in hives, but I tried very hard not to let it show. What if we need to interview him about the marshals? He's been hanging around, he bothered Sabiha, and now he's here trying to look through the evidence I was collecting. What if he's our killer? I don't want there to be any issue about me questioning him if he's separately charged with assaulting me. Derwent snorted. You think that is capable of killing? I think I don't want to assume he isn't, I said evenly. Look, hand him over to the local CID once you get him booked in. I'll call their skipper and let them know. They can interview him about the car and the assault. At the moment, I just want him out of the way. They can drop the assault charge in the morning. You're not really hurt, are you? Parts of me were aching, and I knew I'd feel worse in the morning, but I shook my head. And the car's a job one, so that doesn't matter much either. No, like me, it doesn't matter at all. He gave me a reproving look. Come on, Maeve. Self-pity isn't your style. It was when I actually did feel sorry for myself, but I didn't argue with him. I went in the van with Tor Grant to the nearest police station, where the custody skipper was reluctant to accommodate an unexpected detainee, and the detectives were obviously irritated to have to interview him. None of this was my idea, I wanted to say, and didn't. And Tor Grant slipped through the system with all the ease of a brick on a sandpaper slide. 15. I came out of the police station and headed with purpose for the nearest taxi rank, focused on getting home. My phone buzzed against my hip. I hooked it out of my pocket, knowing who was calling before I looked. Josh. Maeve. He had used exactly the same measured tone of voice as me, and I grinned to myself. How was the nick? I've just left, actually. I know. I stopped walking. Are you here? A car horn tooted softly across the road, and I scanned the cars until I spotted a familiar one. Why are you here? Not the warm and welcoming reaction I was looking for. It's just, don't you want to go home? It's 3 a.m. I yawned widely enough to crack my jaw. Christ, I've seen sharks with a less intimidating bite. I needn't have worried about you being mugged. Is that why? His car window was closed, and the streetlight was reflecting off it so I couldn't see him. You were worried about me? Just checking up on you. You did get a bit of a going over from Grant. Oh. I was surprised and warmed by his thoughtfulness. I took the boxes from your car back to the office. Then I thought I'd come back to see how you were getting on. I didn't think you'd be out for a while. Only the 6 hours this time. I was lucky. I'm going to get a taxi home. I'll drive you. It's completely the wrong direction for you. I know where it is. He sounded amused. It was his flat, after all, and I was only renting it from him. Are you sure? Maeve, get into the car. He ended the call. I ran across the road, caught between embarrassment and a sudden unexpected happiness that I didn't choose to analyse too closely. Well? Well, what? The first couple of minutes of the journey had passed in silence, and I was relaxed, almost sleepy, my body slack against the seat. Derwent's question made me literally sit up. Did Tor Grant say anything interesting? What was he looking for in the boxes? He didn't say specifically. He said it was too good an opportunity to pass up. I yawned. He said a lot of other things. I don't think the detectives could have shut him up if they'd tried. Did he talk about the marshals? He talked about the podcast a lot. I did some sums and came up with not enough sleep, but all the same. Should I go and interview him about the marshals in the morning after they let him go? There are other things that are more important at this stage. I'll tell CID to make sure we know where we can find him. But if you're wondering if he killed them, I'd say no. Why would he? To generate interest in his podcast? Derwent shook his head. He's the sort of true crime fanatic who loves to talk about it, but he would shit his pants if he met an actual killer. I mean, you scared the living daylights out of him, and you're hardly intimidating. Excuse me, I'm terrifying when I want to be. He grinned, concentrating on the road. If you say so. You had hours hanging around there doing nothing. You'll have spent some of that time thinking about the case, if I know you. Did you have any other thoughts? I had spent a fair amount of time thinking about Melissa and what she had said to Una Burt about us, but it would have taken serious torture for me to admit that to anyone, let alone Derwent. The scrap of paper I found down the side of Bruce's chair bothers me. Go on. It must have been something he wanted to remember, and presumably the shorthand made sense to him. BDK has to mean something, and it relates to an important date. Maybe when Rosalie went missing? So what if he was aware that he was developing dementia? What if it was a reminder to him to look up the date his daughter disappeared? And the shock of forgetting such an important event pushed him into taking action? By killing his wife? Yeah, that's what I meant. He was frowning. We ruled it out because of the way the bodies were lying. I know, but I was wondering if we saw what we wanted to see. I said it in a small voice and got a swift glance from Derwent. You think it suits me to make this into a bigger case than it seemed at first? Why? I squirmed. You don't like being told what to do? And this is one way of getting around Una Burt's rule about us not working together. You said as much yourself. You came up with the idea of it being a third-party murder rather than a murder-suicide. And at the time, you didn't know what Una had decided or why. I know. He was driving smoothly, untroubled. It worked out for me, don't get me wrong. But I think there were enough issues with this case to trigger a proper investigation, not least the daughter's disappearance. I don't think we're overreacting. It worked out for me. What did that mean? Nothing romantic. He had literally stepped away from that when he'd had the opportunity the previous summer. And I closed my eyes for a moment to allow a wave of scalding shame to pass over me at the memory of how I had waited, expectant for him to kiss me. What had I been thinking? What are you thinking? I jumped, but managed to come up with, was it very convenient that Ivo invited Mr. Hood to visit, so he would be technically out of the way. Suspicious of you? Well, Magnus has been filling my head with doubts about his brother. Apparently I wasn't anything like wary enough when I interviewed him. What's he like? He's charming. Very handsome. Derwent made a noise that was somewhere between a huff and a snort. I'm joking. He was a spoilt brat. His shoulders lowered a fraction. That's a surprise? He wasn't in touch with his parents and didn't seem bothered that they were dead. He said the painting of the old house was done by the nanny, Sadie, and it was almost the only thing they kept from the old days. Presumably Bruce decided to keep it. Helena had checked out, remember? Helena used to say Sexy Sadie was an appropriate nickname for the nanny. Did she? Derwent looked thoughtful. Maybe we should try to find this Sadie. Yes, that should definitely be a key objective at this stage of the investigation. It's all part of the picture of what happened before Rosalie disappeared. Sadie would be what, 40 now? I'm betting still fit. What else do we need to do? Get the results of the post-mortems from Dr. Early. You and I can collect the last boxes from the flat. And I need to talk to Billy Howlett, who ran the initial investigation into Rosalie's disappearance. He's retired now. What was he like? Painstaking. The sort of person who wouldn't like giving up on the investigation when he had to hand it over to someone else. Quiet, but you wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of him. Is he still alive? I'd have heard if he died, I think. Someone would have let me know. Derwent shook his head. Those messages about all the old bosses dying off. I never get used to them. And one day it'll be you. Derwent squinted out through the windscreen. Long walk home from here. I didn't say it would be soon, I protested. Better not. We bickered gently all the way through central London and out the other side to the flat where I lived, a first-floor, one-bedroom place, where Derwent had spent some wild years, I suspected. It was on the corner of a pretty Victorian street of similar maisonettes, mostly owned by house-proud yuppies, and it was within walking distance of nice shops and the underground station. He had renovated it beautifully, and even though I'd almost died in it, I liked it a lot. After years of moving in with boyfriends, and out again when the relationship ended, and a succession of grim rental properties, I thought of it as home. In fact, the only problem with it was the lack of on-street parking. When we turned into the street, Derwent stopped in the middle of the road with the hazards on. I pointed. There's actually a space on the left. Look, I never get that lucky. He hesitated. I was just going to drop you off. And what? Drive back to Sutton? He was living a long way south of the river, not far from where I'd grown up, and my parents still lived, so close, in fact, that they looked after Melissa's son Thomas from time to time. It's hardly worth it. If we're going to Battersea together in a few hours, we might as well start from here. I'm heading back to the office. I can sleep there. I've got a toothbrush and a change of clothes. I can lend you a toothbrush. You can have the sofa. I nudged him. I'll even let you use the washing machine if you ask nicely. The quick cycle has saved me from a laundry crisis more than once. Better not. He said it with the kind of decision that I recognised. He'd made up his mind. And I shouldn't have pushed further, but I found myself saying what came into my head. Because you'd get in trouble with Melissa for staying with me. A glower. Because it's not a good idea. And that was all I was getting. I put a hand on the door handle. Are you picking me up in the morning? No, I'll see you at the flat in Battersea at 9. He revved the engine. Go on, see what some beauty sleep can do for you. Nothing much, I imagine. I was hurt and embarrassed, but trying not to show it. If I'd got a taxi home, I would have had to make my own way to Battersea too, but somehow this was different. I got out, thanked him, and closed the car door. He waited while I took out my keys and let myself into the flat, which was exactly the kind of thing he would do, in case I was murdered on my doorstep and he missed it. Then he drove off with a brief wave. What else had I expected? I trudged up the stairs, feeling lonely for the first time in a long time. All very well for him to blame Una Burt, but I had a suspicion that wasn't the whole story. Derwent had been avoiding me for his own reasons. I just didn't know what they were. 16. Derwent had told me to be at the flat in Battersea at 9, which meant he would be there by 8:45 at the latest. I arrived 10 minutes before that, with 2 coffees and 2 bacon sandwiches. I leaned against the railings, enjoying the morning air, and the bird song from the park, and the feeling of superiority that came from being on time. I'd put some colour in my cheeks with the help of the blusher my mother had given me for Christmas, along with a meaningful look. I was feeling surprisingly well, which was adrenaline, and also anticipation. The thought tripped me up. Anticipation of what? Spending the day with Derwent, came the truthful answer, which was pathetic. Oh, yes. And what if he rings you to tell you he's not coming, and you can handle clearing out the flat on your own? Needled a mean little voice in my head. What if he's thought better of spending time with you, like he did last night? I wouldn't mind, I thought, knowing it was a lie. I took out my phone to check that I hadn't missed the soft hum of a message delivering bad news, so I was staring at the screen. Like a teenager with a crush, the mean voice observed, when he strolled up, his hands in his pockets. What's this? Breakfast. I handed him his coffee and sandwich. Lifesaver. I thought we'd need it. I watched him wolfing the food down. He had shaved with care, and his suit was immaculate, but nothing could hide that he was hollow-eyed with fatigue. How are you feeling? He said it around a mouthful of sandwich. Perfunctory, that was the word. Fine. How did you sleep? A grimace. I managed a couple of hours on the sofa in the break room. Well, you did have an alternative. Keep it normal, keep it light. I wanted to see how he would react, so I could work out how he really felt about what had happened, and by extension, how he felt about me. He ate the last of the sandwich and looked at me. Are you nearly finished? Not yet? Well, do you mind getting on with it? I just don't eat like a starving Labrador. Oh, sure. You're too much of a lady for that. Unless you're really hungry, in which case all bets are off. He sounded as if he was thinking about something completely different. Any news on Tor Grant? They've let him go. They got an address for us. It'll be a shame if he turns out to be our killer after all. I said it as a joke, but Derwent looked gloomy. That could still happen. Is it the lack of sleep, Josh? Or is something else making you grumpy? Instead of answering, he walked away towards the building. I scrambled to gather up the empty cups and the remains of my breakfast, then dropped the lot in the bin on my way. He was holding the door open for me, which was something. I waited in the hallway, letting him take the lead. All the little tricks were coming back to me, the techniques I had learned to deal with him in the years when he was relentlessly rude and confrontational. Nothing to do with me or something I'd done. My thoughts were interrupted by a door opening as we started up the stairs. You there? Are you the police? A big man, stooping over a stick. He had a white beard and white hair, which gave him an immediate touch of the old St. Nick's. but the red in his face was high blood pressure rather than jolliness. Derwent came back down 2 steps. "Yes, sir. What can we do for you?" "I wanted to complain about the noise." "We're conducting a murder investigation, sir. Unfortunately, it does involve a certain amount of coming and going." The man was oblivious to the tone of reproach that Derwent reserved for members of the public who had transgressed. "It's been intolerable. You're right over our heads, you know. People dropping things, dragging things, tramping around on the balcony. Totally inconsiderate." "Sorry about that," Derwent said, not sounding it. "We'll be finishing up shortly." "I hope so. Can't concentrate on the wireless." "You must have very good hearing," I said, and he threw back his head like an old elephant. "Got these new hearing aids. Didn't want them, but they talked me into it. Now I can hear everything. Marvellous." He turned to face away from us, and I thought he was going back into his flat. But he barked, "Say something quietly, and I'll tell you what it was. Not even looking. Go on." I didn't dare catch Derwent's eye. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are," he finished, triumphant, working his way back around. "You see, I leave them in because they're fiddly little things, so sometimes I get woken up during the night." "Did that happen the night before last?" I asked. "Early yesterday morning." He shook his head, irritable. "That was it. I was wide awake." "What time?" 5, it must have been." "Do you know what woke you? Could it have been a gunshot?" He considered the question. "No. Thumping and banging. From 8 or so there was a lot of coming and going, which was you lot." To Derwent, I said quietly, "Kev mentioned that he got in trouble for making too much noise on the balcony." "That's the worst place for it," the man said. "Sounds like a herd of bullocks trampling around." "Could I ask your name, sir?" I asked. "Hartley Goring. I'm in flat 3. "Mr. Goring, did you ever hear anything that was unusual or suspicious from upstairs? Arguments? Odd sounds?" "They were good neighbours, until recently. Their son, he dropped in once. I had a leak. Thought it was coming from their flat. He came and found out what was wrong. Nothing to do with them, as it happened." "Was that Ivo?" "Nice young lad." Mr. Goring was leaning more heavily on his stick, as if standing was an effort. "Well, that's all I had to say. About the noise." "We'll keep it in mind," Derwent said smoothly, "and I do apologise. Is it possible to adjust your hearing aids?" "Yes, I suppose it is." "Maybe turn them down a little for the next hour. We'll be moving boxes around." "But this should be the last of it," I added. Mr. Goring looked unimpressed, but he tapped away down the hall. Derwent was grinning when I turned back to him. "Twinkle, twinkle." It was the first thing that came into my head. "I wonder why." "Don't overthink it," I said, following him up the stairs. "What would you have said?" "Not that." I dropped my voice so it was a mumble, barely audible. Mr. Goring didn't hear a shot. "Maybe the killer used something to muffle the sound," Derwent murmured back. I frowned. "We didn't find anything." "No, he could have taken it with him." Derwent leaned closer. "Or the hearing aids might not be as good as all that." "You're still whispering," I pointed out. "Better safe than sorry." He let us into the empty flat. The living room felt cold and abandoned. We spent a few minutes in the main bedroom, which was marginally better without the bodies and bloodied bed linen, but found nothing that could have muffled the shot. It would have been covered in blood. Maybe Kev took it, Derwent said at last. The killer would have had to hold it over Bruce's face, wouldn't he? Risky. Unless he was sure neither of them was going to wake up because they were unconscious. If they were unconscious, it needn't have been a man. I sighed. We're making the wrong kind of progress. Adding suspects instead of eliminating them, Derwent grimaced. I keep waiting for it all to fall into place, but it doesn't. Who would want to kill them? Why now? What if it has nothing to do with Rosalie and we're barking up the wrong tree? That's the job, isn't it? Trying all the trees until you find the right one. That's life. He leaned against the wall, his head tilted back. A troublemaking stance if ever I saw one. Speaking of which, are you seeing anyone at the moment? I blinked at the change of topic. Like your ex? My ex, Rob, who had resurfaced briefly after years of silence. He's long gone. How do you feel about that? Fine. I feel fine. And you shouldn't ask me about him. Or this. It's not appropriate. Keep your hair on, I'm just saying. Well, don't. He peeled himself away from the wall and went into the second bedroom, whistling, which meant he was pleased with himself. I wondered why I'd been looking forward to spending the day with him, and took a second to retrieve my self-possession. I spent it looking at the windows which had been open, but that Sabiha had sworn were usually closed. No one could have come in or gone out that way, but I kept worrying at it. Whether it was relevant or not, it was different, and that made me suspicious. I found Derwent shifting boxes, moving them into the hall. I'm organising them by weight. The ones nearest the door are the lightest. You can carry them down to the car. Leave the ones on the right to me. I can manage. Okay. He dumped the box he was carrying into my arms, and unprepared, I almost dropped it. I eased it down. Fine, you've made your point. Of course, I still see you as my equal, blah, blah, blah. He grinned at me and went back into the bedroom. A long scuffing sound as he dragged a box from one side of the room to the other made me wince. Mr. Goring wouldn't like that at all. I was just lifting one of the lighter boxes when he spoke. Maeve, could you come here? What have you got? I looked through the doorway and found him hovering over the last row of boxes by the window, balancing on one foot. I think we fucked up. What? What do you mean? I went to stand next to him, and he put his arm out to stop me from touching the boxes. Who's been in here? You, me, Liv, Kev and his crew, Magnus the son? I don't know who else. Why? Someone was here. He had taken a torch out and was playing it over the space behind the boxes. I braced myself on his shoulder and looked. A rust-coloured piece of fabric stuck out from behind the last boxes, and there was a smear of the same colour along the wall. Derwent swore quietly. That'll be whatever was used to muffle the shot, in case you were in any doubt that this was connected with the murders. I looked at the window for the first time, noticing that it looked out on the balcony. Is the window unlocked? Looks like it. Come on. Derwent hurried around to the living room, where he opened the door, and peered out along the balcony. Shit. What is it? An easy drop down to street level. You'd have to be fit, but not exceptionally so. You could do it. Oh, well, in that case. I looked, though, and was inclined to agree with him. So, our killer came and went through the window. Colin can stop wasting time looking at CCTV from inside the building. Those noises Mr. Goring heard on the balcony, that would be our guy leaving. At least we know how he got out, and we have some idea of when he left. But we don't know when he arrived, or how he got in. And we've obliterated any worthwhile forensic evidence in the second bedroom and the balcony. Derwent clasped his hands behind his head and walked around in a small, frustrated circle. Apart from that, we're doing a great job. 17. One small thing went our way. William Howlett hadn't moved far from London when he retired. His house was in rural Sussex, a small 1960s bungalow on a tree-lined country lane, with a view of rolling hills, dressed in sharp spring green. He was outside when we arrived, raking the grass. A slight, grey-haired man who had wiry strength in abundance, and who wanted, passionately, for us to leave him alone. It's good to see you, Derwent said with feeling, and the two men shook hands, holding on marginally longer than I would have expected. Mutual respect, I gathered, or a test of strength. Impossible to tell who had won. You too, Josh. Inspector now? Howlett shook his head. How on earth did you manage that? Wrong place, wrong time. This is my colleague, Sergeant Kerrigan. Ah, he nodded to me. An understated man, Derwent had told me in the car on the way there. Old school, but he's not old. He would have been the type who joined young and did his 30 and retired to enjoy the pension while he was in his 50s. Don't make the mistake of thinking he was a card index kind of detective. He retired in 2016. He's barely middle-aged, and you're still young. Got it, I said. So I shouldn't expect him to be a sexist dinosaur. I don't know. That attitude runs deep, doesn't it? I seem to remember his team was mostly blokes, apart from the civilian staff. He wasn't married except to the job. He looked across at me. Basically, I'll do the talking. Now, I stood a pace behind Derwent, letting him take the lead. As I said on the phone, it's regarding Rosalie Marshall. I always expected that one would come back to haunt me. I have to say, I didn't anticipate it would be because her parents were murdered. He had a quiet voice just above a mumble, and a distracted manner, which I thought had probably misled more than a few criminals in his time. There's no doubt about that, I suppose. They were both murdered. No doubt at all. Not now that we had found the cushion used to muffle the gun. That's a shame. A very great shame. He dusted off his hands. Come into the house. I'll make tea. The kitchen was small, but very clean, and looked modern, with a polka-dotted blind at the window, and shiny red cupboards that didn't seem to fit with what I knew of Howlett. It was a happy space, light-hearted. Do you live here on your own? I asked. No, with my wife. I'm sorry she's not here, but she's out volunteering at the local school this morning. When did you get married? Derwent was looking startled. A couple of years ago. I thought I'd never marry. Then I met Sheila. He smiled, and I saw the warmth that had been missing from his manner before. Never too late to be happy. Good for you. Derwent clapped him on the shoulder. And are you married, Josh? Not yet. There was an odd undertone to his voice. Marry Melissa. I hadn't even thought of that. I'd been so sure that Derwent wasn't happy with her. just like every other woman since the dawn of time, the mean voice in my head informed me. Not that you've made it to other woman status. Maybe I only saw what I wanted to see. I tuned out of the do you remember conversation that Derwent and Howlett were having, following in silence as the retired superintendent put mugs on a tray and carried them into a sunny living room. A wedding photograph stood on a side table. Howlett in a suit with a rose pinned to his lapel, smiling widely as he held hands with a beaming, dark-haired woman in pale pink. The picture was 1,000,000 miles away from misery and missing children, and I understood why Bill Howlett had picked a time when his wife would be out, and why he had chosen to put off talking about the Marshalls until he couldn't avoid it any longer. Howlett sat in an armchair that looked comfortably worn, crossing his legs and holding his hands up in front of his mouth, the fingers interlaced. "Why don't you begin?" In a few brief sentences, Derwent outlined what had happened. The bodies, the causes of death, the room full of boxes, and the balcony. "Our current assumption is that it was something to do with Rosalie's disappearance. There doesn't seem to be any other reason why 2 frail and elderly people would be murdered in their beds." "You've ruled out burglary?" He murmured it as if it was hardly worth floating the idea. "The pathologist thinks they were drugged with chloroform before they were killed, which is unusual for a burglary. And they didn't have many possessions anymore," I said. "There was nothing to steal." "Interesting. Chloroform?" "They're doing more tests, but it looks like it. The pathologist said it's easy enough to make it if you know how." They were well off, you know, when I knew them. At least, that was how it looked to an outsider like me. Big house, staff, the kids went to private schools, and no one had a real job. What did the sons say about that? The same. The parents had run out of money. Nothing to inherit, Derwent said. Nothing to fight over. I smiled. Magnus could start a fight in an empty room. That's also interesting, Howlett said. He was a nice boy. A little wild, perhaps. He was devastated when his little sister disappeared. And Ivo? He was older, of course. A teenager. He was more closed off, but certainly upset. Derwent leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. You got the first impression of the case before the waters got too muddy to be able to see anything. You must have had your own theories about what happened. Howlett considered it for a moment. Well, you know how she disappeared. A cool August night. No windows left open downstairs. No doors unlocked, according to the Marshalls. No sign of a break-in. Helena Marshall was first to get up that morning and went downstairs without checking on Rosalie, though she did visit the bedrooms of her other 2 children. They were asleep. Why did she leave Rosalie out? Derwent asked. She didn't want to wake her up. He shrugged. Nothing to say that was a lie. Rosalie was usually the first one down in the morning, everyone agreed, and sometimes she would make herself breakfast. But on this particular morning, there was no sign that anyone had been up already, except for marks on the back door that Helena claimed to have seen. The door itself was open. You said the doors were all locked. Exactly. Howlett smiled at me. That's what Helena and Bruce told me. When she came down, Helena assumed someone had opened the door again after she had gone to bed and had forgotten to lock it. She shut it, then cleaned the door, then couldn't find the key. There was no damage to the door. Bruce said he had locked and bolted the door at the top and bottom before he went to bed. Someone unbolted it at some stage, and we never found the key. Someone who was inside the house. Could Rosalie have done it? Derwent asked. She couldn't have reached the bolt at the top of the door, even if she'd been standing on a chair. So, do you think that's how she left the house? Possibly. Or one of the boys opened the door and wouldn't admit it in case they got in trouble. One theory was that she climbed out of her bedroom window, or someone climbed in. The window was loose, and it was possible to rattle it in its frame and dislodge the lock. I did it myself to test it. Was her bedroom disturbed? She spent some time in her bed, from the way the bedclothes were left. Nothing was particularly out of place, but then there wasn't much to be out of place. It was bare, I remember that. Very little that a child would love. Some books, a couple of toys. He stared into space, and I knew he was back in that room. Then, of course, there was the blood on the floor. Blood? Derwent and I said at the same time. Yes, not much, a few drops, but it came back as Rosalie's when we tested it. Now, it wasn't fresh, it had been there a while. Helena claimed that she had scraped herself on something, and it wasn't unusual for her to have cuts and bruises. She said she was a clumsy child. If a parent said that to me in an investigation, I'd think it was a red flag, I said. Indeed. Howlett's voice was quiet, but the way he spoke, slowly, halfway to a drawl, made me sit up and mind my manners. I noticed Derwent was smirking to himself. I didn't take it for granted that she was telling the truth. But I spoke to a lot of people who knew Rosalie. Teachers, her nanny, her siblings, and they all agreed that Rosalie was careless and dreamy. She was one of those kids who wants to climb trees but falls out of them. No sense, and no idea of what her limits might be. She sounds brilliant, Derwent said, and Howlett smiled. By the end of my time on the investigation, I felt as if I knew her. She was bright and imaginative and fun. Her classmates were devastated when they heard she was missing. Her teacher cried. What about her nanny? I asked. Howlett paused. That was a different situation. The nanny's name was Sadie Pilchrist. She was 24, and she was absolutely furious with the marshals, who had sacked her a couple of weeks earlier. I had to take that resentment into account when I considered what she told me, especially where it didn't match up with what other witnesses alleged. Derwent looked at me, triumphant. I told you the nanny was important. I unclenched my jaw to ask, Did you discount her evidence because she was a young woman? I didn't discount it at all, but I'm afraid I didn't weigh it as heavily as the evidence from the family doctor, for example. Dr. Fuller. Sadie Pilchrist alleged that Helena occasionally administered physical punishments to Rosalie when she was angry with her. A slap, a spanking, that kind of thing. But I couldn't find anyone to corroborate it. Dr. Fuller had never noticed anything out of the ordinary with Rosalie. She'd had concussion, that happened at school, and a broken wrist that she got playing football, but also the usual childhood ailments, chicken pox and chest infections and so forth. Dr. Fuller was horrified when I asked about violence in the home, but couldn't recall any evidence to support the allegation, and the boys flat out denied it. They might not have said anything if they were scared of Helena too, I protested. Sadie was almost certainly sleeping with Bruce Marshall. And she was sacked after the family holiday that year in France, Howlett said, with the air of someone playing a winning hand. She wouldn't admit it to me, and Bruce denied it, But the boys both told me. Halfway through the holiday, there was a huge argument between the adults, and Sadie cried a lot, and then she went home. After that, Helena was doing all the childcare. Were Bruce and Helena getting on then, at the time Rosalie disappeared? He grimaced at Derwent. They had patched things up, but no. I'd say there was little love and no trust between them. They supported each other during the investigation, and then Helena overdosed, and after that she was totally dependent on him. Was Sadie ever a suspect in Rosalie's disappearance? Derwent asked. She had an alibi for the night in question. If she had wanted revenge on Helena, I think she would have gone to the papers and revealed what she was like behind closed doors. Helena was just famous enough for them to have done a story about it. She didn't need Rosalie to be missing. Why didn't she do a tell-all after Rosalie disappeared? I asked. It seemed like an obvious earner for her in the circumstances. She did. They got it spiked. The marshal spent a fortune on lawyers. Every newspaper editor in London had a solicitor's letter at one point or another. If you ruled out the nanny, who did you rule in? Derwent sat back, strictly off the record. One of the problems we had was the sheer volume of people who were suspects. Helena was a divisive figure. She had death threats before and after Rosalie's disappearance. Bruce had business interests that annoyed animal rights campaigners. Investigating that took up a huge amount of time and money, and it got us nowhere. They had anonymous letters. I mean, you always will in a case like this. But it was on a scale that I hadn't experienced before. And phone calls. It drove Helena over the edge. That's what caused her to try to end her life. I assumed so. Howlett looked at me, his eyes shrewd behind the thick lenses. I never knew for certain. Who else was a suspect? Easier to tell you who wasn't. The house was full of people in the weeks before she disappeared. Strangers, neighbours, friends of the family. Someone saw a strange car outside a number of times, but we never got a proper description or number plate. Any one of them could have taken the key to the back door and then let themselves in at their leisure. The door was bolted, but the kidnapper could have been in the house already that evening, hiding. Or they could have been in the house already because they lived there, Derwent said, and Howlett nodded. It's possible. What about Rosalie's birth family? I asked. Her parents were both dead. George Canning, his name was, and the wife was Sarah. George was a painter, an artist, not houses. They were very young, 17 when she got pregnant with Rosalie, 21 when George killed Sarah. Jesus. Derwent flinched. He was mentally ill. Schizophrenic, they thought. But he hanged himself on remand, and so he never had a formal diagnosis. There was no warning. They lived in a tiny little cottage somewhere in Cornwall, in absolute poverty, and Sarah didn't tell anyone that he was unstable. I don't think they had a phone, even. She did little bits of work here and there, cleaning, I think, and looking after children. He sighed. We did wonder if it was a family member who'd taken Rosalie when she disappeared, but they were totally uninterested in her. She was in a foster family for a couple of years before Helena made contact with them. Rosie Canning became Rosalie Marshall when she was 5 years old, and she disappeared when she was 9, and her birth family didn't see her from the day she went into care until she disappeared. 6 years, no contact, their choice. How did the Marshalls get to adopt her? Helena was involved with a charity, some sort of religious organisation. She wanted a little girl, not a baby, because a baby was too much work, and she jumped the queue to adopt Rosalie. She was quite candid about it with me. She had a list of criteria, and Rosalie met all of them. No living parents, intelligent, a girl of school-going age, but young enough to be malleable. Was that the word she used? Howlett nodded. The distaste on his face mirrored on Derwent's. She didn't waste a lot of time finding out about the birth parents. I think she didn't want to know much about them. Helena was never very interested in anyone but Helena. Mr. Howlett, what do you think happened to Rosalie? I asked. I think someone took her and put her in the river. We never found a trace of her. Not a footprint, not a hair. It was just at the bottom of the garden. I saw the river that first morning, and I knew she was already dead. He took off his glasses and polished them on his shirt, absent-mindedly. His eyes looked vulnerable without them, defenceless. I looked for that child every day for a year. In some ways, I've never stopped. On the doorstep, he said, I don't talk to my wife about the cases. She doesn't need to know everything that keeps me awake at night. Derwent nodded. They never leave you alone, do they? The ones that didn't work out especially. Part of the job, Howlett said soberly. You'll take them with you when you go. And it's not always the ones you'd expect that cause the most pain. 18. Bruce. Daddy. Daddy. Bruce folded his arms more tightly across his chest. He was leaning back in his padded desk chair, congratulating himself, not for the first time, on establishing that he needed an office at home, and that the furnishing of the office must be left to him. He had spent a lot of time and a considerable amount of money on the oxblood leather chair that had made Helena shudder. It's vile. It's comfortable. For my back, Bruce had added quickly, thinking, for my naps. And it had proved to be a loyal companion when he was in his study, reading papers and making calls. Bruce did, of course, make calls, but they were largely to friends to arrange golf outings, which counted as work because that was how he made the right impression on the right people, who then invited him to be on the right boards and chair the right committees. He had a carefully cultivated reputation for being reasonable and not asking the difficult questions that could derail ambitious business plans. He didn't like to look the gift horses in the mouth too closely, not with 2 sons in private school, and every prospect that little Rosalie would be the same. Even though he had tried hinting to Helena that it wasn't quite as important for her. It wasn't that she was adopted, and therefore didn't deserve the expenditure, he had explained, but more that the boys needed to meet the right people, and through them, Rosalie would meet the right people. Helena had been furious. It's a hostage to fortune, and every journalist will ask me about it quite rightly. Do you want me to look like a fool? So he'd backed off. But he hadn't given up. Bruce was a practical man, and he didn't feel that girls repaid their education in the way that a son might. They had other things to offer. He cherished a vision of himself walking Rosalie down the aisle, her face obscured with a cloud of white lace, which was convenient because, try as he might, he couldn't imagine her looking like anything other than a black-eyed urchin. Daddy! Daddy! She was sitting outside the closed door to the study, and she would sit there until the door opened, or Helena found her and shooed her away. She was quiet enough, just that insistent repetition of Daddy every few seconds, which was enough to drive a less patient man insane. Every so often a piece of paper would slide slowly under the door, with a scuffing sound that always seemed sinister. "My story," Rosalie would tell him, or "A letter to you, Daddy," or "A drawing I just wanted to do, and I think it's quite like what I imagined." He rarely looked at them properly, truth be told. Little grubby scraps of paper went on the fire when it was lit, and in a drawer when it was the summer. He appreciated it in a way. No matter what he gave Ivo and Magnus, it was the wrong thing. The wrong brand of cricket bat, the wrong type of trainers, the wrong game for their infernal computers. But throw a box of crayons in Rosalie's direction, and her peaky little face lit up as if he'd given her diamonds and rubies. A shout came from outside, somewhere in the garden. He swivelled in the chair to look out of the window. There, Ivo, running backwards in defiance of gravity and wisdom, all his focus on the cricket ball that was arcing towards him. There was a lovely inevitability in the way the ball curved into Ivo's outstretched palms, a pure moment of grace as he took it from the air. But he'd had to hustle to get it. "Oh, well done," Bruce murmured, imagining himself at Lord's on a sunny day. "I say." "Good. That's it. Back to me." Ivo lobbed the ball back to the trainer, who remained invisible behind the shrubbery. Trainer was a grand word for the boy, Nathaniel, only a few years older than Ivo, but prodigiously talented. He had come up through the cricket club's outreach scheme, and he needed the money, the coach had told Bruce. Nathaniel was lined up to go on a cricket tour to South Africa in the winter, so he was spending his summer training Ivo and boys like him, giving them one-to-one attention for a very reasonable hourly rate. And Ivo was improving, Bruce thought. Decent fielding, excellent batting. Not an all-rounder, unlike Nathaniel, but you hardly ever got that. He'd put in the hours down at the nets, dogged and determined, and that was Ivo for you. He'd break his heart, striving to be excellent before he'd admit defeat. Whereas Magnus... "Daddy, please, Daddy, I want to show you my story." "Rosalie, Daddy's working," Bruce barked, sounding more annoyed than he really was. She wouldn't dare to open the door, and he was managing to ignore her quite well. And there was Ivo again, racing to an imaginary boundary. He was good, Bruce thought, and he could be even better. And Lord's wasn't an impossible dream. It had to happen for some parents. Why not him? "Why not me?" was the philosophy that had taken him this far through life. It was a useful means of eliminating self-doubt if you were weighing up whether to go for a job or not. And it was a very good way to avoid the nagging concern that you'd gone a long way on privilege alone. Would he have achieved as much if his parents hadn't been wealthy? Perhaps not. But since he couldn't do anything to change that, why not enjoy the benefits? The guilt wasn't his when it was sheer luck that he'd been born in the right circumstances. Everyone was entitled to ride their luck. "Daddy, when will you be finished work?" "Daddy? Daddy?" She sounded as if she was close to tears, and Bruce clenched his fists in irritation. "Not for some time, darling. Go and play." "I did play, and I did writing. Now I want to show you. It's about Medusa, with the snakes, from my book." She was obsessed with a book he had given her on Greek and Roman myths, something he'd seen in a bookshop window and picked up on a whim. Magnus had given up on it after flicking through the pictures, and Helena had told him it was too old for Rosalie, but she had fallen in love with it. She had read it for weeks now, lying on the landing on her front, breathing heavily as she worked her way through the stories. lost in other worlds. It had led to awkward questions about Leda and Zeus, and what exactly he had done when he was pretending to be a swan. Bruce tried to remember the story of Medusa. Pretty much sex-free, he thought. Like his marriage. Better not think about that. Go and show Mummy. Bruce pulled a face at his own audacity. This was the dance that two working parents did, even when they were both working at home. Working. That was what Helena called it, but it was largely writing long screeds for her blog. Horrible word. And going on the radio, and allowing herself to be interviewed, and writing important articles for the broadsheets about parenting adopted children. Well, she could try parenting the one she had. That would be a start, Bruce thought, swelling with self-pity. Where was Helena? This had all been a lot easier when Sadie was around. Sadie. He shut his eyes. He had been stupid, of course, about how he handled it. But Helena had overreacted, and he had let her, because it was easier than arguing, or trying to explain. It had ruined the holiday for him. For all of them, actually. Rosalie crying all night, her little voice hoarse from it. The child was hollow with grief. Ivo and Magnus unable to look him in the eye. Helena rigid with disapproval and rage. And no Sadie. He was surprised by how much he missed her, there and at home. Her smile, her gleaming tanned limbs as she arced into the swimming pool, her laugh, her very round, very full breasts, generously displayed in skimpy sundresses. He wasn't stupid enough to ask Helena if she had got around to replacing Sadie yet. That didn't mean he couldn't encourage her to get on with it. Bruce got up and went to the door. When he opened it, Rosalie fell backwards, landing on her elbows. She looked up at him reproachfully. I was leaning on the door. I know. He held out his hand. Give me the story. Her eyes widened, and then she scrabbled for it, so eager he almost laughed. He skimmed through it, murmuring, "Oh, very good," and "That's a nice phrase," at intervals, taking in very little of it, but it did seem to be nicely expressed, spelling and handwriting aside. Really, Rosalie, this is excellent. Is it? She hadn't looked away from his face since he started reading, focused on every nuance of his expression. You've excelled yourself. He handed it back to her. Now go and show Mummy. She said she's busy. Bruce smiled. Don't take no for an answer. She'll be so pleased when she finally reads it. Like you. Absolutely like me. He pretended to steal her nose, which he wasn't good at, and she laughed dutifully, and a little too loudly, as she always did. And Bruce closed the study door on her with the comfortable feeling that he had killed two birds with one rather clever stone. He would reward himself, he decided, with a little nap. Helena. If she was honest, and Helena always tried to be honest, she had been nervous about the interview. The publication wasn't one of her usual sources of commissions, and that was something she was determined to change, even though, politically, she doubted that she would see eye to eye with the editor, but of course that didn't matter. What mattered was the message about adoption. Helena was confident, as ever, that she could win this journalist over, but she didn't expect it to be effortless. I hope you'll be fair, Helena said. I'm always fair. An easy reply. Instant, questionably sincere. He was lean and whippy, with dark hair that flopped over his forehead, and small round glasses, and he wore a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to reveal a few inches of tanned forearm. Muscular intellectual was so strongly Helena's type that she felt slightly weak. "I read your profile of that racehorse trainer." He raised his eyebrows, amused. "Reading up on me?" "Of course. Forewarned is forearmed." She refused to be embarrassed about it, even if he was suggesting she should be. He had presumably done his homework on her too. "You gave him a hard time." "Not as hard as he gives his horses." "He has a job to do. And he does it a certain way." The journalist shrugged. "All I did was describe it. I can't help it if it doesn't read well to most ordinary people." "I don't want to look like a bitch," Helena said, holding his gaze. He laughed, holding his hands up. "I promise not to put words in your mouth." And then she thought he was genuinely impressed by the setup in the sitting room, with a tray of biscuits and coffee, and 2 chairs facing one another, and a table in the middle for his recording device. Because Helena knew a good recording was vital if he was going to be able to write an understanding profile of her. He had looked at the paintings on the walls and admired the secretaire desk that was a wedding present from her mother. She thought they were getting on very well, in fact. So well that she found herself saying more than she usually would about how the current approach to adoption involved social workers sacrificing children's chances because their awful birth families wanted to keep them, so they grew up in squalid, unsuitable conditions and were neglected until they were just as hopeless and drug-addled as their parents. Family is something you should earn, not something that's given to you as a right, just because you're too stupid or careless to avoid getting pregnant. The journalist looked up at that and smiled. He had a crooked mouth, an angular face, nicotine staining on his fingers. Not handsome, Helena had thought, but interesting. "I've read your blog. Do you really think that unemployed people should be required to use contraception to qualify for benefits?" "I think if they had any sense, they would choose to anyway," Helena said carefully, thinking, yes, obviously. Not having any proper income or stability should rule out having children. But having a child could be a great motivator for someone to find work and change their circumstances. They should do it beforehand, not afterwards. Nothing is easier once you have a child to take into consideration. Helena leaned forward. "I'm not suggesting a baby is a reward for good behavior. No one should have a family out of indolence or self-interest, that's all. Parenthood is the purest kind of self-sacrifice, an investment with no return except the satisfaction of seeing a human reach their full potential." "And what about drug users? Alcoholics? Should they have to use contraception to qualify for medical care?" Helena shuddered. "The pill seems to be the one drug it's impossible to persuade them to take. And then the babies are so damaged when they're born. Even if they're adopted into a loving home, they can experience great difficulties." "So, do you think long-term drug abusers and alcoholics should be sterilized?" "No, and I didn't say that." She shook her head at him, mock severe. "People should be encouraged to make good decisions. But, as we all know, some of them can't, or won't. I think it would be better if they didn't have children, but if they do, we can't expect them to take on that responsibility. These are people who can't even take responsibility for themselves. What matters then is the child. Their safety, their happiness, their health. I don't see what's controversial about wanting them to be brought up in a loving, caring environment where their emotional and spiritual needs will be met. And you don't think that would happen if either or both parents had a history of drug abuse? In very rare cases, maybe. Very rare. As I say so often, everyone is concerned about the rights of the parents to have children and keep them. Someone has to advocate for the children who have no voice. And that's you. Another warmer smile. He was definitely attractive, Helena decided. She bowed her head. I would rather not. I don't seek the limelight, believe me. But I feel a responsibility to speak up. You've started making quite an income from it too, haven't you? Fees for speaking at conventions in the US, payment for articles, TV and radio appearances. They add up. Helena's face was burning. The glow of mild sexual interest had turned to a different kind of heat. What does that imply? And how do you know about it anyway? Your accounts are filed with Companies House. I did a little digging. He handed her a couple of pages, printouts from the internet. I was curious to know what kind of gatherings you were invited to attend. She glanced at them, saw a familiar logo, and had to resist the urge to shut her eyes in horror. Look, I don't see how that's relevant to this interview. I am very professional about spreading this message. Various kinds of people are interested in what I have to say. I don't limit who can buy my book, or read my newspaper articles, or my blog. So why should I pick and choose who gets to hear me speak? Can you go into more detail about what kinds of people you're talking about? Not really. Helena was defiant now, the disaster unstoppable. That organization that booked you to attend their annual convention, that first one I showed you, they present themselves as Christians with a particular commitment to the family. That fits in with your ethos, doesn't it? Helena found herself touching the cross that hung around her neck and took her hand away, irritated that he was getting under her skin. I mean, in part. But just because I speak somewhere, that doesn't mean I agree wholly with the aims and beliefs of the organizers. They're a far-right neo-Nazi interest group with links to the Ku Klux Klan. Did you know that before you went to Florida last year to speak to them about adoption and limiting procreation for what you called undesirable parents? I don't want to talk about this. I can understand that, but I'd love to know how it came about that you went there. I had an email from the organizer. Helena's face felt stiff. I get lots of emails, lots of requests to speak. I turned down many of them. But not this one. No, it was a generous offer. She tried to smile. Too generous, in retrospect. They were paying my expenses plus a fee. I should have looked into it more closely. But I'm not a politician. I don't have staff. I don't have an organization behind me. It's just me. And I tried to share information that I considered to be important and potentially life-saving. And if the audience wasn't my usual one, they were polite to me and didn't expect me to espouse their, odder beliefs. So when did you realize about their, odder beliefs? She sat up straighter, irritated by the mimicry. When I arrived. But you didn't think about pulling out of the convention? No. I was a key speaker. She swallowed. They had my picture on the advertising. I didn't feel I could let them down. And I knew what I had to say wasn't hateful. It was an opportunity to reach out to people. I'll talk to anyone. Maybe I helped to moderate their opinions. You never know. They had your picture on the flyers. They also took your picture on stage. The journalist handed her another printout, this time an image from a website. The reproduction was fuzzy, but unfortunately all too recognizable. Helena in full cry, with some dubious, at best, imagery behind her, a stylized tree that was the logo of the organization, a banner that read RAHOWA, and another with a sentence written down it, red on white, illegible thanks to the way the ink had bled into the paper. Deniable, Helena thought, although with her fair-haired beauty she had an Aryan mother look to her that was at best unlucky in the context of the setting. Do you know what Rahawa means? Helena prized open her lips, which had tightened. I do now, yes. I didn't at the time. What is it? He smiled again. I'll say it, shall I? Racial holy war. That's a very well-known white supremacist concept. And what was on the banner on the left? I didn't read it. Hard to miss it, surely. It's a sentence known as the 14 words. I don't know anything about that. It says, we must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children. That didn't make you uncomfortable when you saw it was your backdrop? I was just there to deliver my speech. You're an intelligent woman. You must have known these people were racists and fascists. They were hardly hiding it. As I said, I felt obliged to speak. Helena squirmed. They had arranged my transport. I was depending on them. This place was in the middle of nowhere. A swamp, literally. I had no choice. They forced you? Not exactly. I just thought it was best to get it over with, as I'd agreed to do it, and then go. And that's what I did. And took the fee. Helena opened her mouth to reply, and then closed it. There was nothing, literally nothing, she could say to explain why she had kept the money that didn't sound selfish. But she had earned it, talking to those awful people in ridiculous humidity, when she was tired from the flight and the long car journey with a vile, low-grade woman who had not stopped talking for even a minute. And it was a lot of money, and the roof had been leaking in 3 places, so they had needed it. What would you have done? She said instead. The reply was instant. Donated it to a suitable charity. How do you know I didn't? Did you? It was like tennis, back and forth, back and forth. Helena hesitated. To lie or not to lie. She couldn't prove she had, but he couldn't prove she hadn't. Or maybe he could. She could be vague about which charity, so he couldn't track it down, but he was clearly thorough. He was capable of putting in the hours to prove her wrong. The silence was heavy. Helena met the journalist's eyes, which were warm, inviting her to laugh, inviting her to admit that she'd been wrong, but she would never do it again, she promised. Or maybe he liked her. Maybe he was getting a frisson out of this. A Cary Grant and Katharine Hepburn moment, where arguing led to mutual admiration. Helena couldn't read him at all, and for once she didn't know what to do. Flirt? Argue? Deny everything? Cry? All of the options sounded equally awful. For a mad moment, she imagined herself leaning across, putting her hand on his knee. Let's forget about the interview. Let's settle this argument another way. A clatter at the door made her jump, and she exclaimed, irritated. "Mummy!" The hoarse little voice, the aftermath of tonsillitis that had afflicted Rosalie since they came back from their holidays. It made her sound like a 40-a-day smoker. "Not now, darling." It came out high, a sing-song, tinny with insincerity. The journalist tilted his head towards the door. "Your daughter?" "Mummy, Daddy told me to show you my story." The handle of the door started to turn. Not now! What was Bruce thinking? Helena jumped up and yanked the door open. Rosalie was holding a piece of paper with both hands, her expression wary, her body poised for flight. She looked terrified, which annoyed Helena even more. "For God's sake, Rosalie, I told you not to bother me." "I just wanted to show you—" "Yes, I know, and it can wait. It's hardly urgent. I'm busy." Helena was shaking. It was a reaction to the stress of the interview more than anger. A bitter whiff made her clamp her arms against her sides. She had sweated through the top she was wearing. So unfair to be interrupted when she was trying to think. So impossible to come up with an explanation for what she had done. Rosalie's eyes filled with tears. "I'm sorry, Mummy, but you're always busy." Helena glanced back to see that the journalist had got to his feet, his face concerned. This was intolerable. And it was all Bruce's fault, for sending her to find her, and for what he had done with Sadie, so they couldn't have a nanny anymore, which was humiliating and enraging too. All of the bitterness and anger seemed to slosh around inside Helena's chest, splashing acid into her throat. Ultimately, and because she was standing in front of Helena, it was Rosalie's fault for not taking no for an answer. Just for a moment, Helena's self-control slipped. "Go to your room," she hissed at her daughter, leaning forward. "Go on, get out of my sight. I can't speak to you now." When can I come out?" "When I say so and not before." Helena swung the door closed, managing not to slam it, but only just. She stood for a second with her back to the journalist, before she turned to him, a smile pinned to her face. Perhaps he hadn't heard. "Where were we?" The journalist was looking shaken. "That was your daughter?" "Rosalie," Helena confirmed. "She's quite the little attention-seeker, I'm afraid. Sometimes she drives me mad. I've completely forgotten what we were talking about." "Your adopted daughter?" Helena's lip curled. "What does that have to do with anything?" Silence. Time to take control, Helena decided. "I'd love to pursue this discussion, but we probably need to wind this conversation up, I'm afraid. As you can see, I'm very busy. I have 3 children to think about." "It just seems ironic, doesn't it? With her being adopted, and you not having any time for her." He was pale with anger, she realized with a rush of fear. "Please don't take her word for it. She has a very shaky grasp on reality." "Is that so?" She made one last attempt to find common ground. "Look, do you have kids?" "I don't think that's relevant. We're talking about you." "Not anymore." Helena took a step closer to him. Rat-faced little creep. Opinionated pipsqueak. He was so unappealing now that he was looking at her as if she was something he'd stepped in, with his pseudo-intellectual styling. "The interview is over. Can we arrange another meeting? I had a few more questions. I'm sure you did. She held the door open for him. You can email me if anything comes up. He fumbled his recorder as he picked it up, swinging his leather satchel onto his shoulder, grabbing for the tweed jacket he'd hung on the back of his chair, flustered and furious. I don't know if I can do a good job, you see. If you don't address the issues, I mean. You might not be very happy with what I write. That's a risk I'll have to take. It didn't matter, Helena thought. The readers of that rag wouldn't be on her side anyway. Do-gooders never actually did good. They didn't do anything. They just patted themselves on the back for being wonderful. Could I go to the toilet before I leave? Pathetic. The lavatory is at the top of the stairs, on the right. Mum! Mum! Ivo hit me! Magnus, shouting for her from the garden. As if this horrible situation could get any worse. Thanks. Sorry. I won't be long. The journalist scuttled past her. Fine. She wanted to shove him up the stairs. Magnus was capable of saying literally anything about her, as long as it was an insult. Just hurry up. Rosalie. The carpet in Rosalie's room had been thin and worn before she ever came to live with the Marshalls, and now it was patched with stains from various incidents that Rosalie classed as unimportant. Still, she preferred to lie on the floor instead of sitting upright on the bed. The floor was better. You could arrange your toys around you, and they didn't fall over. And you could write in your notebook as if it was on a table, whereas on the bed it was too soft, or you had to write on your knee, and either way it was annoying. And she wasn't allowed to lie on the bed. Her mother disapproved of it because it rumpled the covers. And she wasn't supposed to be in her room most of the time anyway, which was all right because it wasn't a very nice room. It was small, with faded curtains that smelled musty, and there was only room for the bed and a chest of drawers that had a book shoved under one side to keep it from tipping sideways, and a drawer that stuck an inch out and could never be closed properly. The walls were covered in white paper, garlanded with green wreaths, and the curtains were pink, and the carpet had been a strange shade of grey before she had spilled things on it, so none of it had ever really gone together. The wallpaper was old and blotchy, with brown stains, like a fawn's coat, but she liked tracing the garlands of leaves with a finger when she was waiting to feel tired enough to go to sleep. Her bedtime was earlier than she would have liked, but her mother was strict about it. Young girls need their sleep. And it was useless to protest that she wasn't sleeping, but lying in the half-light, listening to life going on without her. She wasn't allowed to put posters up, like the boys, and there wasn't room for a bookcase. But there was a shelf where she kept her dolls, and she had 5 books on it. Ballet shoes, which made her wish she had 2 sisters instead of brothers, and made her wish she liked ballet lessons, but she did not. Charlotte's Web, which made her love spiders. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, which was hallowed twice over because Sadie had given it to her, and she had read it and reread it until she knew it more or less off by heart. A book of Bible stories, either terrifying or boring or incomprehensible, with hideous illustrations that reminded her of rainy day trudging around the National Gallery. And her book of Greek and Roman mythology, which was the second best thing she had ever read after Harry Potter. Rosalie flattened out her notebook. She was writing a news story about the Minotaur, or really what had happened after the Minotaur, when Theseus had forgotten to change his sails from black to white because he was so excited to go home, and his father had thrown himself off a cliff, maddened by grief, assuming his son was dead. Rosalie tried to imagine her own father throwing himself off a cliff because he was maddened by grief, and could not. But she did know all about one small mistake made with the best of intentions, followed by disaster. Rosalie put her head down on her arms, squeezing her eyes shut. That was what had happened on holidays with Sadie. But she hadn't known when she took the picture of the swimming pool. She hadn't seen them. It was Magnus who had pointed it out. And then everything had gone wrong. Rosalie? At the sound of the stranger's voice, Rosalie sat up, rubbing her eyes. He was leaning around the door of her room, the dark-haired man who had been talking to her mother. "Are you all right?" He stepped inside the room and crouched in front of her, setting down his leather bag on the floor. "What are you up to, Rosalie?" "How do you know my name?" she asked, instead of answering him. "Your mum told me." "Are you friends with her?" He smiled. "Is this your room? It's very nice." Rosalie decided instantly that he was another adult who told lies when it suited them, because there was no world in which her bedroom could be described as very nice. "You like reading, do you? Do you like Harry Potter? He's great, isn't he?" She nodded, although it wasn't really Harry Potter himself who was great as far as she could see. He was so slow to realise what he could do with his powers, which was frustrating. When you knew exactly what you would do if someone came unexpectedly and told you you were actually a wizard. "What are you doing?" "Writing." She put one hand across the page in front of her so he couldn't read it. "It's not finished." "But you finished another one, didn't you? Because you wanted to show it to your mum." "I'd love to read it." He had a soft voice and kind eyes behind his little round glasses, but he smelled funny. A bitter kind of smoky smell that made Rosalie's nose sting. "I'm actually a writer myself. It's my job. So I'd be really interested to see it, if you didn't mind showing it to me." She had been sitting on her story, flattening the page under her, and it was warm when she handed it to him. He sat on the edge of her bed and smiled at her before he started reading. It was the first time anyone had read anything of Rosalie's the way she read books, concentrating on every word, line by line. He didn't say anything while he was reading, unlike her dad, and he didn't hand it back to her with a comment about her handwriting after a quick glance, unlike her mother. And Sadie had always sighed and said she didn't know anything about writing, and she was too busy to stop and read something when she had so much to do, and couldn't Rosalie see it was a bad time? But this man was really interested. He read it through, and then read it again, nodding this time. "You did a really good job on this, Rosalie. A really good job. I like the way you describe the snakes on her head hissing. And this line about Perseus being braver than handsome. I like that a lot. You're a very good writer." Rosalie felt shy and happy and absolutely unable to say anything in response. "I bet English is your favourite subject in school." "It was always my favourite too." "Which school do you go to?" "What are you doing?" Her mother, in the doorway, staring at them. "Rosalie, what have you said?" "Nothing. She hasn't said anything. It was me." He was standing now, the story crushed in one hand, forgotten. "It's not her fault. You shouldn't be in here. You shouldn't be talking to her. This is so inappropriate. I can't even begin to... You know you shouldn't have done this. Get out of her room. Rosalie's mother was shaking with anger, her eyes bright and hot. The man picked up his bag and slid out of the room without speaking to Rosalie, not even goodbye. He had shoved her story into his jacket pocket, but she was afraid to ask for it back. It wasn't her fault. He had found her. He had sat on her bed. He had asked her questions and wanted to read her story. And she had known it was wrong. She had just wanted him to tell her she was special, that she was as different as she felt, that she had power no one knew about. Her mother had shut the door, but they were standing right outside, and Rosalie could hear everything she was saying. The man was completely silent, which was the right course of action, Rosalie had found, when her mother's voice was low and sharp and terrifying, and her words came out so quickly they all ran together. Well, you've made quite the mistake here, haven't you? You obviously came here with an agenda. You want to write a profile of me that implies I'm not a good mother, and I'm a white supremacist, and you're prepared to go and interrogate a child to get evidence against me. She's pathetically trusting. She wouldn't have the first idea why you were talking to her, or that she should be wary of you. You took advantage of her, and you know it was wrong. I was just checking she was okay. She seemed upset. As if it's your place to do that. As if it was appropriate for you to lie so you could make your way up here and find her where there was no adult supervision. I suppose I should be relieved that you were both fully clothed. It wasn't like that. His voice was louder now, angry. No one shouted back at Rosalie's mother. No one except Magnus, and he always regretted it in the end. Here's what's going to happen. If you write anything about me, anything at all, even the most basic and bland profile, I will publicize the fact that you approached a vulnerable child in her bedroom alone and lied to do so, and that you were interrupted before you could do anything else, but that I have grave concerns about how safe you are around young children. You will lose your job, and you won't find it easy to get another one. You might be able to damage my reputation, but believe me, you'll regret it when you lose yours entirely. Silence. Rosalie held her breath. Now, when you leave, I'm going to call your editor and explain to them that you were rude and intrusive and behaved inappropriately. I think you'll find this interview simply won't have happened. Helena, get out. Footsteps retreated from the door, moving down the hall, and then down the stairs, and the front door banged, and a car engine started just below Rosalie's window, and the car drove away. She went to the window to see it. Small, red, gone. When Rosalie turned back, the door was open again, and her mother was standing there, watching her. Although she couldn't have put it into words, she had a child's instinctive and immediate understanding of what was happening. That her mother was angrier than she had ever been before. That she had not vented enough of that anger on the man to relieve her feelings. And that Rosalie had been bad enough to make whatever happened next justifiable. J. Magnus, come on, it's easy. Magnus, hanging upside down over the back of his chair, didn't answer. Magnus, your parents would be really cross with me if I let you skip this. They're paying me to teach you. That's their choice. Magnus straightened up, turned, and plumped down on the seat. His face was glowing red, and his hair was wild. And it's my choice not to bother trying to understand any of this. You have to understand it. You're failing maths, your mum said. Your mum said you were a fucking dork. Shut up. Jay said it too fast, giving away his real feelings. Better to have ignored it, obviously, but he'd reacted. Magnus gave him a slow smile, and he was able to translate what it meant. I know what annoys you now. Look, it's just a simple equation. It's like a puzzle. On one side, you've got the answer, here, 39. And therefore, we know everything on this side adds up to 39, even if some of the numbers are represented with an X. We do know that, but we don't give a fuck. You will when you're back at school and your teacher finds out you didn't learn anything over the summer. Magnus opened his eyes very wide. It's not my fault. I had a shit tutor. I'm not shit. Jay kept his voice level this time. And I'm trying to teach you. But you said yourself, you're choosing not to understand any of it. The 12-year-old's face contorted with rage. I don't care. What Jay wanted to do was scream back, I don't care either. Throw the maths paper in the little turd's face and walk out. But he held on to his temper. He needed this job. In a month, he would be packing his little car with everything he needed for university and driving up to Oxford, on his own, for the first time in his life. It was strictly forbidden to work during term time because the terms were only 8 weeks long, and he understood that and respected it. He didn't want the distraction from his studying, which he knew would be demanding, but ultimately rewarding. Equally, it was vital for him to have some money, because his fucking stepdad had made it clear to him that he was on his own now that he was 18. Going to Oxford was his chance to reinvent himself, which had started already with the way that he'd told everyone he was to be known as Jay, and had grown his hair out so it hung over his eyes and curled on his neck, and the new trainers he'd bought at staggering expense with the first money he'd got from tutoring. He wasn't the old version of himself anymore. The wimp who got bullied in school, who was afraid to open his mouth most of the time. Oxford would be different. But he'd need money to enjoy it, or he'd end up staying in his room on his own the whole time. Like you do now. No. Intolerable. He had to make this work. Jay leaned back and crossed his ankle over his knee, folding his arms across his chest. It was a smug pose, but he'd earned the right to it. I am going to Oxford, and you, Magnus, are going to get expelled. You think you're never going to understand this, so you're getting angry with me to distract me. It must make you feel really thick that you can't get the hang of it, because it's easy, let me tell you. I'm not thick. I didn't say you were. I'm telling my mum you call me thick. You can if you want, but I didn't. I said, you feel thick because you haven't understood this yet. But you can. Come on. Look at it with me. 39. And then, on the other side, we have a 3 outside the bracket, and inside the bracket. This is too hard. Magnus was fidgeting, his face still brick red. He was on the verge of tears. It's so simple. Jay stared at the paper in front of him, trying to find a way to explain it. 3 by 2x plus 5 equals 39. He could read it like a sentence. As so often, he found himself trying to communicate it to Magnus telepathically. X equals 4. X equals 4. It would possibly be easier for them to learn telepathy than algebra. What are you doing? Rosalie had wandered into Magnus's room unobserved. She was standing beside them, staring at the page. What's that? Maths, he and Magnus said in unison. And Magnus added, It's too hard for you. You won't understand it. Explain it. She put a finger on the page, pointing. Why are there letters if it's maths? Because it's evil. Magnus sounded sulky and tired. Time for a break. Before the words had fully left Jay's mouth, Magnus had shot to his feet. Can I get a snack? If your mum says it's okay. But you have to come back here in 10 minutes. Yep, I will. He slammed out of the room, and Jay listened to him rattling down the stairs, and the silence as he jumped the last few steps on each flight. 10 minutes. That would be half an hour if he was lucky. Magnus didn't wear a watch, and also Jay wasn't totally sure the kid could tell the time. Meanwhile, here was Rosalie, puzzling over a sum that was far too advanced for her. She was wearing a pink cotton skirt and a white t-shirt that was a fraction too short. An inch of skin appeared when she leaned on the desk, one foot propped on the other. Explain it to me. No, I'm bored with this one. Your brother doesn't understand it, but I have to make him understand it. Jay leaned on the desk, looking at Rosalie. She had long eyelashes and a pretty mouth, like an anime character. Why don't I tell you about the question I was asked in my interview for Oxford? She turned to look at him, interested. What's Oxford? A university. I'm going to study there. He took a clean sheet of paper and started drawing on it. Look, I was asked all about rectangles. Do you know what a rectangle is? Yes, I'm 9. Of course. Sorry. I didn't know. It was happening again, as usual. Why couldn't he ever manage to talk to people? What he meant and what he said seemed to be two completely different things. What about rectangles? Rosalie asked, and he recovered. She was actually interested. Well, the question was, how many rectangles you can fit in a square so that you fill it? And the rectangles have to be a certain shape. The long side has to be twice as long as the short one. But they can be any size, as long as they fill the square completely, with no overlapping. She considered it. What if you had a really big square and really tiny rectangles? You'd fit lots in. The point is to work out if there are any numbers of rectangles that you can't fit in. Look. He started drawing, the ruler making a silky sound as he swept it over the page. Outside, someone was mowing a lawn, and downstairs there was banging on pipes. And in the garden, Ivo was yelling. But it all receded. There was only him, and the page, and the girl leaning over his elbow, watching, her breathing tickling his skin. So, one rectangle obviously won't fill the shape of a square. That means we can cross off one on our list of numbers. He wrote it to one side of the page with a line through it. But 2 would? Yes, definitely. Side by side, or one under the other. He drew a line and showed her how to measure the rectangles, 1 centimetre by 2, in his neat little box. Now the rectangles can be any size as long as they're in the right shape, or what's called proportion. The hard crack of a bat hitting a cricket ball. A magpie scuffling in the gutter by his head. The whisper of his pen on the page, busily drawing, unfolding the explanation, the beauty of it. And he felt all over again the thrill of rightness when he had come up with the solution in his interview, after minutes of silence and panicked staring and trying to concentrate, to think, to remember. Because if you divide the rectangles in two, you get squares. And we know you can divide each of those squares into rectangles again. And our number is going up in threes because every time we divide one rectangle into 4 rectangles, we go up 3 numbers, because 4 minus 1 is 3, and we've already counted the 1. So any number of rectangles we have can go up in threes. He was talking faster, the words spilling out of his mouth, explaining it badly, but striving to get to the point anyway. And then we know multiples of the numbers that work will also work, don't we? And we start seeing that we could go on forever. I know. Like a pattern. It just goes on and on. She pointed at the list of numbers he had been scrawling beside the shapes, so he could tick them off or cross them out. 8, 9, 10. All of them work. You checked them. And it goes up in threes. So there won't be any gaps after that. And you only need to work it out for the little numbers. No gaps, he repeated. Rosalie, you are seriously clever, sweetheart. Did you know that? I'm bored, Rosalie said, and slid off the chair, pushing her hair off her face with the back of a hand that was none too clean. No, don't go. Stay here for a while. He got to the door before her, just in time to slam it shut and hold it there. She was very small when he was standing up. Tiny. Stay here, little one. There's something else I want to show you. Magnus. He was hungry, and he did want a snack. But after he'd eaten it, he had no intention whatsoever of going back up to his bedroom under the eaves, where it was hot and airless, especially because that arsehole JV was there. J. As if he was ever going to be anything other than JV. As if J was a cooler name than JV. What a twat. He had a rash of acne on his cheekbones and neck, the skin red and inflamed, and he smelled weird. A musty odour from his body, overlaid with detergent and deodorant, and whatever he put in his hair that made it look as if it would be hard to the touch. Wax? Gel? Magnus wasn't clear in it, and he certainly wasn't going to ask J-fucking-V. He kept an eye on the bathroom for the arrival of new products he could try, but so far Ivo hadn't bothered with anything like that. Ivo kept his hair short. He wasn't interested in changing his image. He didn't need to. Sports boy was a good enough look, whereas Magnus was nothing. Xbox master, maybe? Which in itself was typical, because he had asked for and wanted a PS2. Coming down the last flight of stairs to the ground floor, Magnus became aware of how much noise he was making. He took exaggerated care to avoid the creaking step 3 from the bottom, holding his breath as he lay down and slid over the final stairs, sprawling on the tiled floor by the telephone table. His mother was talking to someone in the sitting room, and his father's study door was closed. But if the phone rang now, he was fucked. He commando crawled through the hall to the kitchen, towing the door shut behind him, before he addressed himself to the fridge, and found nothing. He grabbed a banana from the bowl on the table and sidled out through the back door. In the fresh air, it was possible to shake off everything that had happened that day, Magnus ate the banana and dropped the skin behind a shrub, then set off at a run towards the river. The garden sloped downwards, and he had a route that involved jumping off a small outcrop in the rockery and vaulting over a low wall. Ivo said you couldn't call it parkour, but he was working up to doing a front flip off the rockery instead of just a jump. The trouble was that his front flip wasn't 100% reliable, and there had been a couple of times where he'd under-rotated and face-planted, or missed his landing and tipped backwards. That was okay when he was in the gym at school, or on grass. Painful, winding, but not dangerous. If he front-flipped off the rockery, though, he'd be landing on concrete, with chunks of granite behind him. The potential for serious physical harm was too high even for Magnus. He gave a war cry and settled for jumping higher than ever before as he levered himself off the rocks and flew through the air. "Magnus, you dick!" He landed awkwardly, his ankle buckling under him and pain spearing up through his calf and knee. He crouched, clutching his leg, twisting to see Ivo marching towards him, looking furious. "What's your problem? We're practicing here, shithead. You almost got hit by a ball." "Why did you have to shout at me like that? My fucking ankle, Ivo." "You deserved it." Ivo, ice cold, hands on his hips, looking down his nose at Magnus as usual. Magnus felt the rage begin to bubble up from the pit of his stomach. "Fuck you. You don't own this garden." "One day I will. Mummy told me she's leaving the house to me." "She can't do that." "She doesn't want us to sell it. She wants it to stay in the family. That means it has to go to one of us, and she picked me because I'm the oldest." That's not fair." There was nothing Magnus could do about being born second, after all. "I think it's sensible." Ivo looked past him, his eyes sweeping over the back of the house with proprietorial pride. So he wasn't aware of Magnus shifting his position, preparing to attack. Under his palm, a rock moved, and his fingers closed around it, without him even consciously deciding to pick it up. "Magnus! No!" Nathaniel was already running towards them, full tilt. And Ivo made the mistake of looking at him instead of Magnus. He was completely unprepared when his brother reared up and bowled the rock at his head. None of the three of them would ever forget the sound it made as it collided with Ivo's skull. He crumpled to the ground, his mouth open in a scream that was at first silent. For a moment, Magnus stared down at him, petrified by horror. Then he ran, half stumbling, sobbing with dry eyes, until he reached the house where his father was standing at the back door, looking down the garden in bafflement. In broken sentences, Magnus managed to convey that an ambulance was needed, urgently, that it was Ivo who was injured, that Nathaniel was with him, but not that he, Magnus, was the one who was ultimately responsible. "All right. Good lad." As his father swung into action, Magnus felt himself sagging, physically, shock weighing on him like atmospheres of pressure when he'd been learning to scuba dive. He knew he should go back to Ivo, but he slid into the house instead, passed his father in the hall on the phone, and started up the stairs. The house was dark and cool after the glare of the garden. Magnus had his head down, so he didn't see Rosalie crossing the landing until he registered the movement of her bedroom door closing out of the corner of his eye. "Sally?" It was the nickname he had for her. "Are you okay?" There was a pause before she answered. "Yes." Don't come downstairs, okay? Someone's hurt and it's not nice. Who? Ivo. Another pause. Okay. Magnus was self-absorbed and spoilt and overprivileged to the point of being almost completely unbearable. But he genuinely liked his little sister. And even in the depths of his own misery, he noticed two things. Rosalie had never, in the 4 years she'd lived with them, not wanted to be at the heart of whatever was going on in the house. And she sounded as if she was upset. He went over to the door and listened. Sally? Are you crying? Okay. You sure? Yep. The door remained closed. The white paint uninformative. He touched the handle with a fingertip, but didn't try to turn it. Should I leave you alone? Yes, please. With a shrug, Magnus turned away. He had his own problems after all. Why had Rosalie been upset? What was going to happen to him if Ivo was really hurt? Could he go to prison? He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he'd genuinely forgotten JV would be in his bedroom where he'd left him. He was halfway across the room before he saw the older boy hunched over at the desk, his arm moving in an unmistakable rhythm. What the fuck? What are you doing? It's not... JV had half risen and was trying to button his jeans. Look, please, fuck off. Look, please, I was just bored. Don't ever come back. I don't like you, and I don't want you in my room ever again. Magnus's voice had risen to a yell. He watched JV spilling pens, shoving papers into his bag, and finally scuttling out of the room with his head down. Magnus climbed onto his bed and pulled the duvet over his head. In the warm, cotton-clean dark, something broke inside him. And quite suddenly, he burst into tears. 19. I stood in the doorway of the meeting room, staring at the piles of paper and lists and stacked boxes that had been my work for the last 10 days. Coming or going? Liv asked from behind me. Neither. I'm stuck here for good. She edged past me, carrying a mug. We're making progress. If you say so. Since the trip to see Bill Howlett, I had barely seen daylight. With Liv, I had worked through every single box methodically, cataloguing their contents and creating a single timeline of the events before and after Rosalie's disappearance. It was painstaking work, and frustrating. And I had fallen into doing it through a trap Una Burt had set in a briefing the day after Derwent and I had spoken to the retired superintendent. I'm just wondering, she had said, about the value of 1 or 2 officers essentially reinvestigating Rosalie's disappearance, when we have an active murder investigation running alongside it that is complex enough to absorb your entire team. Derwent had looked at her quickly, and I knew he heard it as a criticism of how he was handling the case, setting the narrative up for some future reckoning when it had gone wrong. I found myself leaping in. I think we'd be incredibly remiss not to start with Rosalie, especially when we have access to all of this material. Yes, it's a time-consuming task, but I don't know if anyone has ever gone through everything in one concentrated effort. So it may be that we find details that turn out to be more significant than anyone thought up to now. I can't see how we can lose by putting 1 or 2 people on Rosalie. If it turns out we need to borrow more bodies for the main case, we can always put reading the material on hold. Good point, Bert said, with an air of satisfaction. It does seem like a critical aspect of the investigation if you put it in those terms. And I think because you have such a good understanding of its relevance to the overall investigation, Maeve, you should take charge of it. Derwent made a small movement that might have been a protest, but when Una turned to look at him, his face was completely impassive. I matched it as best I could. And so all the joy that Una got out of us was a nod of agreement each. But it had condemned me to endless days spent leafing through the notes and records that Bruce Marshall had so carefully preserved. I was aware of the real action of the investigation taking place elsewhere, as the forensic reports came in. The bloodied material in the second bedroom had once been a pale pink cushion and would have made an excellent silencer. There hadn't been any usable DNA recovered from the second bedroom. The post-mortems had confirmed the causes of death, and that the two victims had been drugged with a chemical mixture that bore some relation to chloroform. And that, apart from some test results that were still to come, was that. Derwent was even more absent than before, a figure in the distance and at briefings, and a voice on the phone checking, irritably, to see if I had finished with the boxes yet. When I arrived at work, he was already there, and when I left, his jacket still hung on the back of his chair, but I rarely spoke to him. So much for working together. From what I saw of him, he looked neither well nor happy, and I had too much time to think about it as I ploughed through witness statements and diaries and photographs and newsprint. Now and then, when I noticed Una Burt pausing to watch me and Liv working together, it was hard not to read smugness into her expression. I dropped a file back into its box and carried it across the room to the wall of boxes we had looked at already. I pushed the box into place at the top of one stack and wiped my hands on the seat of my trousers, regretting it instantly. Did that leave a mark? No one will notice. Someone always notices. From the door, Derwent drawled, "Are we dusting your arse for prints, Maeve?" The boxes just breathe dirt, as you'd know if you'd spent any time in here over the last week and a half. I twisted to see the damage and swiped at the fabric, irritated. What do you want? I want to see if you've finished this wild goose chase yet. I know you think you're going to find her even though better police than you tried and failed. But can we just accept the trail has gone cold? The chances of solving this mystery are nil, and it's a massive distraction from the actual case. I looked at him, surprised at his tone. It was flat, entirely lacking in his usual mischief. You agreed this was important. I didn't disagree. That's a fine distinction. He was staring at the whiteboard. It contained a list of anyone, no matter how obscure, who had contact with the family that summer, and a timeline we had rewritten 100 times as new nuggets of information appeared. The list of names was long. Workmen, students, a cleaner, colleagues of Bruce's, friends of the family, everyone who had been caught up in the hurricane of the original investigation. Derwent folded his arms with a wince, as if his shoulder or back was hurting. He had cut himself shaving, I noticed, which was unlike him. A straight graze just above his collar that had bled into the pristine whiteness of what looked like a new shirt. The folds and creases down the cotton were unmistakable, straight out of the packet. Maybe I should go. Liv was edging towards the door. Stay, we said in unison, and she stopped, but she was still poised for flight. Derwent had brought an atmosphere of jangling tension with him when he walked in, and Liv wasn't a fan of confrontations. What if this has nothing to do with the Marshalls being killed? It's been 16 years since Rosalie disappeared. Why kill them now if it has to do with their missing daughter. Why bother at all if it's not? I countered. They were no threat to anyone. That we know of. Derwent closed his eyes briefly, as if he was exhausted. But people kill for lots of reasons. What if it was the carer? Sabiha? I can't really imagine. Or one of the kids. Magnus. He seems like a dickhead. Doesn't make him a murderer. I hesitated. Look, do you want to sit down? You look shattered. I'd feel okay if we were making any progress. This investigation is dead in the water. I nodded. Being frustrated makes everything worse. Tell him about the new lead. He looked around at Liv, surprised. Don't tell me you've actually found something. I tapped the board. This guy, Paul Lavender. He's a journalist who did an interview with Helena shortly before Rosalie disappeared. He was never interviewed by the police in any of the investigations. We only know about him because Bruce mentioned him to a writer when she took him out to lunch. I think she charmed his socks off, and he gave her lots of details that don't appear anywhere else in the files. But he still scared her publisher into dropping the book she proposed to write about Rosalie. He paid her a kill fee as compensation, and in return, she typed up her notes with her impressions of him, which were on the flattering side, and gave it to him. She wrote, "In case this is helpful," across the top of it, and signed it with a kiss. Very friendly, Liv observed dryly. Well, we know Bruce was a flirt. I imagine she played on that. It's what I would have done. No surprises there, Derwent said, not looking at me. So, what's the significance of this Paul Lavender? He was interviewing Helena for a magazine feature, and it didn't go well. Bruce said the interview never appeared in the end. Maybe they didn't want to run it after Rosalie disappeared. You'd think it would be more newsworthy, though. There were loads of profiles of her in the press, but nothing by Paul Lavender. The profiles had been a large part of the initial coverage of Rosalie's disappearance. Helena, even as a desperate mother, did not come across well. Why didn't Helena mention this to the police? That's what I'm wondering, too. It feels significant. I'm just about to look for him. Maybe they forgot about him. That list on the board is mainly from Helena and Bruce. It's incredibly comprehensive. They even included the men who delivered a new sofa to the house and probably spent less than 10 minutes inside it. I don't believe that Helena would have forgotten an entire one-on-one interview, which never appeared in print, by the way. She was hiding something. I'll come with you, Derwent said, as if he was conferring an enormous honour on me, and Liv sighed. I'm never going to get out of this room. 20. Paul Lavender was living in Brighton, in a terraced house overlooking a square. The house had seen better days. It had been painted white, but not recently, and the white was stained with brown where the balconies had corroded. The stucco looked as if it had the structural integrity of a sugar mouse, and might dissolve at any moment in the sea air. The house had 4 floors, all divided into flats, and Paul Lavender, inevitably, lived in the attic. Why, I said plaintively, is it always the top? Because we need the exercise after the drive. Derwent took the stairs 2 at a time, and I followed more slowly. Lavender had agreed to speak to us when I tracked him down through LinkedIn, sounding, if anything, pleased. I identified him as the kind of man who likes talking about himself, regardless of the circumstances. I had seen the headshot he used for his journalism, a moody black and white picture of him frowning into the middle distance, his hair artfully dishevelled and his jaw squared. It was not the choice of someone who had a low opinion of himself. The years had not been kind to poor Lavender. He had softened and faded. His features were blurred by the weight that had crept on. The sparse beard that was designed to hide a second chin drew attention to it instead, while the hair that had tumbled over his forehead was now scraped back into a ponytail. I thought very few men could carry off a ponytail with any conviction, and poor Lavender was not one of them. Come in, come in. Oh, you're both so tall. Mind your heads, won't you? The ceilings. The flat was in the eaves, so the ceiling sloped dramatically from right to left across his living room. It meant that much of the living room was more or less unusable, unless you were prepared to crouch. There were books everywhere, particularly around the desk that was jammed against a dormer window with a view over the square. An old computer squatted on the desk, which was covered in papers. The wall was stained around the windows as if they leaked, and the kitchen was none too clean, with dirty plates piled in the sink. The air in the flat had a chemical, fruity smell, which I traced to the vape that lay beside his computer. He noticed me looking at it. You've spotted my vice immediately. It's the best I can do, as I tell my doctor. I was a smoker for 20 years, so it's a big improvement on the old days. Sit. We watched from the sofa as Paul made his way to the chair in front of the desk. He spun it round and sat in it, moving with the kind of over-emphatic posturing that gives away the person is consumed with thinking about how they look. See how I turn the chair with a flourish. Watch as I sit down with casual grace and throw one leg over the other, because I am relaxed above all, and a little bit amused at this interruption to my day, but prepared to be very helpful. Thank you for taking the time to speak to us. We'll try not to keep you too long. Derwent was sounding hesitant, which was unlike him, but poor Lavender beamed. Not at all. Not at all. This isn't one of my teaching days, so I have plenty of time for you. He waved a hand, expansive. Ask me whatever you like. You aren't a journalist anymore? You're a teacher? English as a foreign language. He shrugged at me. It's a good gig. Plenty of students around here. I turn work away. Yes, you look as if you're flush with cash. I kept the thought off my face and smiled. Don't you miss writing? Journalism is a dying profession. No one wants to pay for words anymore. If you don't want to write for free, someone else will. He stretched, propping his hands behind his head. Now, this was about Rosalie Marshall, you said. Derwent made a big show of checking his notebook. You haven't been interviewed about her before, have you? They missed you in the original investigation. I assume so. Not that there was any reason to interview me about her at the time. Or now, really. It's a pure coincidence that I was there at all. Why were you there? I was interviewing Helena Marshall. I couldn't believe it when I saw she was dead. Terrible. What date was the interview? Now, I looked this up. He spun on the chair and pored through the papers on his desk. It was the 9th of August, a Monday, and it was in the afternoon, as I recall. 8 days before Rosalie disappeared. Tell us what happened. He laughed. Nothing happened. I interviewed her and drove home in my little car. I don't have a car these days. I sold it. I don't really need one in Brighton. Everything is walking distance. What was your impression of Helena Marshall? I asked. Not my type. He grinned at me. Sorry, sweets, but it's natural. That's the first thing I always think when I meet a woman. Yes or no? So you didn't want to sleep with her? Derwent said evenly, heading off the question of which category I might fall into. What else? Helena was a bit of a ball breaker, despite the pretty face. She had one idea, which was to hammer home this notion that adoption was the answer to all of society's ills, as long as it involved taking babies away from unfit mothers and giving them to nice, decent, middle-class families who would bring the baby up in a Christian environment with the right values and opportunities. I don't know which came first, adopting a kid or this idea, but it was the way she'd raised her profile from Dolly Bird to talking head. Being cynical, I suspect she wanted attention, and Rosalie was the best way to get it. I flirted with her a bit, which she liked, and then, when I'd softened her up, I gave her a hard time, which she didn't. We'd found out that she was a headline speaker at a white supremacist rally in Florida the previous year. She was really angry that I'd found out about the rally, but she couldn't deny it. Was she a white supremacist? I asked. Probably not. She was okay with taking their money, though. He sighed. I miss doing that job, you know. I miss that moment where you get someone in a corner and they can't slide away, and all they can do is get angry with you, but you've got them by the throat, so they have to tell the truth. You must know what I mean. I smiled blandly. Did she get angry with you? He grinned. That meant I was doing my job properly, so I didn't mind. It sounds as if you had her on the ropes, Derwent said. But the interview never appeared, did it? Well, no, but that was the timing. The girl disappeared, what, a week later? It wasn't really appropriate at that stage for me to go after Helena Marshall for her activism. She wasn't a popular person, but we'd have been lynched if we published a hit piece. That changed once people started talking about whether the Marshalls had been involved in their daughter's disappearance, but by then the moment had passed. He spread his hands with a flourish. Story of my life. And you couldn't sell it anywhere else? I wasn't allowed to. Not the done thing, you know. The commission had come to me through a magazine, and they were the ones who'd hunted out the information about the rally in Florida. I wanted to keep in with my editor there because it was a good source of work. That was worth more to me than getting paid a few quid for an article somewhere else. It was just a wasted day, you know? I filed the notes away and got on with my life. Do you still have the notes? Somewhere. He waved a hand at the box files and books that filled the living room. I never throw anything out. Could you find it for us? He pursed his lips. I'll have a go. See what I can do. It'll take a while, though. I can send you anything I find, how's that? I'd prefer you to look now. Derwent sounded much more forceful all of a sudden, and I saw the other man blink at the change of tone. Well, I'll try. Is that everything? Not quite. I can see why Helena would have wanted the interview to go away, I said. But you were a top journalist, an investigative reporter with a good reputation. You could easily have sold a colour piece about the Marshalls in the aftermath of Rosalie's disappearance. And even if you didn't mention the rally specifically, you could have hinted at it. There would have been a way around it. I didn't want to, all right? Maybe I felt sorry for them. Maybe I wanted to leave them alone. He gave me his crooked smile. People think journalists are all immoral, but we are people. We can be kind. Of course, Derwent said politely. So can we. He laughed. Yes, you'd know. You get a bad rap too. But so far, one interviewer to another, I'm impressed. This isn't too painful at all. And we're nearly done. Derwent was looking at his notes. Just thinking about that day in August. Did you happen to see any other members of the family when you were in the house? He was shaking his head. Not that I recall. You didn't see Rosalie? I was focused on Helena. He held up his hands a few inches apart, palms facing one another, and moved them away from his face. Tunnel vision. Eyes on the prize. I assumed that the reason the police didn't want to talk to me at the time was that I hadn't seen anyone else when I was in the house. Just Helena, for coffee, and a bit of an argy-bargy. Then I made my excuses and left. And that was it. That was it, he confirmed. Now, if there's nothing else. Nothing much, I said. But what you were saying earlier, about enjoying getting someone in a corner and making them tell the truth. I smiled again. I like that too. Oh, yes. He swiveled the chair so he was facing me, striking an attitude with an index finger propped against his temple, amused. His eyes were warm, inviting a moment of understanding. I could see how he had appealed to Helena Marshall once upon a time. We spoke to your editor, the one who spiked the article. Instantly, he flushed an ugly red. What? How did you know who I was writing it for? Good police work. Not mine. A colleague tracked her down. Liv had followed the trail like a terrier until she had run the editor to earth. She told us about the incident with Rosalie. With... God, you can't think that I... He caught himself. Stopped. You got no evidence of any wrongdoing on my part. Just her account. Which is hearsay. He looked from me to Derwent. And Helena Marshall is dead. That's right. Derwent sounded grim, all the diffidence gone from his manner, leaving cold disapproval. All we can say for sure is that you lied to us about not meeting Rosalie when you were in the house. In fact, you were alone with her for an unknown period of time, in her bedroom, 8 days before she disappeared. And no one knows what you did while you were there. 21. By mutual consent, we sat in silence for a minute before setting off to London, allowing the echoes of poor Lavender's hysterical pleading to fade. He had begged and wept and bellowed at the top of his voice about entrapment. Then, with great reluctance, he went back over the events of that day, and this time described the way Helena had spoken to Rosalie. She was taking out her frustration on the child. I felt terrible. He sucked on his vape desperately. A sweetish cloud billowed out of it. Derwent leaned over to open a window. The little girl was so small, I remember. Tiny and fragile. I just remember Helena looming over her like a breaking wave that was going to smash her to bits. It got to me, you know? And if she was like that in front of me, a stranger, and a journalist at that, what was she like the rest of the time? Did you have the impression it was how she always behaved towards Rosalie? I don't know. His hands were shaking. I mean, yes, because she was scared of Helena. She looked terrified before Helena said anything to her, and she didn't look surprised when it all went wrong. I'm not just saying that, you know, because it's any benefit to me. I'm trying to help you. I always thought that Helena was the most likely suspect for what happened to Rosalie. If she lost her temper and lashed out and hurt her, or killed her by accident, well, the river was right there. But you didn't feel you should come forward when the original investigation was going on? Derwent's words were clipped. I was afraid to get drawn in. A young man, not married, And I had been in Rosalie's room. I knew if I pointed the finger at Helena, she would point straight back at me, and I thought I'd come off worse. He laughed, bitterly, and I was right. There might have been evidence that could have helped you at the time, Derwent said, if you'd come forward. Forensics to corroborate your story. Oh, yes. I'm sure it would have worked out very well for me. He clutched his head, half in tears again. All because I wanted to check the little girl was all right. It was a moment of madness, you know? A compulsion. She looked hopeless, bleak, as if there was no one she could rely on. I thought it would be wrong to turn my back on her. I thought I could make a difference to her. I asked to use the toilet, and when I was upstairs on my own, I went for a bit of a wander to see if I could find her. What happened next? I asked, in your version of events. Oh, so you have a version already? From Helena? He sucked on the vape again. It's hard to contradict a dead woman, isn't it? Try. Derwent sounded as if his well of patience had run dry some time before. I just talked to her. He rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands. I found her bedroom, which was tiny, by the way, and bleak as fuck. She was on the floor, writing. I asked her about the story she'd been trying to show her mother, and I read it. And it was decent, of its type. I wasn't expecting much, but it was genuinely good. I was just chatting to her, you know. Grown up to kid. What's your favourite subject, that kind of thing. And then Helena flung open the door and started acting as if I'd been trying to seduce her. I don't know which of us was more scared, me or the little one. It was nothing, absolutely nothing. Helena saw an opportunity to shut me up, and she took it, and that's the truth of it. He had given us his notes, which he'd found immediately, so much for not being sure where they were, and spent another 20 minutes pleading with us to understand his position and why he hadn't come forward before. When it became clear that he was just going to keep repeating himself until we left, Derwent stood up. Don't go anywhere, Mr. Lavender. If you disappear, I'll have no hesitation in using every means at my disposal to hunt you down. And I will take it as an admission of your guilt. You know how you'd look to a jury, don't you? You've got a job that brings you in regular contact with young people. You live alone. You've never married. It all adds up, doesn't it? It's not fair. It's not fair. Lavender was grizzling like a giant baby. We'll be in touch. It sounded like a threat, and Derwent knew it. Now, with the quiet of the car ringing in our ears, he sighed. Do you think Paul Lavender would refer to that little scene as a bit of an argy-bargy? I started to laugh. Absolutely. I feel traumatised. Derwent slid down in his seat. We didn't even go in all that hard. No, but it was useful. I adjusted the rearview mirror, pleased to be getting to drive for a change. We need to speak to the nanny. She was the other person who said Helena was abusive. I told you the nanny was key. I said that from the start. And no one's got hold of her yet. Well, let's see if Liv can track her down. She will. And when she does, she needs to find out if Sadie's still fit. I'll make sure that's the first question she asks. He yawned. Did you believe Lavender's version of events? Not sure. No, me neither. A pause. I might have a nap. Go for it. He folded his arms, closed his eyes, and was asleep in seconds, his breathing regular and slow. Exhausted, I thought, glancing at him from time to time as I drove out of Brighton and onto the motorway. There were blue shadows under his eyes, and the cut on his neck looked sore. It wasn't like him to check out like that. Not when we'd just been interviewing a suspect. He should have been full of plans for the next stage of the investigation. It wasn't until we were well into London and stopped at a traffic light that he stirred, sitting up and looking around him to get his bearings. "Oh, sorry, I slept for longer than I thought I would." "Don't worry, it's fine. You were tired." "Yeah," he yawned. "Thanks." Now or never. "Is everything all right, Josh?" I was aware of a sudden stillness on the other side of the car. Sleepy relaxation tightening into something altogether more wary. Why wouldn't it be? Answering a question with a question. I think I taught you that technique. I was keeping my tone light. Silence. I braced myself. "So, when were you going to admit that she kicked you out?" "What are you talking about?" "You haven't been home, Josh. You're in the office every morning when I get there, and you disappear in the evenings when I'm leaving, but you don't go home. You're wearing the same 2 ties in rotation, and they don't look great on it. That's a new shirt, straight out of the packet. And you got blood on the collar this morning when you put it on after shaving, but you're still wearing it. The Josh Derwent I know would have washed and ironed it before he ever wore it, and he certainly wouldn't have spent the whole day with a dirty mark on his shirt." Maybe I didn't notice. As if. I glanced across at him. "The only way you'd be looking like this is if you had no choice." He slumped in his seat. "Fuck. Does everyone know?" "Nope. But you shouldn't have tried to pretend everything was all right with me. You should have known I'd spotted." "I thought you might not." "I'd have noticed sooner if I hadn't been shut in the office with Liv." A beat as the full meaning of that sank in. "You didn't want me around in case I realised what was going on." "You were doing useful work." "You couldn't have known that." I kept my eyes fixed on the road. "All to avoid what? My support?" "Don't." "I just want to help," I said. And I did, but I also desperately wanted to know what was going on. "When did it happen?" "A week ago." "You've been staying in the office for a week? Why didn't you stay in a hotel?" "Because I thought I'd convince her to change her mind." He propped his elbow on the door and squeezed the bridge of his nose as if he had a headache. Sounds pathetic, doesn't it? There's nothing pathetic about wanting to be at home. "And Thomas?" "Yeah. And Thomas." Derwent swallowed. "It's not fun." I can imagine. I let the silence play out so the only sound was the car's engine and the swish of tyres on the road. "So what happened?" "She gave me an ultimatum about something." He broke off to glower a warning. "And I'm not telling you what it was. If I said no, she wouldn't let me see her and Thomas, let alone live with them. I said no. She left a bag on the doorstep with some clothes in it and locked me out. I can't imagine you taking that on the chin. Did you try to get in?" "No. I tried to talk to her. She called 999. I risked a fleeting look in his direction and caught the bleak expression on his face as he remembered it. They turned up just as I was leaving. My hands were cold on the steering wheel. "Did you get arrested?" "No. They could see I was about to go when they got there, so that helped. And I cooperated fully. I hadn't even got angry with her. I just wanted her to listen to me." He let his head fall back against the headrest. I didn't make the mistake of pulling out the warrant card either. The trouble is, the officers interviewed her after I left, and she said I threatened her, so it was recorded as a domestic. I've had Bert asking me about it already. Did you threaten her? I had to know. Of course not. Did Melissa think you were going to hurt her? I can't tell you what she thought. I could feel that his eyes were fixed on my face. I would never hurt her. She knows that, and so should you. She ran away from her ex-husband because he was violent, so I suppose she's likely to be scared easily. You still have scars from your last boyfriend, Derwent said slowly, and you know me pretty well. Would you be scared? No. No hesitation, no doubts. I trusted him completely. Well, that's something. He said it under his breath. I was thinking through the situation. So, until you give her what she wants, you aren't going to have anywhere to live? It doesn't seem so, and I'm still not telling you what she wants. It's not an option. Leave it at that. There was no point in speculating. I focused on the practicalities instead. You can't live in the office. Come and stay in the flat. With you? Absolutely not. Come on, Josh. We've lived together before and it was fine. You'd have to sleep on the sofa, but you have a big investigation to run. The last thing you need is more stress because you don't have anywhere to wash your pants. He laughed at that a little, and then sighed. This isn't what I wanted, Maeve. I know, I said, without really knowing what he meant. But it'll do for now. 22. I had expected that Derwent and I would fall into the easy companionship we had enjoyed the previous summer when we had pretended to be a couple. But that had been his idea. I was the one who had needed to be convinced. The current situation was the opposite. Derwent said almost nothing the whole way back to the office, and avoided me for the remainder of the working day. I waited until the office was more or less empty before I tried to speak to him. I didn't want an interested audience. He wasn't at his desk. I scouted around meeting rooms and corridors until I ran him to earth in the kitchen, where he was staring blankly at the rota for cleaning out the fridge. It's late. Ready to go? He looked at his watch, distracted. Go without me. I've got stuff to do here. Like what? You're just standing in the kitchen. It's hardly productive. He leaned against the worktop and folded his arms, the picture of unflappable calm. I'm making tea. With what? The power of your mind? No mug, no tea bag. I picked up the kettle and shook it. Empty. You need a better cover story. Evidently. He pulled a face which was apparently meant to convey, you got me, and sorry, and I'm still not budging. Anyone would think you were hiding in here, I said coolly. He raised his eyebrows. From you? Are you? Obviously not. I sighed. Come on, Josh. You must have spent enough time in the office over the past few days to last your lifetime. You can always bring your laptop back with you. I promise I won't get in the way. You are literally getting in the way now. You're standing between me and my desk. Yes, and I'm not moving until you agree to get out of here. For God's sake. But he gathered his things and followed me to the car park without further protest. He was a tense, brooding presence beside me on the journey back, clearly miserable. It felt strangely intimate to walk to the flat side by side, like a couple, his bag knocking against my leg once, so he swapped it to the other hand with a muttered apology. All of this could have been avoided if I had let him make his own way back from work, I reminded myself. He had known it was going to be awkward, even if I hadn't had the wit to realise it. There was also the question of how I'd left the flat that morning. I was certain there were bras and knickers drying in the bathroom and unwashed dishes in the sink. He might not comment on the underwear, but he would certainly notice it, and he would never forgive the washing up. I was thinking... He took a step back, just as I slid the key into the door. I should go and get some food, for dinner. I bet you don't have anything worth eating. I hesitated, trying to remember the contents of the fridge. We could get a takeaway. Kerrigan cuisine. I cook. Sometimes. And sometimes I eat toast for dinner. You like salmon, don't you? He put his bag down beside me. Look, I'll be 10 minutes. Shove that bag in the hall. Don't bother carrying it upstairs. I'll do it when I get back. I can manage. But I said to leave it. He turned and walked away, and he was already pulling his phone out of his pocket as he disappeared from view. A last-ditch attempt to persuade Melissa to give in, I guessed. I miss you. Please let me come home. I squared my shoulders. So, I was second best, and a very distant second best at that. What on earth had I expected? Nothing, came the small, dull reply. I tidied up and laid out a duvet and pillows on the sofa, and reminded myself more than once that I was helping out a friend and colleague. No more, no less. When the friend and colleague returned with a full shopping bag, he cooked dinner, and we ate it, and then he stretched. I'm shattered. Me too. I was going to go to bed early. I would have to, if he wanted to go to sleep. The flat was much smaller than the house we had shared. If he was sleeping in the living room, I was limited to the very tiny kitchen and bathroom and my bedroom. Sounds like a good idea. He was gathering plates, and I put out a hand to stop him. I'll tidy up. No, I'll see to it. You have first crack at the bathroom. I spent a scant 10 minutes in the bathroom, including getting changed into my nightclothes, then tapped on the closed living room door. I'm finished. Thanks. Good night. No sound of him coming to say it to my cleansed and moisturized face. I went slowly down the hall to my room and shut my door, knowing I would lie in bed listening to every noise he made until he finally went to sleep. In the morning, I felt a lot better, as you tend to, after several extra hours of rest, even if you didn't want them. The living room door was still closed when I came out of my room. I went into the kitchen, which was flooded with sunlight, and got out 2 mugs, humming to myself as I put the radio on. I listened to the second half of a grim news report on asylum seekers who were risking their lives and their children to get to the UK. The journalist was sympathetic. The politician she interviewed, less so. Not our responsibility, was his message. We had enough problems without inviting more to join us. It made me think of my parents, and how they had kept a low profile when they arrived in England first. When an Irish accent could trigger anger and fear, anyone could be arrested on the off chance they were connected with the IRA. They had walked a careful line, keeping to themselves, safe within the Irish community. It hadn't been easy. The sound of Derwent's voice in the sitting room interrupted my train of thought. I listened for a couple of minutes while I finished making the tea. He was telling Bill Howlett about our interview with Paul Lavender. I went in when he was finished and found him standing by the window, fully dressed. The duvet and pillow were neatly stacked on the sofa. He turned and gave me a swift, assessing look, taking in every detail of the oversized T-shirt I had thrown on as nightwear, without thinking about how it might look in the morning. Focus, Maeve. I handed Derwent his tea. What did Bill Howlett say about poor Lavender? He'd never heard of him. Eleanor never mentioned him. Bill was livid. I can't say I blame him. He spent 16 years trying to solve this while missing a piece of the puzzle. This is why it's worth going back to what happened when Rosalie disappeared, I said. Things change. People decide to talk about things they didn't want to talk about before. I've never disagreed about that. It still doesn't mean it's relevant to the Marshalls' murders. Derwent flipped his phone over a couple of times, thinking. Howlett's sure we're going to find out what happened to Rosalie. Isn't that what he wants? Derwent's mouth twitched. I think there's a part of him that doesn't want someone else to succeed where he failed. Having said that, he was keen to help. He suggested finding out what car Lavender drove. There was that vehicle outside the house on numerous occasions in the week before Rosalie's disappearance. No one got the plates, unfortunately. He suggested that could have been Lavender. It might help us to put pressure on him if we can put him in the area when there was no reason for him to be there. I'll get Colin Vale onto it. Did Howlett suggest anything else? Talking to the neighbours at the time. They were a close-knit bunch. We can cross Dennis Hood off the list anyway. We're ahead of the game there. Derwent's phone purred, and he glanced at the screen. Then answered it quickly. He stood straighter, obviously pleased. Melissa, I assumed. Hey, how are you? As happy as he ever sounded. This was not going to be tolerable, I registered, and began to retreat. He looked at me, mouthing, wait. Did you? And how was that? A smile warmed his voice. Nothing would surprise me, Luke. Luke, Derwent's long-lost son. It shouldn't have made any difference to me, but it did. He was silent, listening. I tried to read his expression. Take it slowly. Either you want her or you don't. And if you do, it's worth the wait. Nothing worth having comes easy. A laugh. So I should hope. Yes, definitely still on for Saturday. See you then. He ended the call. What's on Saturday? Football, 5-a-side. He looked at me sheepishly. I'd forgotten how much I enjoy playing football until last summer. Luke plays every week. I don't always. Sounds like a good way to get to spend time together. That's what I think. And Melissa didn't. He didn't have to say it. I knew. Were you giving him relationship advice? He looked down, suddenly disconcerted. I'm the expert, as far as him and his friends are concerned. Well, you've certainly put in the time over the years. Maeve, plenty of experience, good and bad. And ugly, from what I've heard. I can make you stop talking, you know, he said calmly. I've done it before. He had, and I remembered how. He was one step away from me. It would be the work of seconds for him to take hold of me and put his mouth on mine. I blushed, and I knew he'd noticed it, because he turned away. I'm glad you have him, I said quickly, more or less at random. Luke really loves you. Why wouldn't he? Derwent said, with a hint of the old swagger. I was almost glad to see it. 23. I spent the morning tracking down the Marshalls' old neighbours and reading up about the mysterious car. After a few hours, I went to find Derwent, who was sitting at his desk for once, deep in concentration. I perched on the edge of it. I want to go and see the house. The Marshalls' place. Why? I want to have a look around, get a feel for what it would have been like, see how close the neighbours' houses are, and what the river's like there. I'm guessing the house has changed a lot in the last 16 years, and the new owner might not want us sniffing around either. No harm in asking, I said, and he sighed. No peace until I let you, I suppose. All right, get in touch with them. It might be interesting to hear what they made of the marshals, too. I went off and did just that, and came back to him, grinning. Do you want the good news or the bad news? Good, obviously. I spoke to Louisa Stern, the new owner. She says we can have a look around the house tomorrow. What's the bad news? She wants advice on home security. Derwent groaned. Why is there always a price to pay? From what she said, living in a notorious house has involved paying a fairly high price too. They get drive-by tourists and people coming to the door. Yeah, but presumably they got it for less because of the history. I didn't point that out. I don't want to piss her off until we've had a look at it. I'll save that question for the end of the tour. If you could. I wasn't sure if everyone in the office knew already that Derwent was staying with me, but there were few secrets in a room full of detectives. Nonetheless, I was circumspect about how we left work that day, meeting him in the car park. He drove us back and stopped at the gate again. Your turn to get us something to eat. What do you want? Surprise me. I wondered if I'd done something wrong, because he was sounding grim. He saw the expression on my face and shook his head with a quick smile. I'm just hungry. Maybe he was and maybe he wasn't. I walked to the corner shop and spent a long time prowling up and down the aisles before I settled on sausages and mash. Everyone likes sausages. And Derwent would enjoy mocking me about the potatoes, which was fine. I could take it. I bought some strawberries because they looked luscious, and beer because I knew he liked it. Decisions came slowly, uncertainly. I should know him better than this, I thought. Just at the moment, I didn't feel as if I knew him at all. When I got back to the flat, laden with bags, I understood immediately why he had wanted to get rid of me. From the bottom of the stairs, I could hear a voice. Melissa's. The sound had the muddy quality of a video call. The treble pitchy, so she sounded shrill. Don't know why I'm surprised that you're being so selfish. You've never put us first, not once. And don't say that it's not true, because I remember many occasions when you've left us sitting around waiting for you. You always have somewhere more important to be, don't you? The little hero, running off to rescue everyone. I stood in the hallway, wondering what to do. Derwent would hate it if he knew I could hear her. I should have known better. I don't know what I was thinking, getting involved with a police officer. You all have a god complex. Always on a power trip, aren't you, Josh? Always the centre of attention. What am I, as far as you're concerned? Someone to fuck occasionally? She laughed. Not even that lately. Oh, hell. I stood stock still, trying to avoid making any noise. The potatoes were heavy, and my once-broken collarbone was starting to complain. At least Mark knew I existed. At least he wanted me. Mark Pell was the husband she had fled, hiding in a high-rise tower block to get away from his abuse, with their son, Thomas, who was the light of Derwent's life. I felt myself go hot with anger. How could she suggest Mark was a better choice than Josh? Up until now, he had been completely silent. When he spoke, I barely recognized his voice. It was quiet and emotionless. I've explained why I can't do what you want. So he wasn't even going to address the fact that Melissa was comparing him unfavorably to the man who had brutalized her. The realization was like a punch in my chest. This wasn't the first time she'd said that to him. Or screamed at him, her voice edged with rage. "Oh, yes, you've explained. Look how fucking reasonable you are." "Mel, I know exactly what you're doing. You're with that whore. You couldn't wait to get at her. You must think I'm some sort of moron." He cut into the diatribe, louder than her, still striving to sound calm and reasonable. "Tell Thomas I'll see him soon." "You won't. Not unless you—" Silence. He had cut her off. I bit my lip. If I'd moved when Melissa was shouting, I might have made it to the doorstep, but I was at the foot of the stairs. I measured the distance by eye. If I crept back, I could bang the door and pretend I'd just arrived. "Are you coming up?" He was leaning over the banisters, his expression interested. He didn't look flustered, which was an achievement because my face was red and I hadn't even been involved in the conversation. "Sorry, I wasn't listening. At least, I was, but I didn't mean to." "I know." He came down the stairs and took the shopping bags from me. "These are heavy." "Tell me about it. I was standing there for a while." "I heard you come in." He went back up, leaving me at a loss in the hall. Was that it? He wasn't even going to mention what I'd overheard. I found him in the kitchen, unpacking the shopping. "Are you all right?" "Yeah, why?" "Josh, leave it," he said briskly. "Don't get involved. It's nothing to do with you." It didn't sound like that. I made it a question because I wasn't sure of myself. Generally, when he told me to butt out of his business, I did just that, but this felt different. "Is that how she is with you all the time?" He turned and leaned against the counter. "I'm not an easy person to live with, Maeve. She gets frustrated. I'm used to it." "You shouldn't have to. The things she was saying, I've heard worse. You can't stay with her. You can't live like that." It wasn't premeditated, but it was the truth. He went still for an instant, and then the wall went up. "Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself. You've got bigger problems than I do." "I heard what she said to you, and it was hurtful and unfair and wrong." "You heard one conversation and you're an expert." He folded his arms, his eyes hard. "Tell me, how's your love life, Kerrigan?" "Better than yours, by the sounds of it, because I still have some self-respect." For a moment, neither of us blinked. Then he stepped towards me, and I backed into the hall, unsure of what he wanted. When he spoke, it was in a conversational tone. "You know, I'm not that hungry after all. I'm going to go for a run." "What, now?" "Yeah." He moved me to one side gently so he could get past me, and disappeared into the sitting room. Again, I was treated to the closed door. When he came out, he was wearing a black t-shirt and matching shorts, and headphones that he was adjusting so he could shut out any attempt at talking to him. "Cook for yourself. I'll get something later." "Josh, you can't run away from this situation." He smiled at me, jogged down the stairs, and did exactly that. 24. I had been looking forward to seeing the Marshalls' former home, and I was still curious about it. But when we parked in front of the house, I didn't even look at it. "Are you going to sulk all day?" I didn't answer. Derwent sighed and got out of the car, slamming the door with enough force to make my ears ring. I followed suit, ignoring him. The sun was bright and warm, spring getting underway all around us, and I shaded my eyes to scan the front garden. Mature trees lined the high wall, screening it from a road that was narrow and quiet. In the distance there was traffic, but here, for a moment, it felt peaceful. I, on the other hand, was simmering with rage. And I had been for roughly 14 hours, since Derwent had sauntered in after a very long run, spent an age in the shower, and emerged to tell me, casually and without looking at me, that he had bumped into the neighbours from the flat downstairs. They're going to Australia for a month. They were worried about leaving the place unoccupied for that long. Johnny asked me to keep an eye on it since I'm here, but I thought I could go one better. I'm going to stay in their flat while they're gone. Stay in their flat, I repeated stupidly, instead of here. Is this because of what Melissa said? No, nothing to do with her. He had been frowning at his phone, only half engaged with the conversation. You and I could do with a bit of distance from one another, given that we have to be together at work. You don't want me camping on the sofa for the next few weeks. I let that go. When are you moving in? His answer was to hold up a set of keys. I'm just going to pack. Without even discussing it with me. Why on earth would you mind? And when I hadn't come up with an immediate answer to that question, he had got his things together and left. Because it was my job, and only because of that, I went to stand next to Derwent, who had just rung the doorbell. The front door was painted pale pink, with bright polished brasses, and someone had coaxed a climbing plant up a trellis that was attached to the house. Derwent glanced at me. Good of you to join me at last. Are you really doing this? I found myself asking. Conducting this interview? Yes, that was the plan. I unclenched my jaw to say, you know that's not what I meant. The door opened before he could reply, which was probably for the best. I tried to look pleasant for the sake of the woman who was smiling in welcome. Louisa Stern was in her early 60s and had a demure look, like a housewife in a 50s sitcom. She wore a cotton dress with a wide skirt, a cardigan, flat shoes, and large pink earrings that matched the colour of the front door. Her hair was greying and elegantly bobbed. Ah, the police. I'd been greeted in many ways over the years, but rarely with a beatific smile. I'm glad you contacted me. I was wondering if I should get in touch with you. Was something worrying you? Derwent asked politely. Well, yes, but you never know if it's useful or not, do you? I don't want to waste your time. She laughed. I'm wasting it now, my husband would say. Come in. You wanted to look around, so please do. I'd rather deal with your concerns and then look at the house. That seems more important. And it meant he could avoid being alone with me for another few minutes. Louisa Stern took his gallantry at face value and was pleased. I was sitting outside in the sunshine. Would that suit? Perfect. She led us around the side of the house to the back garden, where we perched on garden furniture. It was slightly too cold to be outside, I thought, but I admired the pots filled with spring flowers that brightened the paved area around us, and the long sweep of lawn down to the river. That's what sold the place to us. My husband has always wanted a boat. He had his eye on the house for a very long time, but we never thought the Marshalls would sell. In the end, we contacted them and they agreed to a private sale. Quite a good deal as it happened. But then I suppose not everyone would want to live here. It's a lovely house, I said. Most houses of this age have some sad stories attached to them. And ghosts, sometimes. But not this one. Not that I've seen, anyway. She folded her arms, hugging herself. That's what one of them asked me. If I'd ever seen Rosalie's ghost. But I hadn't. One of them... Oh, the people. She waved a slim hand. The ones who came. We had such a rush of them. When we bought the house, we knew there was public interest in it, even for people who didn't know about the little girl, because it is impressive. A landmark building, I've heard it called. The houses on either side are much smaller. We agreed that it was definitely the nicest property on the riverbank. So people try to gain access because they're curious, Derwent prompted. Often. Driving past, going slowly, or even walking up the drive. We do have a sign to say this is private property, but people ignore it. That's why I thought you might have some suggestions for our security. A big dog, Derwent said. Best deterrent there is. But think of picking up the turds. Or you could throw them at the rubberneckers. She gave a squeal of delighted laughter. So we could. Is this an ongoing issue? I asked. Or has something changed? Well, it was every couple of months. 1 or 2 people, fairly casual. Just in the last month or 2, though, there were more. One of them came by boat, rowing up to our jetty, which was very annoying, I thought. But he said he knew it well, and he seemed very knowledgeable about the area and the family. She put her cardigan around her. He was making a program about it. He wanted to record me talking about the house. That caught my attention. Was it for a podcast? That's right. As soon as he said that, I lost interest. I don't listen to them much, and when I do, I don't like the true crime ones. I prefer something funny. Me too, Derwent said. Do you remember his name? Tor something. Not short for Torquil, he said, which was what I thought originally. That's why I remembered that part. You never meet a Torquil, do you, except in books. He was very diffident, very polite. I just didn't want to be involved. Did he ask you where he could find the marshals? Yes. She looked nervously from me to Derwent. I told him their address. I wouldn't have, but he was a friend of the family. Is that what he told you? Was that untrue? She went pale. I probably should have checked with Bruce, but Tor seemed very familiar with them. With the sons. He knew all about them. He said he used to be their neighbour. Derwent looked at me, and I shook my head slightly. No one named Grant had lived on the road at the time of Rosalie's disappearance. But I thought Tor Grant would have put in the time and effort to research the family well enough to fake it. When was this? About a month ago? It would have been around the time he turned up at the marshal's flat and frightened Sabiha. Tor Grant was a walking red flag, with his soft, woolly manner that was so at odds with the persistence he demonstrated. He was prepared to break the law to get what he wanted, which was access to the marshals and their story, even to the extent of breaking into my car. That was one person who approached you recently, I said. Who else? No one important. A couple of New Age traveller types, which I didn't like. They didn't seem like the marshal sort of people either, so I assumed they were up to no good. And a couple of garden fanatics. I thought she wasn't enjoying herself anymore. That the attention and excitement of the interview had faded away into stark fear that she'd done something unforgivable in sending Tor after the marshals. Are you nearly finished? I do have phone calls I need to make. You're shivering, Mrs. Stern, Derwent said gently. Can I get you a blanket? No, I'm all right. She rubbed her arms. We'll try to get through the rest of the questions as quickly as possible. I didn't want to lose this opportunity. Derwent got up and took off his jacket, draping it around Louisa Stern's shoulders. She clung on to it gratefully. That's very kind, very thoughtful. But won't you be cold? He shook his head, sitting down and concentrating on rolling up his shirt sleeves, which gave her the chance to recover her composure, and for me to reflect that he knew what he was doing most of the time, and when he got it wrong, it was telling. He had got it epically wrong with me, but what it was telling me, I didn't know. Can we talk about the other people who bothered you, Mrs. Stern? Well, I wouldn't say they bothered me exactly, but it was just odd, after all this time, that we had people get in touch with us who wanted to find the Marshalls. She looked pensive. When they left, they didn't seem to tell all of their friends, because we had Christmas cards and letters and things for them for months and months. You know, I don't think the Marshalls wanted to leave. When we arrived on the day of completion and wanted to move our stuff in, the house was full of furniture and belongings still. Junk, most of it. Did you keep anything? I had visions of an attic full of more boxes, more things to look through in search of the link to Rosalie, and didn't know whether to be relieved or sorry when she shook her head. I got a house clearance company to come and get rid of everything. I'm an interior designer. I needed a blank canvas. Louisa Stern smiled. This house has got me quite a few clients over the years. It's no wonder they didn't want to go. 25. When we eventually went into the house, Louisa shut herself away in a pretty sitting room at the front of the property. She was still wearing Derwent's jacket, despite being indoors, and I wasn't sure she was planning to give it back. We started in the kitchen. I took out a handful of pictures. Compare and contrast. These are images of the house taken at or around the time Rosalie disappeared. Louisa said the house hadn't changed much, but it looks different to me. I think she meant it hasn't been extended or rebuilt. I suppose her standards are different, being a professional. We were standing in the kitchen, which wasn't large, but overlooked the garden. It was painted a rich egg yolk yellow, which was warm and cheering, and a whole lot nicer than the powder blue of the Marshalls era. These windows are new. There was a door in the middle of that wall, which was the one that was found open on the morning Rosalie disappeared. Derwent took the pictures and shuffled through rapidly, barely glancing at them. God, she can talk. Louisa, I thought you were getting on with her. Needs must. Yes, you'll say whatever you have to, whenever it suits you. Thanks for the reminder. I took back the photographs and separated out the ground floor ones, giving them back to him. I'll start at the top. We can meet in the middle. You don't want to walk through it together? Sorry, I said blandly. I thought you were the one who wanted to keep your distance. He sighed. Fine, go, whatever you want. Whatever you want, I thought and didn't say, and knew that he knew I was thinking it. There were 3 rooms on the top floor, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom in the middle. I matched one to the picture labelled Ivo's room, and the other to Magnus. Both were wallpapered in pretty florals, and had a pristine guest room quality that was very different from the teenage boy bedrooms that were in my photographs. The windows were the same, little dormers that gave a limited view over the front and back gardens. Ivo had kept his room tidy, with an austere bookcase on one wall, a desk and chair, and clothes folded with geometric precision. A single poster of a fighter plane hung on one wall, where now there was a framed Victorian sampler. The bathroom had been remodelled, and I shuddered at the photograph of what had been there. Chipped tiles, lime-scale stains, and flooring that was peeling away around the base of the toilet and the shower. Now it was immaculate, in white with brass fittings. Magnus's room was heroically untidy in the pictures, but then he had been 12, I thought, caught halfway between childhood and being a teenager. Clutter everywhere, and toys, and a general air of chaos had pervaded what was now a perfectly pleasant bedroom. I thought of what Bill Howlett had said about Rosalie's room being bare, and how it had looked in the crime scene pictures. I wondered if Magnus had resisted passing on his more childish toys, or if Rosalie had simply wanted to be more like her older brother. On the middle floor, I found a large master bedroom and bathroom which overlooked the river. At the front of the house, 2 other rooms flanked the tiny hall bedroom that Rosalie had slept in. I decided to save her room until last. Each of the other rooms had a large tree outside the window, currently coming into leaf. I looked at the photos, frowning. Wondering who needs this many bedrooms? Derwent was standing in the doorway, his hands in his pockets. It's just the 2 of them, you know. I knew he wanted me to agree with him that it was a waste to have all of this space, and no one living here, but the words stuck in my throat. They have grown-up children. Presumably they stay sometimes. Okay, he said it on an exhale. So what's wrong? Why are you frowning? The trees. He shrugged, looking baffled. Howlett told us there were sightings of a car with a broken number plate passing the house. He said the car was never traced. So? In the files, there are lots of references to a car at various times and in various accounts of what happened, but they all come back to one person. Helena. She was the only one who ever saw a suspicious car lurking outside the house, or driving past slowly, or parked on the road. She repeated her concerns to everyone. She talked about seeing the car from the house, looking out, and watching it drive past. And you can't see the road. You can just about see it through the trees and hedge now, but you certainly wouldn't have been able to see it in the summer, when Rosalie disappeared. Not from the ground floor, not from these rooms, not from the attic. And you wouldn't have been able to see a broken number plate. Derwent came to the window. I waited, sure I was right. The gate to the road was over in the far left, tucked away from the house. The trees I had noticed on our arrival screened the road entirely. As he looked out, a car drove past. Invisible. You can't even see what colour it is, let alone make and model and a broken licence plate. She could have seen it when she was driving in and out. She could have, but that's not what the files say. It just isn't possible, especially in August. Look at the pictures. The trees are in full leaf, and I know it's a long time ago, but the trees are mature. They wouldn't have looked much different 16 years ago. So Helena lied. He turned to lean against the windowsill, folding his arms. So what? Why was she trying to sell the police on a lead that was impossible to follow? Classic misdirection. She wanted them looking outside the house, not at the people in it. Her family. At a guess? I sat down on the edge of the bed. The timing of her overdose always bothered me, Josh. She coped after Rosalie left. And then something happened that changed everything. She was under intolerable strain, and she snapped. That can happen. Bearable becomes unbearable like that. He clicked his fingers. There's generally something to trigger it. What if it was one of the boys who did something to Rosalie? What if it was Bruce? He stayed loyal to her, I said slowly. Out of guilt. Maybe. He might have been afraid she would tell the world what she knew if he didn't look after her. Or he was a devoted husband who was completely innocent. No one ever connected him to Rosalie's disappearance. He was there when Helena woke up that morning. She went to bed first. He was the last one awake in the house. And it's a big house. You wouldn't necessarily hear something happening on the ground floor if you were in the master bedroom. It's suspicious, Derwent agreed. I can't see why none of the neighbours reported seeing this car around the place, if Helena saw it repeatedly. I pulled a face. What? I was agreeing with you, you nit. No, but if Bruce was the one who killed Rosalie, that doesn't get us much closer to finding out who killed him and Helena. Maybe Helena persuaded someone to kill him, and they got carried away and offed her too. I shook my head. You can't argue with the forensics. The blood on Helena's face wasn't smudged by the pillow when she was smothered. She died, then he died. And we still don't know why, let alone who. I want to know what happened to Rosalie. I need to know now. But I'm beginning to think Una was right, and this isn't going to get us any closer to solving this murder. I got up and smoothed the coverlet where I'd rumpled it. Let's have a look at Rosalie's room. The photographs in the file had documented every inch of the small space, every smudge on the wallpaper, every curl of dust under the bed. Louisa had transformed it into a small office in a highly feminine style, with white furniture, patterned curtains, and flowers on the desk. Gold details gleamed everywhere. The light fittings, the handles on the desk, the legs of the chair. For all that, I was instantly aware of how small the space was, and how cramped it felt. Even the ceiling seemed low. If I had stood with my arms outstretched, I would have been able to touch both walls. I turned and found Derwent had followed me in, which made the space feel even smaller. Did you look out of the window? Same story. No view of the road. He nodded, his attention on his surroundings rather than on me. It was not going to be possible to get past him, I noted, and waited for him to realise that. They had us sleeping in here. That tells you a lot, doesn't it? Does it? It's close to the master bedroom. Maybe Helena wanted to keep an eye on her because she was younger than the boys. The other bedroom we were in is closer, Derwent pointed out, and bigger. And they would still have had a decent-sized guest room, plus this one for emergencies. A small room can be cosy. You saw the pictures. Howlett said it was bleak in here. I remember that. It didn't look very nice. I sighed. Poor Rosalie. She wanted attention, Derwent said, and love. Kids like that are so vulnerable. Abusers have radar for them. They grow up into adults who get into terrible relationships with manipulative people. If they grow up at all, I said softly. Helena loved her boys and tolerated Rosalie until she didn't. Maybe Helena is the one we should be looking at. Maybe Helena was trying to divert suspicion from herself, not one of the others. The fear of getting found out made her try to take her own life. Could be. I shivered, my skin tingling as if something unwholesome was touching it. I know Louisa said she'd never seen a ghost, but I really don't like it in here. He grinned. I'll protect you. Forget it. I pushed him out of the way, far too close for one excruciating moment. Just as I slipped past him and stepped through the doorway, his fingers closed around my wrist and he hauled me back. "Maeve, wait. Just leave it," I said, and his grip tightened briefly. "If you want me to apologise for moving out—" "Not at all. Why would you?" "Yeah, I was about to say I wasn't going to." He frowned at me. "I don't know why you mind so much about me moving into the flat downstairs. I thought you'd be relieved. I hadn't exactly settled in." "I noticed that. You didn't think it was a good idea from the start, and I'd like to know why." "Of course you would. You always want to know everything." He let go of me with a little shake. "I will tell you. Sometime. Not now." His eyes were sad. "But believe me, it's for the best." 26. Rosalie. Rosalie was a very lucky little girl to be staying in the south of France, in a villa with a pool. A villa with a pool was one word as far as she was concerned. It had been talked about so many times in the months before the holiday. Such a long journey across to Calais, and then down through France on the wrong side of the road until they got to the tiny village after dark. Her first impression was one of strangeness in the black night. Strange, hot, dry air. Strange insects clicking in the undergrowth. Strange, glaring lighting in the sparsely furnished rooms. Strange humming fans in the ceilings that swept the air with their paddles. There were 4 bedrooms, Mummy and Daddy, Ivo and Magnus, Sadie and Rosalie. Rosalie didn't like being on her own, and Ivo didn't like being with Magnus. But Magnus flatly refused to share with Rosalie. So all 3 of them were cross from the very start of the holiday. And that made Mummy cross. And then Magnus and Rosalie cried. And there was a mosquito in her room, darting at her and retreating on a miserable whine. And she got bitten all over the legs. And she had a nightmare. And Sadie got in trouble for sleeping through the screaming. That was just on the first night. Then she had heard the conversation between her parents. Honestly, it would be easier to stay at home. No, we should leave the children at home and go away by ourselves. Her mother sighed wistfully. The dream. Do you ever think, if we hadn't taken on Ro, well, Magnus won't want to come on holidays with us in a couple of years. Rosalie will. We have years of this ahead of us. Another sigh, this one less dreamy, more despairing. It was your idea to adopt her. Her father sounded irritated. You can't treat the girl like a prop and just take her out to show her off when you need to, for the sake of your career. It's a lifetime commitment, like I told you. Oh, stop it, darling. You were pleased to take her on. Anyway, I didn't know what it would be like. Girls are so different. Such hard work. I had no idea. Rosalie went and sat in her little bedroom on her own for ages after that, until Ivo called her for lunch. And it was hot, and the food got stuck in her throat. But no one noticed that she was sad. And the swimming pool was out of bounds, her father said, because she wasn't a good enough swimmer, and she could only go in with an adult. But he wanted to read his book, and Mummy didn't swim, and Sadie had to walk into the village to buy something for tea, and she didn't want Rosalie to come with her. The boys didn't want to play with her. They didn't want to do anything. They were bored, they said, and told her to go away. She spent the afternoon pretending a clump of trees was actually a gateway to a fairy kingdom, and that was all right. But when Sadie told her to come to dinner, she got in trouble for having a rip in her dress and dirty legs. 2 days into the holiday, they went to the coast, and she paddled for hours in the sea, only up to her knees, unless Daddy was prepared to come into the water with her. The salt stung the grazes on her skin, and the sun made her shoulders red, and she loved it. She loved every second of it. 3 days into the holiday, her dad came up with the idea of giving her his digital camera, so she could take pictures of the house and the garden and the hills in the distance, and the vineyards that stretched around the village, and the insects she found crawling by the pool, and the flowers on the bush on the other side of the fence, and the funny mirror in the bathroom, so he didn't have to get up and look every time she called him. He sat by the pool in the shade of a parasol, with a glass at his elbow, ice dissolving in it, and reviewed the pictures every so often, while she hovered, wanting to talk about what she had found. The bird's skull, the mouse running flat out over open ground, moving so fast it seemed to be floating, the silver-leaved scrub, and the olives on the trees, and the fat, purple bolsters of lavender, waving as she walked through them, and the quick flash of brown lizards in the low stone walls. 4 days into the holiday, they went to Tours, the prettiest place Rosalie had ever been, and drank Orangina that came in glass bottles, sitting outside a cafe in a cobbled square, and Sadie sketched a house with flowers outside it, and talked about coming back with her watercolours, and they had chips for lunch, which were called pommes frites, and a croque-monsieur, which was a toasted sandwich that was too hot. And that night she had a nightmare, which was because of the cheese, her father told her, when he tucked her back in under the thin, stiff sheet. 5 days into the holiday, she took a picture of Ivo diving into the swimming pool with the villa in the background, his hands carving a line through the air, his body a bow, and showed it to Magnus, who never looked at her pictures but looked at that one, and then took the camera and showed his mother that there, in the black shadow of the doorway, her father was standing so close to Sadie that you couldn't see any gap between them. If you zoomed in, and her mother did, you could see that his face was right up against hers, and his hands were on her arms, holding her tightly. And Sadie had been wearing little white shorts which you could see, and a bikini top that you couldn't make out unless you knew what to look for. Her skin was brown and smooth, and Bruce's hair was thinning on top. And her mother had laughed, and cried and said, "There's no fool like an old fool," and "I should have known," and "She has to go." And her father said things like, "You're overreacting," which made it worse, and "Calm down," she hadn't, and "This is ridiculous," which made her mother throw a bottle of wine at him that stained the white wall of the living room and left tiny jewels of glinting glass everywhere. Sadie packed her things and got a lift to the nearest town with the man who ran the boulangerie and liked her, and always gave Rosalie an extra goûter, which was another of the French words she had learned so far. So Sadie could catch a train to Paris, and they would never see her again. And her mother was very angry when Rosalie asked if never meant really never, because she loved Sadie. They stayed in France for another 9 days, but after Sadie left, the holiday was over. And everyone, from Magnus and Ivo to Sadie and her father, and even the man from the boulangerie, looked at Rosalie as if it was all her fault. "27. Sadie Pilchrist, you are not an easy woman to find." She laughed and flicked her hair off her shoulder. "Well, for starters, you shouldn't have been looking for Sadie Pilchrist. I'm Sadie Cartwright now, for my sins. And before that, you were Sadie Manners." She rolled her eyes. "Please, we don't talk about that. He was a big mistake." "We all make mistakes." "Yeah, but we don't all marry them." She had a husky laugh, and Derwent was prompting it a little too often for my liking. I suspected he knew that I wasn't enjoying it as much as he was, which would make it all the more entertaining for him. It had taken Liv the best part of a week to track down Sadie, after we visited the old house. A week of painstaking phone calls and electoral register searches and dead ends. She had finally located Sadie on the outskirts of a small Surrey village, where she lived in a substantial house with stables. I had known Derwent was keen to interview the ex-nanny himself, but I'd thought Liv would want to go with him, and was surprised when she shook her head. "You go, I've had enough of her." "Don't you want to get out of the office?" "Not with him." She mouthed it, eyeing Derwent, who was standing in the doorway of Una Burt's office, complaining about something. His mood hadn't improved noticeably, despite having his own space to live in. I saw him in the mornings and evenings, but we spent no time together outside work. He went running every evening. I presumed on the old routes that he had followed when he lived in my flat. It was obsessive behaviour, and I was worried about him. "None of my business." "And you think I want to go?" "Yeah, I do." Liv narrowed her eyes at me. "Every time I look up from my work, you're staring at him like you're making a nature documentary about him, and you're hoping to observe some rare behaviour, which in Derwent's case is probably smiling. He smiles. Not at me. And not at me either, lately." When he came out of Una Burt's office, Liv shared the good news about Sadie's location, and I volunteered to go with him the next day, which got me a grim nod but no actual encouragement. He had been very slightly more cheerful in the car on the way to the interview as I teased him. "What if she's not fit?" "I've seen the pictures in the files. She'll be aging like fine wine. Anyway, 40's not old." "No, but it can hit you hard." "I have faith in Sadie. She'll have looked after herself." She was grooming a horse when we walked into the yard, briskly drawing a brush over its gleaming hindquarters. Her skin-tight jodhpurs clung to long legs and a firm, round bottom. Thick, fair hair hung straight around her shoulders, and when she turned, her face was tanned. She had laughter lines around her eyes, but she was undeniably attractive. On our way into the house, Derwent spared a second for a smug look in my direction, then proceeded to flirt up a storm, much to Sadie's delight. When I was too bored to put up with it any longer, I cleared my throat. "Did you know that Bruce and Helena Marshall were dead?" "Not until your colleague called." She blinked, her long, sweeping lashes too perfect to be real. "I don't pay any attention to the news. Why get upset about whatever's happening in the world if it doesn't affect me?" I could think of a few reasons, but I smiled politely. We're trying to work out who might have had a reason to harm them. And of course, we're interested in what happened to Rosalie. Yeah, well, that would have been after I left, so. She ran her hand into her hair and flipped the weight of it from one side of her face to the other in a practiced move. How long did you work for the Marshalls? Derwent asked. 3 years. And you were a full-time live-in nanny? I officially didn't work at weekends, but the rest of the time I was expected to be on duty, unless the kids were at school. And if I was around, I'd help out, even on weekends. I got paid, I had a roof over my head, a car. It was the perfect job as far as I was concerned at that stage of my life. Now I wonder how I could bear being there all the time. But it was such a different world from how I grew up that I loved it. So grand, so posh. Everything seemed incredibly glamorous. How old were you when you worked for the Marshalls? I started when I was 22, then left when I was 24, nearly 25. She looked at Derwent. Don't do the maths, please. I've never been any good at maths. For God's sake. I said, so what did you do before that? University? I left school when I was 16. Never did A-levels or any further qualifications. I'd done various jobs, barmaid, stable hand, carer, and then I worked for a bit in a nursery that my mum's friend owned. I started babysitting for the kids, and then one of the families asked me to be their nanny, which I did for a couple of years. And then you started working for the Marshalls. The Marshalls were looking for someone to help with Rosalie, because Helena was getting busy with her campaigning, and Rosalie was a bit challenging. She was 6 when I started working for them. It wasn't difficult, but she wanted attention all the time. Basically, she was a lonely little kid, and they preferred to pay a stranger to look after her than to actually talk to her. I could see that Rosalie was going to be a lot easier than a baby, a toddler and a 4-year-old. Sadie shrugged. It was a no-brainer. The Marshalls didn't mind about your lack of qualifications. I'd have thought Helena was keen on that kind of thing. They realised that I was really good at the job, and Rosalie was happy. But towards the end, Bruce was helping me to apply for courses, actually. She sighed. All of that went to the wall when I left. I never got around to going back to college. You seem to have done very well. The house was large and comfortably furnished, and the stables behind it were full of horses. She ran a riding school, but it was at the top end of luxurious. That's what happens when you get a good divorce settlement, and then use it to meet and marry a rich man. She looked at my hands. No rings. You need to get a move on, don't you, darling? I smiled sweetly, while hot, murderous thoughts crowded into my mind. Derwent cleared his throat loudly, and when he spoke, his voice was slightly strained, suppressing laughter if I knew him. Going back to Helena, what was she like? A bitch. Sadie shrugged exaggeratedly. I know she's dead, but sorry, she wasn't a nice person. In what way? She was condescending, mean, treated me very much like a servant, and her social inferior, which I suppose I was. And she was a cow when she was angry. I don't know what Helena's problem was with Rosalie, but that girl couldn't do anything right. She was always in trouble. I used to try to intervene where I could, but I couldn't always stop her from being punished. How did Helena punish her? All kinds of things. No pudding, sent to her room, made to stand facing a blank wall, made to do lines or extra homework. Was that all? I asked. Sadie wriggled. You've read the files, so you know what I said. Yes, but I want to know if it was the truth. Tell me again. She hit her. sometimes. At least, I heard her screaming at Rosalie, and then Rosalie cried, but she never did it in front of me, and Rosalie would always come up with a reason for any of the injury she had. And she was clumsy, so there were always bruises and grazes. Looking back, I should have said something, but I was young. I didn't know what to do. You talked to the police about it, I said. When it was too late. Suddenly, Sadie's eyes brimmed with tears, and she ran a knuckle under each of them, struggling for composure. I wasn't brave enough to do anything when it might have made a difference. I only spoke up about it after I left, so I wasn't employed by the marshals anymore, and I had nothing to lose. And no one believed me. What makes you say that? Derwent asked gently. The cops thought I was bitter about getting the sack, because that's what Helena and Bruce told them. They ignored my evidence. I think they were misogynist bastards, if you really want to know. They wrote me off because I was young and pretty, and whatever I said couldn't possibly matter. I can assure you they did take it seriously, Derwent said. But there were other accounts of how things were at home that contradicted yours. Oh, yeah? Like whose? Helena's? Bruce's? She threw out a hand, frustrated. It's not as if they had any reason to lie, is there? Why do you think they would have lied? I asked. Isn't it obvious? Sadie blinked at us, her eyes lingering on Derwent for a fraction longer. They were the ones who offed her. What makes you say that? Oh, come on! Everyone knew it at the time, but no one had the nerve to say it. They got rid of me, so there wasn't anyone to stop them. And then, after it happened, they sued the arse off anyone who suggested they had anything to do with it. They killed her, either by accident or because they were worried about her talking to someone about... She cut herself off, breathing hard, her chest rising and falling rapidly. I presumed Derwent was busy enjoying the view, but I was more interested in what she wasn't saying. They're dead, Sadie. You can't be sued now, whatever you say about them. And you could never have been sued if it was true. I couldn't take the risk. Her voice had dropped to a whisper, and she was gulping back tears again. Not then. I couldn't have coped if they'd sued me. But they set me up, so they had a reason to get rid of me, because I knew too much. And the way they did it meant that no one listened when I tried to talk about them. I tested the waters with what I said about Helena. And I know other people knew. The cleaner knew, and people who came to the house. Friends of the boys. The fucking tutor knew. But no one would corroborate what I said. What was the point in getting myself in deeper when Rosalie was gone and there was no evidence? She had left me behind, and obviously Derwent felt the same way. But, hold on. Evidence of what? Sadie sniffed. When we were on holidays in the villa in France, Rosalie was in a room by herself, and I was down the hall in another room. I got in trouble for not hearing her crying on the first night we were there. I mean, I was shattered. I was sleeping like the dead. But after that, I was really on edge in case she cried, and I didn't hear her. So, when there was a noise from her room in the middle of the night, on the fourth night of the holiday, I went to see if she was all right. And Bruce was in there with her. Doing what? He heard me coming. I called out to her as I left my room. She closed her eyes tightly and rubbed her forehead, frustrated. He wasn't doing anything when I came in, but he had no reason to be there. What did he tell you? He was my boss. I couldn't just interrogate him. He said something about wanting to check on her, because she'd got hold of one of Helena's sleeping pills, and she was really out for the count. So much so that I believed she was drugged. But I thought he'd given it to her. And then you have to wonder why. He said it was because she didn't want to wake up in the night again, given that Helena had been so angry about it. But she was a little kid. Would she even have thought of that? And once she was drugged, anything could have happened to her. Sadie sighed. But I had no proof. None at all. Was it just that one incident? Did you talk to him or Helena about it? The next day, I was confronting him, and Rosalie took a picture of her brother in the pool. We were in the background. It looked dodgy as fuck. He was holding my arm and pressing me against the wall, and you couldn't tell he was angry instead of horny. He let Helena think he'd been fucking me, and she sent me away. I was so upset, it didn't even occur to me to tell her what I'd seen the night before. She was furious, devastated. I've never seen anyone tear themselves apart that way. I suppose it made her feel as if she'd been betrayed. But actually, there was a far bigger betrayal going on with Rosalie. If he was abusing her, I said quietly. Yeah, if. She blotted her eyes with a tissue. I always thought it was likely he'd decided to kill Rosalie because she knew what he'd been doing to her. But I also wondered if Helena had decided to get rid of the competition. She couldn't bear the idea of him being interested in someone else. She threw me out so fast my feet didn't touch the ground. And she resented Rosalie anyway. How easy would it have been to kill her, really, with no one there to stop Helena? She could have done anything in that big house, and no one would have known. Did you ever tell her about what you saw? Derwent asked. Not until later. A long time later. Months after Rosalie disappeared. I called one day. Disguised my voice. I said she should ask Bruce about what he'd done to Rosalie. I said I knew he'd been interfering with her. And nothing. I was still in touch with one of the neighbours, Mrs. Moguel, who lived next door. It was her kid, JV, who tutored Magnus in maths, and he was a little weirdo, incidentally. But I liked Mrs. Moguel, and she had this really hot new husband who worked in Dubai and always flirted with me when he was around. I mean, she was on her third marriage, which at the time I thought was scandalous. But now I can see how it happened, She gave a loud laugh that faded into awkward silence. What didn't Mrs. Moguel tell you? I prompted. Oh, that Helena had overdosed and almost died. Sadie bit her lip. I always wondered, did I do that? But really it was Bruce's fault, if it was connected. I didn't do anything wrong. No. Derwent leaned back and folded his arms. Sadie, I imagine you never do. 28. We were both quiet on the way back from interviewing Sadie. I didn't even have the heart to tease Derwent about the hungry look she'd had when she'd stared at him. He shook his head when I asked what he'd made of her. Not a lot. She didn't care about anyone but herself. And she still doesn't really care about what happened to Rosalie. Do you think it would have made any difference if she'd reported Bruce to the cops when she got back to the UK? Maybe not. There was fuck all evidence of him doing anything to the girl, and it happened in France. But no one was looking for evidence of anything like that. No one asked Rosalie about it. If she was drugged, she might not have known. He trailed off then, and a muscle tightened in his jaw. You okay? I don't like hearing about it. Not when there's nothing we can do. I meant in general? He glowered at me briefly. I'm all right. You don't seem to be. And when I wasn't all right, he intervened, always, whether I wanted him to or not. It's just this case. I thought about pushing him on it, wondering what he would do if he was in my place. Something dramatic and borderline unforgivable. I didn't have the nerve. It's worth asking Howlett about it. It is, and I will when we get back. He yawned widely, which made me yawn too. Actually, do you mind if we don't go back to the office? I'm shattered, and it's hardly worth it this late in the day. When we got home, Derwent said a brief goodbye and disappeared into the downstairs flat with an air of finality. I had been planning to suggest we had dinner together to discuss the case, so that I could be sure he ate something. I let myself into my flat and went up the stairs slowly. The last time we had been at close quarters, the job had involved being all over one another, performatively in love. And this time there was no job. There was just a miserable real-life relationship that seemed to my outsider's eyes to be doomed. And me on my own, wondering why I couldn't seem to stop thinking about it. Irritated with myself, and sticky thanks to the beautiful spring weather, I stripped as I walked through the flat and went straight to the shower, standing under tepid water for long enough to pucker my fingertips and chill my skin. My mobile was ringing when I got out of the shower, and I ran to answer it. Colin Vale. What's up? Good news. He did sound pleased with himself. We managed to trace poor Lavender's car at the time Rosalie disappeared. Still on the road, believe it or not. It's changed hands a few times, but it's still going. We've taken it for forensic analysis, because Kev said there was a chance we'd be able to recover something from the upholstery, even after all this time. Body fluids, that kind of thing. Grim. Useful, Colin corrected me happily. It matches the description of the car that was seen repeatedly near the house before Rosalie disappeared. Down to the last details, Maeve. And what did that mean? Did it matter? I thanked him and dried off quickly, then changed while I thought about the car and whether I was wrong about the trees, and Helena, and poor Lavender, who triggered so many alarm bells it was deafening. I curled up on the bed and called Derwent, who answered immediately. Hey, I thought I'd get you before you went for your run. How did you know I was going for a run? It's what you always do. He sounded amused. I'm not going until later. There are too many slow-moving pedestrians around now. It'll be dark later. I'm not scared of the dark. That's your male privilege showing. It's all right for you, but if I went out running at night, you'd flip. Yeah, I probably would. What's up? I filled him in on what Colin had told me about the car. It's worth putting it through the forensic process, isn't it? Derwent said. Expensive and time-consuming. And essential if we want to rule Lavender out. Helena didn't tell Howlett or anyone else about him, but she described his car. Maybe she didn't realise it was his. Or she was trying to divert attention towards him and away from the family, because she didn't like him and she wanted to get him into trouble. Derwent didn't sound convinced. She could have done a lot more to push the investigation in that direction if she'd wanted to. Maybe it suited her to muddy the waters. Paul had a story to tell too, didn't he? She might not have wanted him to be found, but if we had found Rosalie's body and there was evidence of abuse, She would have wanted there to be an external suspect. She was pushing that outsider story all the time, until Sadie called her and broke the news that she had suspicions about Bruce. Then Helena snapped when she realised the situation was out of her control. Or she was horrified at Sadie's allegations, which were bullshit, and he really was lurking around the house, and Helena was telling the truth. I could hear footsteps. He was pacing around the flat downstairs as we talked. You couldn't see the road from the house, Josh. Helena lied. You can't discount everything she said just because Sadie didn't like her. There was a very slight reverberation from his words. He was in the room below me. You don't trust Sadie any more than Howlett did. Yeah, and it's not misogyny, or whatever crap she suggested. She was worried enough about Bruce to talk to Helena, who she hated, but not worried enough to call the incident room. I think Sadie wasn't completely honest about what she told us, and I think I know why. You think she was trying to blackmail the marshals? Makes sense, doesn't it? And do you think they paid her? It's possible. We can go back and look at bank records, but all we can do is confirm that they paid her money, and she's the only person who can say what it was for. The marshals can't give evidence against her now. Sadie likes living well, and she seems ruthless about it. That's not something that came to her later in life. She liked their lifestyle, and she wanted it for herself. They ended up losing everything. The money had to go somewhere. Which suggests they had something to hide. I thought about it and came to the only conclusion I could. Poor Rosalie. Very much so. There was a pause. This was the best conversation we had managed for a few days, and I didn't want it to end. Apparently, Derwent felt the same way. Or he was just lost in thought, I told myself. Embarrassed at how quickly I assumed it was a personal and emotional connection rather than work. Get a grip, Maeve. Then he said, as if he didn't want to ask the question, but he had to, Are you in bed? 4 words. The tone of his voice was subtly different. Warmer, deeper. I stayed very still while my mind raced. And eventually I asked, How did you know? I didn't. I do now. I sat back against the pillows. Make a joke of it. Just for a second, I thought you were going to ask me what I'm wearing. Don't need to. I can guess. I looked down at myself. I bet you can't. What do you want to bet? Tenner? He was silent for a beat, but it was as if he was considering the implications of playing this game, rather than because he needed to think about it, because when he began to speak, it was without hesitation. I heard you have a shower when you came in. You would have come round to talk to me about the case if you'd got dressed afterwards, but you didn't. You rang me. But you wouldn't talk to me if you were naked, or just in a towel, even on the phone, because that would feel far too intimate. His voice dropped on that word, intimate, and I felt it in the pit of my stomach. And you want to keep things professional. You put some clothes on before you picked up the phone to call me. We're both tired, and you weren't planning to go out again, and it seemed natural to you to get into bed before you called. So, night clothes. He paused for a second, and I thought I heard a mattress spring protesting. He was lying down in the bedroom right below me, and when he spoke again, his voice was lower, slower. You wear shorts in bed, at least in warm weather, and you generally don't wear anything underneath them. You'll be wearing an old t-shirt with the shorts, a worn-out one that isn't good enough for daytime anymore. Right so far? Uncanny. I was glad I sounded cool and a little amused, rather than exceedingly flustered, which was my actual state of mind. Which T-shirt, though? I think your favourite. The grey one, with the line on the front. I swallowed. What makes you say it's my favourite? It's worn around the neckline. The material is falling apart. You didn't wear it when we were doing surveillance, because the V-neck is too low, and you were self-conscious about how revealing it is. But any of the times I've come round unexpectedly and got you out of bed, you've been wearing it. He paused. I like it. I said the first thing that came into my head. It's a tiger, not a lion. Then the stripes have faded since you bought it. I looked down. They had, too. The tiger coat was a flat pale orange, and the shaggy ruff of fur around its face looked like a lion's mane. I never noticed. I did. And what else did you notice? I thought and couldn't say. The material was so softened by wear that it draped over my body, thin and clinging, and I realised that every curve was visible. I might as well have been naked. How revealing it is. He had looked at the neckline enough to see it was fraying. He must have looked at what it was framing, too. You've considered this in detail. Instead of answering, he sighed. And that was enough to make it absolutely clear he was thinking along the same lines as me. I closed my eyes as I slid my hand down to my stomach, pressing it flat against my bare skin, which was cool from the shower. The tip of my little finger slid under the waistband of my shorts, and then the ring finger. A shiver of pleasure ran through me. It would have been easy to slip my hand down between my legs. Easier than not doing it at that moment. I pressed my body into the mattress and made a tiny noise of pure frustration. What if he kept talking? What if he let himself in with his key to this flat and came up the stairs? What if he came into this room? What if he slowly peeled off every single thing I was wearing? What if? Silence on the other end of the line. But I knew he was there, listening. And I knew, as clearly as if he'd said it out loud, that he could picture exactly what I was thinking about, and what I wanted. Then, as if in confirmation, he spoke again. And this time his voice was heavy with regret. You see why we can't be in the same flat, Maeve. And then, you owe me a tenner. Man found dead at isolated house. A man's body has been found at a house in Cumbria, in an isolated location 5 miles from Keswick. A council worker discovered the body on Tuesday when he visited the property to secure power lines damaged by high winds. Cumbria Constabulary have opened a murder investigation. Local sources say the man was the owner of the house. He has been positively identified, but his name has not been released, as next of kin have yet to be located. He was 39. The sources described the house as remote, and said the man kept himself to himself and had few visitors. Police have refused to confirm reports that the man was shot dead. The investigation is at an early stage, Chief Superintendent Eli Parker said at a press conference yesterday. We are keen to speak with anyone who might have visited the property in the last year. We don't yet know when or how this man died. They also want to locate a red Ford Transit, registered at the property. Registration AD15XCM. Anyone with relevant information should call 101 and ask to be put in touch with the incident room at Keswick Police Station.